Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
The sun may warm your glowing skin. The stars may give you midnight fairy lights. But to whom light gives, it also, that receiver takes away. For what is light but the burning of dark things? In this universe, phenomena are either the light or the fuel that it consumes so it can continue to burn furiously. Light grows its future harvest, the very fuel it will devour, and that is what you are. It shows what is. It powers life, and all it touches. It is also degrading, also destroying by merely shining down upon. Now you see it. Now you don't. The great revealer. The quiet eraser. The big tease. See the light? It is your maker, and it is your breaker. You are scared of the dark. Oh, how you run from shadows. You yearn for illumination, but the brighter the light of your supposed savior, the more dangerous it is. The light shines on, but because it does, you won't. But what for? Why must light burn all that is, and create new fuel with its own burning, a cycle ever ensuring more suds for the fire? Where else must fires burn? Forever, without mercy. Why? I sadly tell you, hell.
Hello everybody, do make yourselves comfortable. Welcome. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are live. We're going live and we're going to start talking again about consciousness, possible other dimensions, things like Jinn, angels, demons, machine elves, ghosts, spirits, DMT trips, altered states of awareness, meditation, that kind of thing, deeper levels of thought. We have already somebody here, and it's Russ. Russ, good to see you, brother. Welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Nice to see you early. We are talking about consciousness, heightened awareness, and such. Is there anything you'd like to say on the matter?
Yeah, good to see you too, brother. It's a very meaty topic, isn't it? There's quite a lot in that title. As far as so to deal with the first set of things, jinns, angels, demons. I heard some interesting stuff yesterday. I wasn't able to come on, but I heard people on the panel, and I don't know. I wouldn't really say, me personally, that those things exist in reality, but maybe that they're more allegorical in what they symbolize. Angels, demons, jinns, and spirits, and all that stuff. In terms of altered states of consciousness, I can say personally, I've experienced some very interesting things through deep meditations. The style of meditation I kind of practiced was called vipassana. It's kind of like just focusing on the breath, and yeah, I can say it was very psychedelic. Not in a sense that I saw sort of vivid colors or entities like machine elves and that, but it was very psychedelic in the sense where you can get so absorbed in the meditation that you almost feel like your body doesn't exist. You just feel like pure consciousness, and there's no thought. It's just kind of like this. It sounds a bit crazy to say, but it kind of feels like this infinite spanning consciousness that has no thought or judgment about anything, and it's just there. And I have had times where I've been sitting on the mat, and then 1 hour has gone by, my legs are completely numb, and I felt timeless. Like, because you're so blissed out in that moment, I would call it psychedelic, that you literally become timeless. Like, your mind gets so absorbed I think in Theravada Buddhism, which is kind of the school I kind of studied under a little bit, they call it the Buddha called it the four jhanas, the four states of absorption. You can Google it or you look it up if you want. And yeah, it's some really interesting stuff, man. Like you can, when you feel like there's no self, you feel timeless, and there's no judgment, and even pain. Because one of the biggest obstacles in meditation that I face, and most people do, is the pain of the body, right? Because even just sitting in one place on a cushion, like your legs start to go numb, your back hurts, and yeah, I've even experienced like pain, like really rise up, reach its peak, and then all of a sudden, poof, it just vanishes. It's crazy because the pain can sometimes make you sweat. But I learned it's not about avoiding the pain or denying the pain. It's about calming the pain in that type of meditation I did, Vipassana. And yeah, I would say to me, all those things are very psychedelic, feeling timeless, feeling like you truly don't have an ego or a body. You just feel like this almost like type of consciousness that's just infinite, and it doesn't have any judgment about anything. It just exists. It's just there. But yeah, that was my 2 cents on that. Yeah.
Sounds like an amazing experience. How often do you? When was the last time you meditated like that?
Oh, I've kind of fallen off a long time ago, man. I'm talking about years ago. But I have one of those cushions, a Zuffa cushion in my place, and I need to get back onto it, man. But yeah, there was a time I was really regular with it. I could sit for like 45 minutes to an hour, and I could get through it pretty decently. And not only was it beautiful in the moment, it was also the effect it had afterwards. Like I've just felt like I was much more calmer, relaxed. My mind was really sharp. Yeah, so I really need to get back to the mindfulness, Vipassana style meditation. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like it was a really good experience and good practice, and it seemed to be very positively benefiting you and your life. Yeah, you sounds like you should get back to it. Thanks for telling us about that. We might even read about that or find some information on meditation, what it does to the brain later on. Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say, sir?
Good evening, DNW. Good evening, Raz. I hope you are both well.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Crazy Guru messaged me on X, and he asked me to pass on a message to the show and everyone.
Okay.
He says, we will not be able to attend the show for a few days. It takes time to recover from traumatic rage responses. Could you do me a solid favor and pass this study on to the gang for greater understanding while I recover? And then he sent me a really long message called The Paradoxical Disability of Metacognitive IQ, an environmentally manufactured communication challenge, a theoretical exploration. And then it goes on in like about fucking 10 paragraphs. So I replied, hi, Carl. I hope you and Alyssa are all right, and DNW, Fatima, and myself were thinking about you last night. Actually, I had a dream that you and Alyssa were actively seeking me out to try and kill me. I won't read out the whole of that message because in metaphysical terms, it would dilute my own identity and personal independence, but I will pass on your message to DNW. So that's all I came on to do for Carl.
Thank you very much, Kenny. I appreciate that. I really do. And
right.
So that message was from Gracie. Was it Gracie or Carl? Or I mean, that was him being himself, I take it.
Yeah, he called himself, this is Charles William Phillips, aka the Gracie Guru. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'd just like to say, anyone listening who's interested, I hope you can make it to the United Kingdom March in central London on May the 16th. It's going to be a great one. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you for reading that out, that message from Crazy Guru. Crazy, I do hope you are feeling better today. Ricardo sends highest blessings to Carl and Alyssa. So there you go. Ricardo, thank you for that. Ricardo, do come on here. Harry Baker, do come on here. The link is in the live chat. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Russ, can I ask, what did you hope to gain from meditation when you undertook it originally?
Like the Buddha said, I'm not a Buddhist.
Sorry, I lost you there.
To free myself from suffering, right? And that's what it comes down to. So through meditation, you really, well, this form of meditation, there's many types, right? But you really get a look at your mind. You get a look at yourself. And it's the confronting of oneself. It's not always a peaceful endeavor. It can actually be like a war zone, because your mind is such a powerful entity that not only does it lie to us sometimes, it also deceives us. And yeah, I got into this meditation because I was in a really poor state, very neurotic person, and I just wanted to confront it head on. And I was watching videos about Buddhism at the time, and I thought, you know what, it's time to get stuck in. And it has done a lot of good for my life, especially even to this day. I'm able to sort of identify when I'm in a dark patch, and I know how to bring myself out of it mentally. You know, just certain tools you learn about the mind and what it does, and it's a very tricky devil, the mind. Yeah.
Interesting. So have you got any advice for any of us who want to try it out?
Yeah, you could try out wherever you are. You don't really need to spend money or do anything. The basic practice is just basically, I would say, just get yourself a nice, maybe start off in a sitting on a sofa or a chair, and just start for like 5-10 minutes, and just close your eyes. Try to sit in a quiet place, and the only thing you should concern yourself with in the beginning is just focusing on the sensation of the rising of the breath and the falling of the breath. So as your natural breathing is taking place, for example, you're inhaling, you just say to yourself mentally, rising, and then when you exhale, you just say falling, and you just you stay with that, and then as you get more advanced and your mind becomes more kind of calm, then you can go to things like pain, and then also because um your mind is starting to slow down now, your subconscious mind will come to the surface, and then your quote unquote demons, you'll get to see what you really carry with you. Because it will come up. It comes up in meditation. Sometimes very powerful feelings of being vindictive or wanting vengeance, or very powerful emotions can arise. Of somebody that wronged you, or these, or maybe just longing for a spouse or in the past, bit of nostalgia, and you really get to see what you're subconsciously holding on to. And yeah, just focus on the rising falling of the breath. So just rising, falling, and you just sit there, put in a little timer on your phone. You just start off with like 10 minutes, and then you can increase it, and yeah.
Yeah, it sounds great. We did say at some point we'll do a collective meditation here. Maybe you can run it, or at least participate. I know there's a few of you guys here who talk about meditation. There's yourself. I think Ricardo has spoken about it. I think Yerf Dogs has spoken about it. I think Retro has spoken about it. Now, forgive me, there are others as well. Yeah, I just can't quite think right now. But yeah, it would be something interesting to do. Aside from all that, would you like to tell us about any visions or anything that you had? And, I mean, before you do, the other night I was lying in bed and I was just going to sleep, and I was, when you're really, really tired, and when I close my eyes, I don't know if you've ever had this, but I close my eyes and you can, like you feel like there's light hitting your eyelids, but it's not, like it's dark, yeah. and you can see like little patterns. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, but they're very vague patterns. It's mostly dark, it's mostly black, but you can see kind of weird little patterns here and there, you know. And I was almost seeing like little faces here and there, just flickering in and out. I don't know if that's ever happened to you.
Yeah, no,
Weird.
I've never had anything like that. Yeah, to be
Like very
honest, but
small,
then I
like,
haven't.
you know, like tiny little. If you close your eyes and just look like straight forward, and then just like you'd be surprised what happens. Like you can start seeing like. Well, I can. I'm talking for you here, but
Yeah,
you see
yeah,
patterns. You see patterns, obviously, but
yeah. I know you get
those
the color
patterns
thing.
can become. Those patterns can become. By the way, they're very vague patterns. You know, it's obviously. I don't know. Do you get that? Can you try that? If you close your eyes,
I've
can you like? It's not
with
quite
me,
light. It's not quite dark. It's very
yeah,
strange.
I kind of get the Northern Lights thing, just kind of like colors with me. Yeah, like if I close my eyes and just look forward, like now, I just kind of get I can see sometimes colors like coming in waves. If I,
Oh yeah. Is that
yeah,
because you're faced towards a light though, like a literal
I
light in
don't.
your
That's
room?
the thing. I don't even know.
Literal.
Yeah, I wouldn't even
Yeah.
know. Yeah. But what do you think about the whole angels and demons, jinns thing? Do you think they're really extraterrestrial beings, or do you think they're more
Oh,
symbolic?
yeah.
Or
We never even mentioned that extraterrestrial, interdimensional. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I'm skeptical of the whole. I don't know. I'm skeptical, but I've had some very strange experiences. You know, I've told you before. I've had a few poltergeist experiences, a few very strange experiences in the past. I told you when I was a kid, this old hag appeared on a country lane next to me, and like when I was mowing a lawn, and I just like turned the lawnmower around, and she was there on the country lane, standing, staring at me, and I ran
that's
in because
creepy.
I ran in to my cousins to like say, oh, there's a witch or something. I came running back out, and she was gone. And it was like literally within the space of a minute or two, and there was nowhere for her to go. You know, there was no house for miles, well, hundreds of meters either side, and she was very old. I don't know what that was, who she was. It could have been just my mind playing tricks on me. I'm open to that, but the mind, as you said, this is the problem. The mind is. Can we trust our own minds when we see things? This is another problem of existence. Is the mind is prone to doing brain farts and tricking us, and you know, especially as a child. Well, I say especially as a child, but even with increasing age, I'm sure it does it as well. And depending on your own neurochemistry and such, it could happen at any time. But yeah, look, I don't know what's going on. I did have an idea to read some papers if anybody wants to do that. I don't know how much time you've got, Russ, but I thought maybe we could read some papers on various stuff and go through it that way. Maybe find some information, talking points. Maybe that might help us in our search to find out what the hell's going on. But yeah, I don't know is the answer. I don't know what's going on. If you want, we can have a flick through some papers, Ross. Are you around for? Are you going to work, or are you around for a while?
Yeah, I'll be around till about 9 o'clock, and then I got to shoot off. But yeah, you could go ahead with that. Gonna go
Okay,
through some stuff. Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see what pops up here. 1 second. I did have a load of them ready, but then I pressed X by mistake on my browser and lost them all.
Oh no.
It was in an incognito and I couldn't find them again. Yeah. So what's this one about? This is about psychedelics and consciousness, distinctions, demarcations, and opportunities. It's by David Yarden, Matthew Johnson, Roland Griffiths, and amongst others, from a Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences. I think it's the University of Maryland School of Medicine. Okay. Anyway, the abstract, if we'll read the whole thing, we'll try and get the main gist of it. Abstract: psychedelic substances produce unusual and compelling changes in conscious experience that have prompted some to propose that psychedelics may provide unique insights explaining the nature of consciousness. At present, psychedelics, like other current scientific tools, seem unlikely to provide information relevant to the hard problem of consciousness, which involves explaining how first-person experience can emerge. However, psychedelics bear on multiple easy problems, which involve relations between subjectivity, brain function, and behavior. So in this review, they discuss common meanings of the term consciousness when used with regard to psychedelics and consider some models of the effects of psychedelics on the brain that have also been associated with explanatory claims about consciousness. And they conclude by calling for epistemic humility regarding the potential for psychedelic research to aid in explaining the hard problem of consciousness, while pointing to ways in which psychedelics may advance the study of many specific aspects of consciousness. Okay, so this is from 2021, so it's a little bit dated. It's 5 years, but we can have a look at this and then move on to something else. Before I do, though, what do you think of the problem of the hell did consciousness come from? Like, do you ever stop and think about how strange it is that you, as an individual, we as individuals, have this first-person experience, and how the hell did that emerge? You know, why did it have to emerge? Because we often talk about determinism and how everything seems mechanistic, and there's a cause and effect and such. Like, this could have all just played out without an awareness of it. You didn't need to be so aware. Do you find it bizarre sometimes that we're aware of our awareness, for example?
Yeah, I think over the years, I really like Terence McKenna's theory. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Terence McKenna.
Yeah.
He called it the stone. He was big on psychedelics. He called it the stoned ape theory, and I find it to be quite plausible. So it basically goes something like, basically primate hominids, whatever they were, stumbled upon mushrooms in feces or something, and they started to eat these mushrooms, and then slowly they gained a higher level of awareness through psychedelic, ingesting the psilocybin, high amounts of psilocybin. So I would probably point to that. That sounds the most plausible to me as of now.
Well, I
Again,
mean,
if any,
that might explain religious thought and spirituality, but you know, does it explain our awareness of our awareness? You know, the fact that you are
yeah,
aware you
because
exist, the fact that I'm aware I exist. I mean, that's really creepy in a way.
no, yeah, I would say it does because a lot of creatures, I don't think they have self-awareness. Very few creatures do, and I think man is probably number one at that, obviously. But um, if you think about it, there's so many other primates that don't have the same level of self-awareness. So what makes us special? You know what I mean? And I'm sure you could come up with an esoteric explanation, but then again, those things, they require a bit more belief and a bit more quote unquote faith. But that's why I thought from the information I've seen up until now, I thought Terence McKenna's stoned ape theory sounds good because think about it. If our ancestors were just like these really primitive primate hominids that are no different to a lot of primates around now, going back, what could it have been that made them self-aware? You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. Like you asked the question, and then I would say like high doses of psilocybin they didn't realize they were ingesting. Maybe did
Wow.
something to the brain. I don't know. Maybe expanded the brain. It allowed them a different kind of plane of thought. So not only did they have the awareness, now they developed an awareness of their awareness, like you just said. So yeah, because otherwise, like a lot of animals, they're not aware of themselves. You know what I mean? They just, in a way, there's something very praiseworthy about it because they just live in the moment. Whereas I think as human beings, our greatest weapon is also it's a double-edged sword, our mind, because the same mind that allows you to think 10 to have that foresight of the future and think, oh shit, what's going to happen tomorrow? What's going to happen in the next 5 minutes? That's the same thing that makes us go mentally ill. You know what I mean? Whereas animals, they're only like pretty much really and truly majority of animals on the planet. They're just concerned about what's in the moment. So if a deer's eating grass, it's eating grass looking for predators. That's it. It's not thinking about what's gonna, or where am I gonna find food tomorrow? And you know what I mean? Like, so our heightened awareness is kind of like a double-edged sword, you know, because it does lead to a lot of neurotic. It leads to neurosis. Yeah, it can make you go mad, literally.
Right. So, well, this paper might be related to what you're talking about, the stoned ape theory. So we'll see. It says here, the resurgence of psychedelic research has provided tools for researchers who study mental processes such as perception, affect, and cognition. Beyond these routine subjects of scientific inquiry for the brain and cognitive sciences, some have expressed hopes that psychedelics may somehow help to explain consciousness. Even the term psychedelic itself refers to consciousness, as it comes from the Greek for mind, psyche, and manifesting, delic. Okay. So mind manifesting, that's literally what psychedelic means. By consciousness here, in the broadest possible sense, before introducing further distinctions, we mean to refer to the mental state of basic subjective awareness or first-person experience, or what it's like to be a system or organism. That, for example, occurs after one awakens from the lack of consciousness of deep sleep or anesthesia. Okay, psychedelic substances produce unusual and compelling changes in conscious experience that have prompted some to propose that psychedelics may provide unique insights into the nature of consciousness. While psychedelics can and are being used to study their effects on consciousness, or more precisely, on the contents of consciousness, the idea that psychedelics can and are being used to explain the hard problem of consciousness is quite another matter. And here, these academics of high renown argue that the relationship between psychedelics and consciousness hinges on what is meant by the term consciousness, which researchers tend to use in different ways at different times. So Johnson in 2020 argued more care is required regarding the use of the term consciousness, particularly among those who study psychedelics. And here they are, in this paper, they're describing issues at the intersection between psychedelics and different senses of the term consciousness, and conclude by calling for high levels of epistemic humility around the potential for psychedelics to aid in explaining consciousness, while pointing to some specific senses of the term consciousness that psychedelic research may help to illuminate. Okay. So then it goes on and talks about the hard and easy problems of consciousness. The philosophical concept of the hard problem and the easy problem of consciousness are among the most basic distinctions, a debate with historical roots that remain a lively contemporary discourse. The hard problem of consciousness refers to explaining what phenomenal consciousness is and how it comes to be. Phenomenal consciousness can be defined as the first person subjective, what it is like to be an organism. These subjective sensations are also referred to as qualia. In this sense, the hard problem is concerned with explaining what the immediate subjective experience of being, i.e., phenomenal consciousness, is and how it relates to objectively observable phenomena such as brain activity and behavior. The hard problem of consciousness is currently not scientifically answered, and it is not clear that a scientific answer is even possible, which is why it is called a hard problem. For this reason, the hard problem is often described in terms of the explanatory gap. This phrase may be an understatement. There is far more than a gap, but rather a yawning chasm between our current scientific understanding and the prospect of explaining the hard problem of consciousness. At present, there is little reason to think that psychedelics will bring us any closer to closing the explanatory gap. In contrast, the so-called easy problems of consciousness consist of a variety of distinct problems that are plausibly explainable. For example, how attention, perception, and the deliberate control of behavior work. One common example of an easy problem, which in actual fact is quite a difficult scientific subject, is explaining how light on the retina is eventually perceived in the visual field. Even if they are not currently explained, it seems clear that these and related questions can possibly be explained to some degree or in some mechanistic fashion through current scientific methods given sufficient time and effort. Understanding these mental processes involves describing the contents of consciousness. In contrast to the hard problem, psychedelic research may be brought to bear on some of the easy problems. One of the many reasons that the hard problem of consciousness is difficult or maybe impossible to scientifically address is that phenomenal consciousness cannot be observed directly by anyone other than a given conscious entity. This is referred to as the problem of other minds by Blackburn in 1994. To illustrate, the reader knows that she or he is conscious. So you know you are conscious, but you cannot be certain that anyone else is conscious. So that's like solipsism. Strictly speaking, the best one can do is infer consciousness in others on the basis that others seem to be similar kinds of beings as oneself. This poses serious problems for the scientific method regarding consciousness. Even if it were possible to engineer the creation of consciousness, for example, with artificial intelligence. By the way, guys, I just want to check. Can you hear me okay? I should have said that earlier because my audio was yesterday was brutal. There.
Yeah, no, it's loud and clear, man. All good.
Okay, good. For example, with artificial intelligence. So even if, this poses serious problems for the scientific method regarding consciousness. Even if it were possible to engineer the creation of consciousness, for example, with artificial intelligence, it is unclear how one could prove whether consciousness had indeed been created. One could ask another entity if it were conscious, for example, an artificial intelligence, but there would be no way to verify its self-report. So yeah, this is the problem of other minds. Bloch in 1995 distinguished between access consciousness, which involves the availability of information and ability to use it in reasoning processes, and phenomenal consciousness, introduced in the previous paragraph, which involves the feeling quality of being aware. One could establish, for example, whether an artificial intelligence has access consciousness, for example, via some form of the Turing test, but could not establish whether an artificial intelligence has phenomenal consciousness. The identical problem of verifiability presents itself when attempting to assess consciousness in another person. Some of these issues extend to the study of the psychological processes that consist of the contents of consciousness and, by extension, the various easy problems of consciousness, at least insofar as subjective access to the content of consciousness remains private. However, a difference is that the contents of consciousness, thoughts, emotions, perceptions, etc., can be caused and manipulated to some extent within other people. And these changes can be more directly reported and measured, whereas phenomenal consciousness itself cannot be caused or so clearly operationally observed in this matter, and its causation cannot be verified. While there is no current scientific explanation of the phenomenal consciousness, there are a number of philosophical theories about its nature. These theories can be grouped into three broad categories: materialist, dualistic, and monistic. And that's been said by Chalmers in 2003. Materialistic theories, favored by many scientists, regard phenomenal consciousness as identical to brain states. However, materialists would need to explain how physical processes, for example, the brain, give rise to qualia. That is, what it feels like, quality of being conscious, or how subjective experience arises from interaction of material entities, for example, atoms and neurons, that presumably do not possess such phenomenal consciousness themselves. Some see the problem of qualia, and indeed the whole notion of the hard problem, as a pseudo problem, a false problem, arguing that there is nothing to explain, while others see this dismissal as ignoring the fundamental phenomena. Dualistic theories consider phenomenal consciousness as distinct from matter, i.e., that phenomenal consciousness is essentially different from matter and brain states, though these may interact in ways yet to be precisely determined. Dualistic theories would need to explain what evidence there is for this perspective beyond institutions, as well as how something non-physical, i.e. consciousness, could interact with physical matter, for example, the brain, and how this can be ascertained or falsified empirically. Monistic views, such as neutral monism, conceive of phenomenal consciousness and matter as part of the same basic stuff, which is neither inherently matter nor mind. This view is often associated with a view called panpsychism, which posits that all matter, not just brains, is in some way conscious. Due to the issues such as those related to verifiability, it is not clear to us that psychedelics can inform challenges posed by each of the philosophical theories about the nature of consciousness, at least at present. Psychedelics may, though, impact beliefs about these different theories of phenomenal consciousness under some circumstances, which we will return to later in this review. Scientists tend to ignore the hard problem of consciousness and generally adopt methodological materialism to address the easy problems of consciousness. This is the principal domain of research of many scientific disciplines, for example, psychology, cognitive science, neuroscience, and psychopharmacology. Thus, the term consciousness is sometimes used to refer to the wide array of the contents of the mind in general. For example, perceptions, thoughts, feelings, and emotions. This all-inclusive use of the term consciousness is so broad, referring to all aspects of the contents of consciousness within the range of scientific inquiry in psychology and neuroscience, that it has limited use. There are a few scientific theories that attempt to explain how phenomenal consciousness appears. Unitary, perceptual, cognitive, and affective processes appear seamlessly integrated. In terms of neural correlates, a problem referred to as the neural correlates of consciousness. The global workspace theory of consciousness focuses on how disparate processes combine to create the unitary cinematic quality of conscious experience. The integrated information theory of consciousness defines consciousness in terms of the level of complexity of ordered information and attempts to operationalize this with fee. Okay. I don't quite know what that is.
GNW, how long is this article?
It's about 10 pages, brother.
I was hoping we could just do pieces and then kind of, do
Okay,
like
I'll
a
read a little bit.
review. Yeah, I was hoping we could do bit by bit and then just like give our own take on it.
I'll read to the end of this section and then we'll
Okay,
stop.
nice.
Although it would be interesting to investigate how psychedelic states relate to phi, it is not clear how this would improve our understanding of the whole problem. For example, relatively simple digital logic gates, which intuitively seem non-conscious, can generate large amounts of phi. It is also not clear that the assertion of complexity itself, a measure of consciousness, is tenable, increasing or decreasing phi, or dissecting and understanding the global workspace, would not explain how physical processes give rise to qualia. And though testing psychedelics in these paradigms may be interesting, psychedelics do not appear to bear on these deeper issues. Sorry, Russ. Yes. Hello to all of you that are here watching, listening, and joining us. Hello to Fatima. So you want me to stop, Russ? Russ, what do you think? Where is consciousness? Is it fundamental? Is everything conscious, like the panpsychics think? Is there a dualistic nature to it, whereby you need the matter to, it's an interaction between parts and it causes it to be? Or is it something else?
You know what? This is my own bullshit take, by the way. And it's not backed by fact or anything, but this is just like a strange kind of idea I've always had about consciousness over the years. Is that so? Your brain is kind of like a projector, right? And then consciousness is the projection itself. Does that make sense?
I'm listening. So your brain is a projector, and go on.
Yes. And the consciousness itself is the projection itself. So like, let's say like a projector projects, like, I don't know, like they use in the cinemas. So the actual, like the phenomena that comes onto the wall and the lights and the moving and all this, and the actual phenomena of consciousness itself is like the projection, but the brain is kind of like the hardware, like, of the projector, and the consciousness itself is the projection itself, the kind of non-physical thing, or the less physical thing, really. Yeah, that's just my own sort of weird take on it. That when I thought about it.
Okay. Does anybody else have a theory on it? Dirty Lowlife says strange BS takes is what he's here for, because he is skeptical. He's a skeptical man about science a lot of the time. So he's.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
That's not strictly. I mean, to me, it sounds like you're talking about dualism, like a dualistic take on matters.
Yeah, because consciousness is one of those things, man. Because say, like I've looked at the esoteric kind of like the religious, spiritual views on it, and I've looked at like the hardline materialist views of like consciousness is just an epiphenomenon. So it's basically just a result of like a body, a brain, and then the synapses, the electrical movement of the nerves in the brain. The synapses that's what the epiphenomenon people would say. But it's hard to discern, man.
The dualistic theory is that consciousness is a distinct entity from physical reality.
It's hard to discern because
it would be that you need the physical reality to appreciate it, right?
Yeah, because on the one hand, it could be something purely non-physical, and the spiritualist might be absolutely right. But at the same time, if you sustain a brain injury, then a lot about your consciousness and everything within your consciousness, including your personality, radically changes. You know what I mean? So that's what makes me think, like, is it truly something esoteric, or is it something more mundane, or maybe it's a hybrid? Like I said, the projector and the projection thing, I don't know,
I
man.
reckon Fatima will be good to bring on here.
Yeah,
And,
where's Fatima?
and Dirty Lola.
Dirty Low Life, get on the show, man. We need more than two consciousnesses for this one, yeah.
Kenny says, breaking news, Iran has no choice but to attend talks, Trump says, as he adds he doesn't want ceasefire extension. There you go. Okay. Right. Let's have a look at this and see. Right. Well, you don't want me to read it, Russ, so I'll have to shut up.
No, I was just thinking, I'd rather chat because I'm gonna head off in about half an hour. So I'd rather, like, exchange some ideas, because otherwise the whole duration's gonna be spent on that.
No worries. No worries. We can read it after, maybe.
What do you think, D&W? Same question.
I mean,
So do you think?
where do I think consciousness comes from? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's I think it's fundamentally. I don't think everything is conscious. Right? I'm not a panpsychist. I think it's a product of evolution, and it is it's extremely strange. But it's very fucking strange. Like it blows my mind when you think about it, because it kind of, as I'm saying this, I'm thinking it does in some weird way show there's some kind of will, maybe perhaps, like, but there's some kind of because this could have all been mechanistic. It could have all been just parts, bumping into each other, electromagnetism, things being attracted and repulsed, and that randomly causing shapes to arise, and then those shapes themselves become attracted and repulsed to each other, and then things just get bigger and bigger, and then they all just wind up bouncing into each other, being repulsed by each other. But that could have led to life. But the fact that it suddenly woke those parts up to think about what is occurring, it's really fucking weird, isn't it? It's really fucking weird. I mean,
Yeah, it's hard to put your finger on it. Yeah,
and
it's
in
really
some
hard.
kind of ways, as I'm talking about it, it kind of makes you, the fact that we are conscious. I can see why people think we have a will, like a literal. I can see why people think we have agency, like free will, because yeah, it just blows my mind that we're awake and we're aware. It just blows my mind. It really is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think, because you said it's a product of evolution, do you think it could be a mistake, like, almost like, it sounds a bit cheesy, but like in the Matrix, the first movie, where Neo being the one, he's basically described as the anomaly, right? Because he sees through the code. He's not like the rest of the automatons, the NPCs that are following the codes. He's woken up. So do you reckon maybe our consciousness was an anomaly of nature? Like, maybe it wasn't supposed to happen. What do you reckon about that?
You see, I don't think, whilst I see the point to be made, but I don't think it's helpful to talk about anomalies, because what is, and it can't really be a mistake if it is. You know what I mean? It happened. It's happening. There's like mistake and all that shit is like a human construct, isn't it? It's like humans putting a label on something.
No, like, imagine
from our perspective, it might feel like a mistake, but the universe probably doesn't have a concern for whether something is a mistake or not. But then again, you could argue it does, because we are the universe. We're the fucking universe, that has come awakened. You know, that has become aware.
No, I mean, like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, when I say anomaly, I mean, like, just imagine this life thing, right, as like a simulation. So within the simulation, like like I know Danny Shine would like this combo, but it's like DNA is like the code, right? That's kind of pushing beings to reproduce, to do all these things, to have sex, to even take up, will to power, to become influential, gain resources, procreate, dot dot dot. There's a code behind DNA, right? But I was just thinking maybe our hyper awareness is an anomaly, just like Neo was the anomaly in the Matrix world, because he was aware of things he shouldn't be. He should have just been following his code. So maybe consciousness, or maybe the higher levels of consciousness, is could just be a rebellion against life itself.
Yeah.
Because no other animal, D&W can, or not that I know of, can really like think about these things deeply and question, and go against this kind of code. You know what I mean?
I don't know what. I don't even
I've
know if
heard
we do.
horses.
I don't even know if we go against our code, really. To be honest with you,
I think we do.
In what way?
Well, the fact
Because
that
you
we can be.
look. You're saying we're coded to replicate. I mean, there are animals, I believe, that seem to kill themselves. There are also
Horses
animals.
are one. Yeah.
There are also animals. Yeah, they sometimes. Have you ever seen those penguins? The male penguins that just march off inland to die. Basically, that is a suicide. They literally move away from the food source and run inland to die, basically, away from the other penguins. Have you ever seen that in Antarctica?
Yeah, but I would say that's still part of the life coding, because cats, when cats are really unwell, they go and hide and they stop eating. But I don't think they do
That's
that
my
to
that's my
consciously.
part. I don't think we escape the coding either. I think everything we do is the coding. Like it's just.
No,
It's,
but we can be. Sorry, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt you.
it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we do escape the coding. Like our very existence in modern day, in this postmodern era, is pretty much rebellion. Like we don't like, well, we manipulate nature to our whims, right? Why do we do that? Because we don't like nature or life in its rawest totality
It
form.
may be a superficial. I'm just saying it may superficially appear like we're going against our coding, but if you zoom out a little bit and look at what we're doing, it may be serving the coding, if you know what I mean. So somebody sacrificing or avoiding something as an individual may be serving the coding's overall aim, which is survival of life.
Yeah, but we also built nuclear weapons, and we also
That's true.
harbor ideologies like anti-natalism, which I'm pretty sure is very much against the coding. Even veganism, I would say, it is a level of heightened awareness to radically change one lifestyle, because you're aware and you're empathetic to the suffering of animals, right? But your DNA doesn't give a fuck about that at its core level. It only cares about, like Richard Dawkins said, the selfish gene, right? Like your genes just want to pass on, and they just want you to become powerful and do that as many times as you can, recklessly, with no regard for anything really other than that cause. So I would say the fact that human beings can choose not to procreate, can choose not to do certain things, even though they may feel good, right? Yeah, there's a lot of dark things that we rebel against. We don't kill people simply because we're angry with them. I mean, some people do. We call them psychopaths, right? But there's a lot of our quote unquote coding that we do rebel against. And it's because of that metacognition. You know what I mean? It's like, when you're really angry with someone and you're like, fuck, like the reptilian brain says, go on, hit him, fucking hit him, look what he did. And then the primate brain's a bit higher and it says, no, don't hit him. it's going to blow out of proportion. He's going to end up in hospital. You might know in hospital. Look at the people watching. What kind of example are you setting? So it's that kind of cross chatter in the brain as well. So I would say, yeah, we do rebel a lot against our conditioning, our against what the quote unquote live simulation, the code that's written into us, and only because we have that high level of that higher level of consciousness, that's what enables us to do that. Without that, we'd just be more like the rest of the animals on the planet. No disrespect to them, but we'll just be one track minded, right?
There you go. What do you think, Dirty Lowlife? Good to have you on the show.
Hey, Dirty, how's it going?
Evening, gents. Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. Yeah, love what you're saying, Raz. Yeah, I find it interesting, the internal reflection thing. I've been looking at this system of having being a three-part being. You're a mental being, an emotional being, and a physical being.
And eternal being. Eternal.
and there's an eternal
We learned
being.
that word yesterday.
Well spotted. Eternal, yeah.
Eternal, made of parts. That's what it means.
Yes. Eternal being.
A very strange coincidence yesterday, wasn't it, Dirty Lowlife, when we
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
sorry.
No, I'm glad you've brought that word back into existence. It's now back in the lexicon because it's being used. Brilliant. Yeah, so people or the individual tends to have a weighting to one of these three parts. Some people are more mentally weighted. Some people are more emotionally weighted. Some people are more physically weighted. And you can just see that in how they live their lives. People who sit and read and think and work out logic puzzles compared to people who go run around and do sports. And yeah, so I think there's like a sort of a center of gravity that floats around in those three things. And yeah, something about being in the middle of it all and watching all three parts chatter to each other. Yeah, that's what you said. Brilliant. There's the three of them can actually have a conversation.
Name the three parts. So name the three parts for listeners. So that
yeah, so you're basically a mind, a mental being of thought. You're a physical being of earthly needs, food and water and human engagement. And between those two is an emotional being. And to my mind, the emotional being is something of, I want to say, an interference pattern from music theory, where two things vibrate and you get a third vibration between them. And the emotions to me is like the interference between what you think is happening and what's actually happening to your being is how you feel about things. But yeah, people sort of have a gravitational center within this system. They tend to be in one part more than another, and it does move around depending on what's happening to you. But I think you really hit the nail on the head, Raz, which is the ability to listen to the conversation that's going on between those three means you're now in a fourth place. And the fourth place is conscious awareness. You're now consciously aware of the internal conversation that's going on, which means you're not actually the thing. You're not actually the hunger. You're not actually the anger. You're not actually the frustration. You're not actually the confusion. You're watching the hunger, the anger, the confusion. You're watching what's going on. So you're now in a different position. So yeah, I come on to postulate that actually consciousness is quite a rare thing. Most of the time, I'm not conscious of what's happening in me. I'm actually asleep to it. And only when I take this fourth position of the witness to the conversation am I consciously aware. And even I take it out further. Jamie doesn't have consciousness. If anything, consciousness has Jamie. Consciousness has itself. Consciousness is simply consciously aware of consciousness itself. It's very whole. It's a unity. It leads nowhere else. There's nowhere else to go. Something like that, anyway.
Yeah, very interesting stuff.
very deep shit. But Dirty Lowlife, what do you think of the idea that consciousness seems to perhaps maybe show there is some kind of will?
Yeah, I think so. The way I found will is mostly through resisting what I normally am. It's very hard to will in sort of to my mind. It's hard to will in a positive direction in terms of I will this thing to happen, but to will not to be the thing that I've always been so far. That I can actually sense that in myself, and it definitely feels like a thing. But again, it relies on this consciousness, whatever it is, in order to be present. So yeah, I think I agree with you. There's definitely a link between them, and I think yeah, will is dependent upon consciousness itself. Otherwise, it's I don't know, an urge, a thought pattern, simply a mechanicality. Yeah, I use these terms loosely. So
Yeah, this topic is so deep, man. It's it's one of those topics where it's even difficult to speak about in the first place because it's so enigmatic. It's
yes, yeah, the
it's
silence is
almost yeah, it's almost like our brains are fucking overclocking themselves trying to you know what I mean, keep the
yeah.
conversation at this level. It's like it's like redlining the brain. Like
I think you're absolutely right, and I've got a reason for you. The brain isn't what's conscious. The brain is doing a whole lot of thinking. It's a thought engine. It can do logic, analysis, language, remember faces, image recognition, pattern recognition. It's a tool. It's not what's conscious, because consciousness can become consciously aware of the mind itself and watch it. So it's something else. And the mind, when the mind wants to come up with answers, right? So it goes, I want to work out what consciousness is. I can work this out. Come on, right? Consciousness must be, and off it goes, and runs away with itself, chasing its own tail.
Is it that perhaps there is this canvas, and we're confusing consciousness? We're confusing it with our thoughts and feelings and our curiosity and all these things. But there is this like field, and
Yeah, you could.
that's what we have to think about now. The canvas, the field, that
Yeah, the theatre stage.
the field behind it all, that makes you curious, that makes you think, that sparks um, sparks your thoughts. The substrate.
Yeah, I
Don't
was just
think
thinking,
about
yes.
your curiosity. Think about what the curiosity is built upon.
Yeah, and I suppose it's why the philosophical question of the tree in the forest, isn't it? It's what that comes down to, really. I was thinking of the etymology. Yeah, that's interesting, Nibbles. Consciousness is like gravity. I've had this idea that aspects of the ego have gravity, and identification is being drawn into them. I can very easily be present and aware and consciously aware of the moment if I meditate, but somebody only has to say something to me, and suddenly I'm identified with being angry or being pissed off or whatever it might be. So I
yeah,
very easily fall into this gravity well of something in my psyche, and I'm no longer conscious. I'm no longer consciously aware of that thing because I am being it.
yeah. It's similar to what I learned in Theravada Buddhism. I think the word was called bhava, which means in ancient Pali becoming, birth, becoming. So so the interesting thing in that school of Buddhism is that they don't actually use the word reincarnation for their view of what happens after death. Is they use the word rebirth. So it's a bit it's a bit of a distinction between Hinduism, which believes in the reincarnation of kind of like the Atman, the soul, kind of going from body to body and trying to live out its karma or work its karma off. Whereas I think in this school of Buddhism, they would say stuff like what he just literally mentioned, like when you become angry with something or you identify, that's a type of birth, you know. So you're reborn in that moment.
Right.
Yeah. So it's very interesting. Yeah. Um, or when you become infatuated with something, could be lust, could be love, passion. Again, you're reborn. The mind takes birth, and with that birth comes aging, and then comes death. So,
Yes,
and then
right.
obviously suffering. Suffering is the kind of end result of that, because upon being born, you know, it ages, and then it sickness, and then death. So a metaphor for that in this situation for the mind state would be like, okay, so you identify with that quote unquote happiness or elation or anger even, and then it's dissatisfactory. So then you suffer because of that, right? And likewise, the good stuff doesn't last long. You start off happy, and then when the happiness sort of fades away, then you become sad in its absence, and then suffering is born again. And it's kind of like that. And yeah, like
You
it's
make
like
me realize.
the mind
So,
is constantly born into different things when it identifies with different mind states. Or yeah, it's interesting.
absolutely, man. You make me realize that that's basically what makes us suffer time, because of all of this arising and decaying of all of these experiences. And you could
Yeah,
be this position of conscious awareness that doesn't move. It's never shifted. It's always been there. You just forgot about it, you know.
I think that's what nirvana really was. What the Buddha was
Mm,
talking about. I mean, I don't want to be sound disrespectful to the Mahayana schools and the Pure Land Buddhism in the Far East. What they preach, they kind of see it as a place you go to where you hang out with all the Buddhists and stuff. And I don't really think that's what he taught. Like in the Orthodox schools of Theravada, um, that's what pretty much he said. Because I think the Buddha said when he first got enlightened, when he left the Bodhi tree, he encountered a sort of man on his path, and the man stopped him and said, "Who are you? Are you a god?" Or he went through a whole list of, you know, in the Hindu cosmology of beings. And he goes, "No, I've realized the deathless." And yeah,
yeah, wow.
so I think that's what nirvana is. It's realizing, because I was talking to D&W earlier, and when you do that vipassana meditation, and you can experience the four jhanas, so they're different states of absorption. I've personally, for me, it was very psychedelic, because the first thing you realize is it's the absolute blissful feeling, but more so than that, there's no ego, there's no more thought. And then slowly, you don't even feel like your body's there. You just feel like you're unadulterated, pure consciousness, without thought, without judgment. And then that experience in and of itself becomes almost, you feel timeless. Do you get what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely, mate.
Because now the mind, like you said, the mind existing in consciousness, the mind is not really throwing things up at consciousness like mind states and whether it likes and dislikes and, you know, past memories. The mind has gone really quiet, and now the pure consciousness that it is almost is timeless. It's like,
Yeah, yeah. I describe it as the mind stops putting edges on everything, and there simply is
yeah,
one
and there's
thing.
no, yeah, like even the words the Buddha used about his enlightenment, he said it's the place of not advancing yet not retreating. It's like it's antithetical to any description, because all descriptions are just words, and then words also just point to things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you used the word earlier. They adulterate what is. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah, and
Uh,
but yeah,
sorry, go
sorry,
ahead.
go on.
I'm just going to read this comment. Are you puking? Sorry, I nearly puked up while I read your name there. What is the exact energy or strata of the electrical-based substance where information is transferred between synapses? It is interesting. I mean, it seems to be some kind of weird electrical flux going on in the brain, you know? So your sensory system sends you information, and then different parts of your brain light up. And it seems that your brain has this ability to light up the bit of the brain that is most pertinent to the information being received, and that has the greatest effect. So there's obviously some kind of central system that is able to figure out which part of your brain to listen to, you know, which part of your brain has the greatest effect or so when the brain receives the data, maybe what's happening is certain data unlocks certain parts of the brain, yeah, and then the whole brain receives the data, but certain parts are unlocked, and they give greater they send out more energy to your to the part of your brain that kind of gives you your awareness, or the fact that they send out greater energy, that creates your conscious experience, because that is the bit that becomes pertinent to the moment. That is the bit that you become aware of. I don't know, I'm just riffing here. I'm not a neuroscientist. I better shut up.
Although what Raz said earlier about being a projector rather than the generator of consciousness, it's a projector and a backdrop. And in my version of that analogy, a projector has a lens, and the lens has to perform the function of focusing. Most of the time, we have a very narrow focus, which is why we're usually in one of our centers rather than all three. And as we say, this whole gravitation of identity kind of contracts the awareness into a smaller thing. And I think the practice of meditation is really the relaxation of focus into a broader awareness. And I would propose that, I don't know if it's true, but I feel like I've experienced in this direction, which is that I propose you can relax focus in so much so that you are simply aware rather than looking at things in the body and places and all the different parts. The mind wants to look at all the parts because it sees the world in parts as if it is a system of different parts, but we know that's not true. So I think awareness is far more like high fidelity than that, you know, if you can allow it to be, if you can relax the vision enough.
Now, I did begin by reading, and Russ asked me to stop. Now, I think
if you want to carry on, I'm going to have to nip to the shop anyway, so I'm going to have to duck off a short while, so please carry on.
Okay, you're going to come back, yeah?
Yeah, I'll join you in a short while.
Okay, I'll keep reading.
Okay, catch you in a bit.
Right. Neuroscientific models of psychedelics and their impact on understanding consciousness. Despite the foregoing issues with addressing the hard problem of consciousness or explaining phenomenal consciousness, some have claimed that neurological theories or models of psychedelic effects might illuminate the subject of phenomenal consciousness. Briefly review 3 popular theories or models of this kind, describing the proposed role of psychedelics and noting claims portending that these theories or models may explain how phenomenal consciousness arises from the brain. While it is unclear how any of these models could provide information relevant to the hard problem, each of them do generate interesting predictions regarding various easy problems of consciousness that are scientifically tractable. Relaxed beliefs under psychedelics was proposed as a unifying model of the effects of psychedelics on brain function that attempts to explain their subjective effects. And the rebus model largely relies on the free energy principle, which claims that living systems, technically any system that possesses a boundary called a Markov blanket, seek to reduce uncertainty and do this largely through predictive processes. Relaxed beliefs under psychedelics, that's rebus, purportedly integrates FEP, that's free energy principle, with the entropic brain hypothesis, which proposes that levels of entropy, that's disorder or randomness, in brain function will correlate with the subjective diversity and vividness of a given subjective state. According to the entropic brain hypothesis, psychedelics increase brain entropy and therefore result in more diversity and vividness in subjective awareness. That's interesting. The rebus theory proposes a specific role of increased entropy and decreased top-down control of the default mode network. The default mode network as central to psychedelic drug effects on the contents of consciousness, such as perceptual alterations. Rebus is slightly more precise than the entropic brain hypothesis, insofar as it specifies the primary locus of entropy that is impacted by psychedelics, which is in the precision weighting of prior beliefs encoded in the spontaneous activity of neuronal hierarchies, primarily in the DMN. Rebus proposes that a relaxation of top-down priors allows bottom-up information to exert more influence in brain function, learning, and perception. That's interesting. So turning things on their head quite literally. In regard to explaining phenomenal consciousness, it has been claimed that through prediction errors of introspective processes, FEP can explain the how and why it feels like something within the system for the system. That is, this model seeks to explain the effects of psychedelics, and at least part of it has been postulated as a way to explain phenomenal consciousness. Support for the entropic brain hypothesis includes increases in some measures of entropy in neuroimaging data during the acute effects of psychedelics. Although we note that these findings must be considered preliminary due to the small sample size of the two studies that form the basis for many of these speculations. Furthermore, entropy has been inferred or calculated in many different ways. These include a decrease in synchronization of high-frequency electrical or magnetic oscillations recorded at the scalp. Shannon's entropy in node-wise or edge-wise variance or low-frequency fluctuations in blood oxygenation, level-dependent signal or entropy of dynamic functional connectivity, has reported similar fMRI connectivity changes after administration of a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Okay. Okay, it just mentions a few drugs, methamphetamine, MDMA, and classic psychedelics, which raise questions regarding the specificity of these findings to classic psychedelics. Rather than providing broad conceptual replications of increased brain entropy during psychedelic states, these very different measures may instead reflect different sources of signal and noise, and therefore potentially implicate distinct systems level neural mechanisms. Thus, it is unclear whether these various measures provide support or even properly test the hypothesis that entropy causally mediates the diversity or vividness of any given subjective state. Some observations appear to count against the rebus model. For example, if psychedelics decrease prediction capacity, then surprise, or more technically, prediction errors should increase. But evidence for this has been mixed. The wide, nearly non-specific reporting of changes in entropy across various measures of brain function parallels a lack of specificity in what constitutes top-down, higher, or bottom-up, lower levels of brain functioning. Counter to any account of decreased top-down control or bottom-up information, LSD has been shown to increase information flow from the hippocampal gyrus, which in this example would be nearly unequivocally higher level, to visual cortex, which in this example would be nearly unequivocally lower level. The specificity of the DMN in neural effects of psychedelics is also in question, as nearly all reports of DMN changes under psychedelics also report equal or greater changes in task positive functional brain networks. Rebus seems to provide a hypothesis. For example, entropic brain and some grounding to concepts expressed in the free energy principle. One proposed implication of the rebus model is that psychedelics might be I can't say this word. Efficacious or something. I can't. In the treatment of disorders of consciousness. That is vegetative and minimally conscious states secondary to acquired brain injury. Scott and Carhart Harris highlight that brain complexity, for example, measured by Lempel-Ziv compressibility, is positively correlated with states of awareness, and they suggest that psychedelic-induced increases in brain complexity may restore or improve awareness in patients with disorders of consciousness. To date, no studies on the effects of psychedelics in this population have been completed. It also appears possible that rebus may help to explain changes to one's sense of self-awareness, but self-awareness and related changes in subjectivity remain well within the bounds of the easy problem of consciousness. Rebus thus generates interesting hypotheses to test, but little to no hope for gaining traction on the hard problem. Okay. The CSTC model, the cortico-striato-thalamocortical model, addresses well-established circuits between the cortex and the thalamus that are necessary for control of sensory information flow to the cortex and, by extension, the regulation of awareness and attention. This model emphasizes the impacts of psychedelics and specifically 5-HT receptor activation on corticothalamic circuits to explain the subjective effects of psychedelics. Specifically, the model proposes that psychedelics impede sensory gating functions of the thalamus, allowing increased sensory and interoceptive information flow from thalamus to the cortical regions. This reduction in sensory gating is proposed to lead to a literal kind of sensory overload of the cortex that results in both perceptual effects and cognitive changes that are observed during the acute effects of psychedelics. Proponents of this model also refer to theories of consciousness that prioritize the same corticothalamic circuit, suggesting that activity in these loops contributes to conscious experience. Activity in these loops contributes to conscious experience. Preller and colleagues have suggested that the thalamus also plays a key role in various neurobiological theories of consciousness, suggesting that neural activity in thalamocortical loops gives rise to conscious experience. Wow. I wish Cougar Duma was here. He'd be able to perhaps tell us about that. Him being a biologist and all. Citing Ward's 2011 theories of consciousness that have forefronted these same corticothalamic circuits when discussing potential neurobiological bases of consciousness. Thus, parts of this model of psychedelic effects have also been proposed as potential explanation of phenomenal consciousness from the hard problem of consciousness. Okay. Who is here? Are you puking, Nibbles? Well, Dirty Lowlife has gone to the shop. I do hope he'll be back soon. Supporting the CSTC model, LSD increases global thalamic connectivity. Okay. Thalamus to cortex connectivity and effective thalamic connectivity to both the cortex and the striatum, while reducing effective cortico to thalamic connectivity. Increased thalamic connectivity has been associated with the perceptual and other subjective effects of LSD. Animal models of the effects of psychedelics are on a pre-attentive sensory gating have provided supporting evidence for the CSTC model. However, findings of the effects of psychedelic drug and administration on thalamic metabolic activity is mixed. Okay, I just want to look up something while we're here. The thalamocortical loops give rise to conscious experience. Interesting. Let's have a look. I'm going to look this up now. Someone's here. Cougar Duma is in the house. Cougar Duma, I actually summoned you, brother. Now I am reading this. I'm trying to. We're doing a little dive into consciousness, and it's talking about the thalamus. Okay, and there's something here that stuck out from this paper that I thought might be worth looking up, and I've just highlighted it. And it says. The Preller and colleagues suggested that the thalamus also plays a key role in various neurobiological theories of consciousness, suggesting that neural activity in thalamocortical loops give rise to conscious experience. Does that make any sense to you? Because I was going to go and look it up.
Yeah.
Loops.
Yeah. And I heard you mention my name. I just happened to drop on the stream, and so I thought maybe I would, yeah, serendipity. So I thought I would try to do something with this. Yeah, I'm a biologist, but I'm not a neurologist, so I don't know a whole lot about this. However, to that exact statement that you just read, we can decode that a little bit. So the thalamus is responsible for organizing sensory input across various parts of the cortex. The cortex is actually really complicated, and so the thalamus acts as like a well, it's both. It's not really a networking analog. It's what would it be? Like maybe a train station or air traffic control. Let's call it air traffic control. The thalamus kind of sits in the center of things. It doesn't generate input, and it doesn't think about things. It's not conscious. It's not the source of consciousness. This is where things get complicated. The hard problem of consciousness is still not answered, really. But what the thalamus does is it sets up like a rhythm or a waveform in the brain. It keeps the brain stimulated, and then it keeps you awake. Let's just start with the basics. It keeps you awake. It keeps your brain in a state of stimulation, so that if your thalamus were to be taken away or to die or destroyed, you would end up in what we call a vegetative state. So wow. Yeah. No brain activity at all.
It's basically it's it contributes to us being awake or asleep, basically.
Yes, yes, and awakeness or sleepness is how we experience brain activity normally. It's like being in a vegetative state or a coma is like being asleep. And being awake is the other extreme. So the thalamus sets up a rhythm by stimulating different parts of the brain and keeping those moving, keeping those neurons firing. And when your thalamus is like super active, you're super awake. When your thalamus is like gone, you're super asleep. But we can call that a coma. And somewhere in the middle is daily life. So
Okay,
in terms of
what I'm getting at that
yeah,
as a
go ahead.
person is conscious experience may depend on the thalamus and these cortical loops, but they're not produced by them.
Yes. Again, we still don't know where consciousness arises. This is the hard problem. But we know that you can't be conscious in the state of like being awake, which is one definition of the word conscious. Unconscious means you drank too much. Unconscious means you have a head injury and you're now a vegetable. Okay, but so you can't be conscious in the simple sense without the thalamus like stimulating your brain, waking up parts of the brain, making parts of the brain active or inactive, and also deciding which sensory inputs are important. So your ability to focus, where we talk about people having no focus and needing drugs to stay focused, right? Some of those drugs to keep you focused are sometimes stimulants. So what you're kind of doing is you're kind of setting up your brain to be really alert, and then paradoxically you can focus.
So basically, you're stimulating this region, the thalamus, to basically stay on alert, to stay awake. No, not to stay awake because it's always awake, but to send a signal one way, as in be awake, rather than
to focus on anything, you need to have parts of your brain activated. Does that make sense? So the light switch has to be turned on, and if your brain is not being properly stimulated, then you can't focus. If that makes any sense, because the act of focusing is actually to be focused on something is a particular type of brain stimulation. It's not a random thing. To be focused, your brain has to be hyper aware, hyperactive in a way. It needs stimulus to be focused. I know that sounds weird, but that's what the thalamus is doing. It's picking what to focus on, and it's doing that actively. And then it sends signals to parts of the brain that say, hey, I need you to focus on sight. No, stop. Now I need you to focus on smell. Hold it. There's a conversation. I need to focus on hearing and processing auditory information. So the thalamus is constantly examining all the inputs and deciding which of those are important, and then routing those to the parts of the brain and shutting other parts down and moving your focus around, which is part of consciousness, being alert, being awake, being aware. And somewhere in there, the hard problem of consciousness arises. Who am I? What am I? What's important to me? What am I? How do I interact with my world? These are all the hard problems of consciousness.
I did try to give a layman's, speculation on it earlier, and that is basically I can see how it might have evolved in that, as in how it works. Sorry. So basically, you have a sensory system, a nervous system that's sending signals to your brain. This probably goes to an a subconscious part of your brain, the bit that you're not aware of, and that basically. I thought of this actually. So basically, when you receive data, your parts of your brain are alert to certain signals. Okay, so when you receive data. The data is like a key for a lock, and the lock is in there's different locks in different parts of your brain. So when the right data comes in, they unlock a part of the brain that is receptive to that information. That lights up more than other parts of your brain, and then there's some central part of your brain that notices that and then that's able to tell you what's happening, direct you as to what's important. But there is it's doing this kind of comparing and contrasting of the information being sent to it, because these data centers are saying this is relevant to us. Take notice of this. But what is interesting, I can see how that might work like that, but why do you think that occurred? Why did that happen? It is weird, isn't it?
Honey, Dad, it's already falling on the floor.
Okay, my wife's trying to talk to me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
glasses.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to vacuum it up.
Just get it.
We're trying to break up a mirror. We're having a hard time here.
Get that
No worries.
cloth, the red cloth. Put it underneath at least, so you catch
Okay, fine.
everything.
I'll do that, but just let me do that, okay? Don't yell at me.
I know, I'll get it.
I'll do it. You can't do this. I'll do it. Anyway, what was the question again?
So basically, I was giving a layman's kind of speculation on.
Yeah, that part I heard. Yeah.
Now, I can see how it works and how that would be beneficial.
And actually, that was pretty good. What you did there. The idea of the lock and the key, and the certain sensory information acts like a key. This is very much how it works. The brain is constantly, and all animals do this, of course, is constantly having to decide what's important. And that's not an easy thing to do, because all of our senses work all the time. And there has to be a decision process that says, okay, I know you were just eating and your taste buds were working and we were processing all that, but now there's been a sound and you're going to have to deal with this sound. And so that whole thing is going on all the time.
Yeah. So to me then, consciousness, right, is this, it's the clatterbang, it's the flux, it's the cacophony of all of that going on. It's the electro flux of it. So basically your whole brain is lighting up. Some parts of your brain are lighting up more than others because of what is happening. And there is some centralized appreciation of that is making sense of it for you. So it's like an electric flux of signals. So I can see it from that sense. But why this happened is another matter, because look, I can see we are all attraction and repulsion from the smallest particles to us as human beings. We're attracted and repulsed by each other, and planets move towards. There's gravity and all that. We seem to live in a universe of attraction and repulsion. But why have you ever thought why this consciousness evolved? Like, why did it need to occur? Like, have you ever speculated on it? Because it is really bizarre. It doesn't seem necessary. But is it just a weird fluke of this attraction and repulsion? Of things like shapes being formed, and it just so happened that this shape was formed and it caused this awareness.
Yeah, it's a good question, and the short answer would be, well, it has. This isn't an answer, by the way. It's just a statement. It doesn't answer your question. It somehow is evolutionary adaptive. Okay, that's okay. Fine. That's like the proximate cause. Somehow it improves survival. But we're looking for something more than that. So what we're looking for is there any grand purpose?
I think you're right. It definitely serves survival, but why must things survive? You see, maybe we're looking too deeply into this. It's not about survival as in a want. It's literally, if you look at it another way, Kukaduma, it's like might make right, things bashing into things for no good reason, from the smallest to the largest, and the things that survive.
Yes, and one of the challenges here that we might want to look at is when in the tree of life. So at what evolutionary phase did creatures become conscious? And of course, currently there's a lot of debate as do animals have consciousness? And the answer is coming down to yes, clearly they do. They have a theory of mind. We can actually test animals and find a theory of mind. they know that they think. They know that. And we don't know what their thoughts are or why they have them, but we know that animals think. And so when did all this start? Who started it? Why? Would be an interesting question to answer. But I think what you're getting after is why does anyone have to be conscious? If a goldfish is conscious, why? What good does it do goldfish? And this is the hard problem. This is the hard problem of consciousness.
It is the hard problem. It is the hard problem. But as I was talking about, as I was mentioning earlier, maybe we're being too highbrow about it. Maybe if you look at what was the initial starting point of matters, and it was particles, a chemical soup, and things being attracted and repulsed by each other, things engulfing and taking over, and maybe if we look at that was like literal might makes right. That was something overpowered something, and then it just kept going. But there wasn't a reason behind it. We as humans we speculate on reasons, but there was no kind of greater reason other than the might kept going. The powerful, more powerful force just kept going, and so this might be what's happening with this consciousness. It kind of came by fluke. The kind of biology aligned, and it caused this spark, and that just allowed that form to proceed to dance onwards. And it gave there's no magic behind it, you know.
Well, but let's be a little bit careful. I don't want to discount something that you're grappling with here, because how to say this?
I'm listening, but I'm going to the other room. But I am listening, so you talk for about as long as you like. I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Okay, yeah. So I'll just kind of maybe just open-ended lecture here a little bit. If anyone wants to jump in and clarify, that's fine. There might be more to this than just, oh, well, you could survive better and reproduce, and that has nothing to do, therefore there's no higher order reason for any of this. There might be higher order reasons. It might be worth thinking of consciousness as a kind of organism that itself has had an evolutionary pathway. That consciousness, when it arose, itself became a thing that can evolve. Now, we don't think about things that way in the biological sciences because we like to think about males and females and mating and eggs and offspring and survival, but there might be another level of this where consciousness itself became something that could survive, could evolve, could have goals of its own, and so on. So part of the problem we have when we talk about these topics is that we may be focusing on organisms and saying, well, a goldfish has consciousness because it helps it to lay eggs better. And then we're kind of stuck like, well, how does that actually work? Whereas consciousness itself might be the thing that is evolving, if that makes any sense. This is something I deal with in my studies, where I say things like words are organisms that have their own will to survive, that words take over people's minds, memes, propaganda, and words can then plot out their own survival, or make sure that they reproduce, or make sure they get spread. And words that have powerful meanings are more likely to spread from people to people and be reproduced than words that don't.
Now, Cougar Doom, I'm sorry to seem to randomly riff off what you're saying, but I was just reading about psychedelics, and in that paper that I was reading, it mentioned entropy, higher entropy. Basically, it said that the psychedelics, the drugs, would causing perhaps a higher state of entropy in the human brain, and that's what was causing these trips. All right. So then you could go on from that and say maybe like consciousness is somehow caused by entropy. It's somehow the it might seem like it's high order, but it could in fact be the breakdown of unity, the breakdown of the monad or the oneness of everything that causes that chaos. It's chaos that's causing the consciousness. I'm sorry if that seems a bit of a weird thing to throw at you. But it may be
actually,
it may be that like literally the death of the universe is what causes the consciousness. It's the chaos.
Now I'm going to say something that overlaps with all of those words and statements and line of thought, but it's going to come from a slightly different direction. I've been doing research on artificial intelligence because I'm writing a book on the takeover of artificial intelligence. And when I do any writing, I base my writing as much on fact and real life as I possibly can because I find that fun and entertaining. Now, AI training, and this is going to seem unrelated, but I'm using the same words you just used in a different sentence. AI training begins with chaos. Then there are algorithms to lay information on top of that until you get the output you want. And that is the form of the thought. So it's a communication. When you query AI, or when you train AI with all the output of the human mind, all the books, all the stories, all the everything, then you start with chaos. And then you get thought after that. My wife wants me for something. What is it?
You can work on your thing while you're talking.
So those are the same things. You're saying basically that entropy is the driving factor behind it. And
yeah, it may be a bizarre situation, Cougar, where that entropy causes it, but then at the same time, once you have it, you do things that seem to reverse entropy. Or
yes. And this is where we can't discount the woo-woo effect of consciousness, where we're not able to really understand it, and that observation might be really important. I think it came as a surprise to people. This is why the current AI breakout is actually really frightening to people who study the field.
It's essentially terrifying because
this may be
what is happening. In my view, is what you're kind of saying is the death of something caused us to think, and in thinking, the dying process of something causes us to think, and in thinking, we try to bring back the life. Like we try to create order.
Yeah. Yes, there does seem to be, even in AI training, and I don't think this can be a coincidence. I think there's something fundamental being pointed to here. That when you're dealing with, let's call it chaos, which is supposed to be the lack of meaning. That's why we fear chaos. Existentially, is that it looks to us like the end of meaning or predictability. That in fact, chaos underlies intelligence, and chaos may underlie consciousness, because that's what the thalamus is working with. The thalamus, which is acting like a switchboard, is directing our attention in a field that would otherwise be chaotic to us. And people who don't have functioning ability to focus are basically dealing with chaos constantly. They can't make sense of the world.
Look, Kukuduma, if there's no inherent meaning to anything, then that's exactly what we're doing. And we're making sense of chaos.
Yes, we're making sense of chaos. And this is a trick, folks. This is a trick. You have to understand what a trick that is. A single cell living in a petri dish can't make sense of anything. Somehow, somewhere along the line, we started making sense out of chaos. That's not a little thing. That's a big fucking thing.
I'm getting real Mainlander vibes here. Mainlander was this German philosopher who theorized that, in actual fact, what we're seeing, what we are specks of God. God killed himself, basically. God couldn't take being. He was bored shitless. Can you imagine being a monad or a oneness? And basically, we are the decaying corpse of a God that suicided. And maybe, even though that was just a kind of, he didn't necessarily believe that. He just presented it as a kind of metaphor. But weirdly, it does relate to what we're saying. You know, we're like something happening, like the entropy is happening, and we're trying to like our consciousness occurred because of that, which is really bizarre. And yet at the same time, we're using our consciousness to try and get back to order. Ross, are you there?
Yes, guys, back for a bit. Cougar Duma, how's it going?
He's tidying up for his missus.
Yeah, I'm tidying up. I was just running the vacuum cleaner, so I had to turn off my my microphone.
Oh no, Rich,
I'm always, I'm always doing something. By the way, guys, I'm always working with my hands when I'm on these streams, and I think D&W will tell you sometimes I kind of fuck up.
Yeah, D&W. What did I miss?
What did you miss? I'll let Kukuduma try and explain.
Yeah, sure. We were just talking about, and I was, even while D&W was going on, I was thinking the role of chaos in consciousness, and I think there's something to that. Chaos, or at least randomness, is the basis of training of artificial intelligence. That's how they start. And then they use a process of gradient diffusion to create a conformal map of information spaces. Now, I know I'm rambling here, but these are the words that are used, okay, on top of randomness. So then D&W and I were just talking about how, okay, so maybe fundamentally randomness and chaos are the base of all these things. And I think there's probably some truth to that. One of my characters in my book is a chaos magician, which is an actual practice. Chaos magic is a practice, and chaos magic, the practice of, works from chaos as a ground state. A ground state, meaning that's where you begin your analysis. And so I've been having to learn chaos magic in the writing of this book, and I knew something about it already, which is how I knew it existed. But I think that consciousness and the practice of chaos magic are also somehow linked, because chaos magic is a way to manifest reality, or at least your perception of it, through working with intent as a layer of switching above chaos itself. So you're using chaos as a ground state. And this is how artificial intelligence is trained, using chaos as a ground state. And this is where consciousness begins, using chaos as a ground state. So there's a peculiar and maybe a little exciting, but also slightly terrifying linkage between these practices, AI training, chaos magic, and consciousness, where I wonder if chaos, the underpinning of chaos, the ground layer in which everything, is, of course, is based, is what gave us consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the reality that we can interact with, at least on this level, is at base fucking chaotic. I mean, even when you look outside of our planet, just the mere idea of a fucking rock crashing into the earth at high velocity could just end everything that we know. So yeah, what could be more chaotic than that, right?
And think about how an organism is going to have to deal with chaotic things like that. If you're a prey animal, then the opportunity for a predator to find you and attack you it seems to you to be chaotic. It's just going to be a random thing. And so you have to constantly process that kind of randomness that's your ground state. When I say ground state, I mean that's fundamental to your existence. Even a goldfish in water is having to deal with the chaos of fluid dynamics. So, your interaction with the world begins with the fact that you don't know what's going on, and so from that, with enough learning, again, this is how AI works. So there's an overlap here that's really interesting. Given that we start with chaos, then consciousness is simply how we've made sense of the randomness in the world. And that's how AI is trained, exactly the same way. Except it's using gradient diffusion and conformal spaces and a bunch of other stuff, mathematics and geometry. But who knows? Maybe we're doing the same thing with our brains. Could be.
Guys, can you hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kugaduma, are you a nihilist in any way?
Am I what?
Are you a nihilist by any chance?
You might need to define that for me.
What type of nihilist? I mean, there's different types. Some people, you could be a cosmic nihilist and say there's no real meaning to anything. From that sense,
in that sense, yeah.
I wouldn't say he's a moral nihilist. He thinks there's right and wrong, don't you, Kuga?
Isn't that paradoxical, though? Because if you believe in cosmic nihilism, how could you believe in moral nihilism?
Well, you basically, in my view, we're trapped within a system that doesn't have any meaning. I take the view that we create our own, right? But I also take the view that whilst there may not be any significant meaning outside of us as a species and as a world, it doesn't mean, as in it's not about us. It may not be fundamentally about us. There may not be some grand narrative, some grand arc where we are the heroes of the story or it's centered on us. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to take it seriously, because in my view, existence is such that it makes us as individuals and as a species take it seriously.
Yeah, so you're like me, you're an absurdist then. That's absurdism. Where life has no objective meaning, but you choose to make one for yourself, right?
Well, I go a bit further than absurdism in that I think suffering is actually one of the eradication of suffering is actually the meaning. I think that existence imposes on us that necessity, we need to think about that as a problem, So I wouldn't go so far as to say it's absurd. You create your own meaning. You can create meaning, but I think there is also an underlying thing that connects us all, and that is the problem of suffering.
Okay. Yeah, Kukuduma, what do you define yourself as then?
I don't think I'm a nihilist. What I am is I'm a materialist, and I think that when you decide you're a materialist, that the material operation of the world is what matters. I think these other questions that I know people agonize over just sort of fade into the background. Everything is as it is, and what is everything. We can try to decide how the world operates, like a machine.
Can I ask you, sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
Can I ask you, what's your, as a materialist, what's your definition of consciousness, or how do you describe consciousness?
Well, we were just grappling with that, and I think I may have come up with my own definition of that in the process, just as we were talking. So it would be, consciousness is a universal way of making sense of chaos, navigating chaos.
No, but as in, like the phenomenon that consciousness is, like, what do you pin it down to? Just So I'm kind of guessing you take that it's an epiphenomenon, right? Because you're a materialist.
Consciousness emerges from operations of a complex brain, where the brain is routing, well, and consciously choosing. So I just used the word consciously deciding what information from the ground state of chaos, just the white noise of the world, the universe, what part of the white noise of the universe must be attended to at any given instant. That's where your sense of being comes from. Your sense of being is a sense of focus. You're focused on something, and from your focus, you get what you call consciousness. Consciousness can literally be, I'm awake. I'm awake, and therefore focused. Now, that's a materialist. Yeah, that's a materialist. That's an answer to the hard problem of consciousness. But that's what I am. So, of course, I would give you that answer.
Yeah, no, I just find it fascinating, you know. I like all. So I think you see consciousness as the epiphenomenon, which is it's the end result of the working machinations of like the brain, the body, the synapse, and everything like that.
Yeah, fundamentally, I think Kugaduma is like me. He thinks that consciousness is a phenomenon of life, and the consciousness in your head is there because of your life. It's not something coming to it from outside. It exists because you exist within, and it exists because of you in your head. But it doesn't come from outside. He's not panpsychic. I'm speaking for you here, Kugaduma, but I think we're on the same page there. Like,
Yeah, so far.
You don't think consciousness comes from elsewhere? It comes literally because his wetware, his biology, causes it to be.
Yeah, I'm not a panpsychist where I would think that rocks are conscious.
Yeah.
Rocks may have qualia of their own that we don't comprehend. So I'm not going to say that rocks are, not useful in this discussion, but I don't think they have consciousness because I don't think they have neurons. They don't have a functioning brain. I think you have to have neurons that can do processing of chaos. The neurons trying to make sense of the world, and that creates consciousness. And what you're probably conscious of, you're conscious of the work you're doing. You're conscious of you. I think, therefore I am. You're conscious of you thinking. You're conscious of you dealing with the chaos, trying to make sense of it. You're conscious of that, and we call that consciousness, which I don't think a rock can have. Maybe a goldfish can have it, but I don't think water can have it.
Right, I agree with
you.
I
see what you mean.
Guys, I want to bring in the others here. We have Fatima. Go ahead, Fatima. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. And after Fatima, we have Pristine. So Pristine talk after Fatima, and then we have Dirty Lowlife. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? I can see you guys are talking about a wide range of topics. You're talking about the hard problem of consciousness, correct?
Yeah.
I believe, yeah.
How's it going, man? How's it going?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Yeah, I actually find this topic very interesting because I think that the problem is kind of overblown because like a lot of people assume that there's a quality, like that there's like a unified subject. I don't think that there is a unified subject, so I don't think this is much of a problem, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think, because I think that the self is just like a collection of like perceptions, ideas, impressions. Kind of like with, that's what I think. I don't think it's like, that's what I think. I think that we're just like made up of like a bundle of like, experiences, perceptions, ideas, impressions, and stuff like that. So I don't think that there's like a qualia there, and the way that Immanuel Kant did. Immanuel Kant is considered like one of the more proper formalization of like the qualia topic. But he was disagreeing with David Hume, who I think is more correct in this. He said that there is no self. Well, Immanuel Kant wanted to rescue the idea of like a self in metaphysics and like a unifying subject to like perceive like the phenomenon. when I think that was kind of a mistake, you know. And I would agree with David Hume and Ludwig of Wittgenstein that like it's kind of like an assumption to assume that there's like a unifying self underneath everything that we are, and I think that's all I have to say about that. Yeah.
To me, self is just another word for the experiencer,
But like we experience a lot of things, and like we have different perceptions.
I know. I'm not saying our experiences don't fluctuate, but you are the experiencer of fluctuating experiences. You are the experiencer of your awareness of fluctuating experiences.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that you have any control of it. Right? I'm not saying you have agency or anything like that. And I'm also not saying you're separate from everything else. That the truth is everything else is impacting that, or has impacted it to be.
Of course.
It's all part of a big system. But you are, in my view, a node of that system. You are experiencing it. You are experiencing. Doesn't mean you've got any real control. As in, you didn't set what parameters you were born with. Kugajima will say you are an emerging phenomenon. Wouldn't you say that, Kugajima, that he is, that she is an emerging consciousness in that he has certain parameters. She has certain parameters she can move within and choose from, and that is it's not necessarily set in stone what will be. There is this element of freedom, whereas they you can choose what you do next.
I do believe there's some level of agency, but it's not a lot, because I neither believe in hard determinism or absolute free will. I'm somewhere in
Do you believe in some kind of emergent situation where what has made you was determined? There was a deterministic situation in that you didn't choose to be who you are, but you were born with a certain range, a spectrum of possibilities to choose from, and a certain intellectual capacity. Okay, certain emotional capacity, and obviously that also is impacted throughout life. That's not your fault, but there's so many things against you in that regard. But still, there is an element on that spectrum where you can go left or right. You can choose this or that, and that is the emergent side of this. That is the freedom. That is the freedom, even if it may be very, very narrow in scope. It is there. Yeah. Is that what you believe?
Something close to that, yeah. Like emergentism, things are emergent out of a combination of different materials, and I don't want to say substances, because that implies that there's something more underneath. I guess ontology, which I don't really follow, but I would say that's closer to my views. I guess a type of emergent property. Yeah, I would say that's closest to it. Yeah, but I think there's other ways. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm done.
I want to bring Pristine in, and then Dirty. So Pristine, we have been talking about consciousness. Where do you think it comes from? Why is it there? These types of questions. Would you like to say anything?
I don't know where it comes from. I think that it might have been created by another consciousness outside of our own. That's a possibility.
That consciousness, because it goes on and on. Would there not have to be some prime mover?
No, it doesn't have to be created, in my opinion. It doesn't. There can be a consciousness that has always been, and there is no beginning or end, like an infinite loop where it's always existed. And the concept of beginning and end is a human, kind of creation. It doesn't mean that that's how this other consciousness operates, just because we seem to have a beginning, and we may not even have that same situation, because we don't remember before we were born. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't a situation before we were born. We may have been somewhere else and we got our memories wiped. They may have done a Men in Black on us, and we can't remember where we were. And that's why a lot of people who do psychedelics and have these experiences where they say that they remember being there before, like, oh, we've been here before, I remember now, I remember where I was before I was born, and all this sort of stuff. So people will say this after they do psychedelics. In that circumstance, there is no beginning or end for us. It seems that way because we can only remember being born, and then when we die, we assume that there's nothing else after we die. But we don't know that for a fact. We don't know that with absolute certainty. So it is entirely possible that not only the consciousness that created us is infinite and has no beginning or end, but we also have no beginning or end either. Which might even raise questions of, were we kind of even created, or like, I don't even know. It's, or were we kind of, or maybe we were there and then we just, obviously lost our memories, and they kind of put us into a created space. So they created a fake world and then shoved us in there. But we just don't remember. And so we were always there outside of it, but we're just, anyway, I don't know. It's hard to explain. And I'm kind of like a bit sick at the moment, so I'm not really thinking.
Okay. Thank you, darling, for sharing your thoughts. I appreciate it. We all appreciate it. Dirty Flow Life, as you're calling yourself now. What would you like to add? I don't know if you were listening to Anthony.
Yeah, I was resonating very much with Christine's son there. I think the mind and, I was going to say the scientific view. Science is scissor and scythe, which is to cut. So to dissect things, to understand things in relation to one another. But all of those edges are illusory. There's no real edge between the bee and the flower, because without one another, they don't exist. So all of the edges in space and time are an illusion of the namer, the one who wants to label everything. So yeah, and it brings me back to the word eternal and eternal. The timeless one, the endless witnessing of what is, rather than things coming and going and being in time and arising in a linear fashion of entropy.
I mean, is it not the case though that, you could say everything's an illusion, but certainly there seems to be, if you use the scientific method, there seems to be patterns to.
Sure, but yeah, I'm not saying everything's an illusion. There is certainly pattern, there is predictability, there is regularity. Science is a useful tool. The mind is a useful tool, but it's a map. And if you believe that the terrain is the map, then you'll bump into things.
What pattern are you like? How does patterns in reality point to, I'm not really sure what your point is. I mean, there's definitely patterns in reality. That's why I believe that it's a designed reality that's controlled, and it's like there's pretty obvious trolling, in my opinion. That's more of like, I would say it's like supernatural trolling. That I feel like there is an intelligence that makes decisions and designs certain things, and they have a sense of humor. I definitely can see the sense of humor in a lot of things that are in reality. So I just don't think that any of the patterns that I see in the synchronicities and stuff, and like the commonalities in people's experiences, in supernatural experiences and stuff like that, the patterns that we see there kind of point to reality not being as solid or real as we thought it was. So I don't really know what you mean by that, I guess.
Okay. We got Ross back. Ross, brother, you're back, brother. Feel free to speak. And then Cougar Doomer after that.
Yeah, so what's the subtopic we're on right now? Is it still
we're just shooting the breeze, still about consciousness. No problem if you want to just sit back and listen for a bit and then come back, but I don't know if Cougar Doomer wants to say something. He's muted. I know Cougar Doomer's doing a few jobs around.
I am busy, but I can hop on now and again, and I am listening, by the way. I wanted to say something I think addresses a couple of most recent comments which is that since I'm a materialist, I have to kind of believe, or at least assert, as a starting point, I have to assert that consciousness arises from materials, because the materials is the basis of everything. And the key component that I'm identifying about materials is that materials also have their own ground plane. Materials have their own basis, and their basis is chaos. I think that the chaos of materials is what our neurons have to make sense of. And in the process of making sense of the chaos of the material world, earth, wind, fire, water, and all that, consciousness arose. And it arose not simply as a thing like, well, now I'm conscious. It arose as an emergent property of doing the work of making sense of the world in order to survive the earth, wind, the fire, and the water. When we did the work, we became conscious. Some branch on the tree of life became conscious.
Yeah. I'm having a wave of inspiration, Cougar Dimmer, based on what you're saying about in.
Nice.
Now, guys, we got to think about this, and sometimes I think we got to imagine infinity, time. They say time is an illusion, but then another way of looking at it is we have all the time. In terms of existence, time isn't a problem. And if there is such a thing as infinity, then that belies the fact that there may be, or that is laying the foundation for a huge amount of possibility, is it not? And as Cougar Jim was talking about earlier, about randomness, if from a subparticle perspective, everything is just a big clatterbang, a cacophony of randomness, things just moving towards and away and moving here, there, and everywhere, decaying and being collapsing and expanding and whatever. If there are fundamental laws to all this, like from in the sense of physics and such, then there will be some kind of governing forces. So there will be like attraction and repulsion, as I said earlier. So these particles over a huge expanse of time, remember, it's infinity. They can move towards each other, be repelled from each other due to whatever forces belie all this, or underneath all this. So you get subparticles coming together or moving apart, and they form different shapes. And then those different shapes, remember, there's so much time. This could be going on for trillions of years. These particles randomly suddenly meet each other and form a new shape, or they move away from each other and they bounce off and bounce into another thing and form another shape. And it's just a big sea of things bumping into each other. And eventually, through the fact that it is random, and also there's this infinite plane of time and possibility, suddenly you get to the point where these shapes are looking more meaningful to us, and they're still governed by these forces that mean they're repulsed or attracted towards each other. And again, it just keeps going up and up the chain until they become the substrate for life itself. And then, as life, they start doing that game again. They start moving towards and away from each other, while also needing energy to survive. Right. So that's also built into their metabolism. They need other stuff to survive, but that's like a chemical process. There is also an attraction. They're attracted towards things. Okay, so they grab the energy, pull it into themselves, and inside, that thing is going on inside as well. So that stuff is moving around inside and becoming other shapes and things that are going around their body and becoming the building blocks of their body. And this process just keeps going on and on and on through this infinite plane of time, until randomly these shapes become aware because their wetware that has been built by these processes of randomness, and as I said, it's like might makes right in a way because it's things banging into each other, and whatever survives through the kind of random canvas of all of this. Like there's whatever survives. Life, some life forms survive. Okay.
Yeah,
And
but
then,
DW, how do you?
part of the lives eventually surviving, part of what favors them to survive is being aware. And they only became aware because they randomly fucking had the right wetware in the right places that caused this electric flux that somehow stimulated different parts of the brain that fucking gave them a picture of reality. Or, by the way, it's not even a true picture. It's a fucking illusion in and of itself. It's a fucking, what's the word?
Impression.
It's not even, it's a hallucination. So
yeah, but how do you reconcile that with your earlier view of wanting to minimize or end all suffering? If you say might is right and it's just a matter of
no. I'm talking about the initial foundations of it there. And sorry if that didn't make. I'd have to fucking write that down because I was just riffing there in real time and it was a bit abstract, I know. But how do I what? Sorry.
How do you reconcile that with your earlier view? Because you were saying you're more than an absurdist in the sense that.
Oh yeah. No, I see what you're saying. No. I mean, look, it doesn't change my view that we're in a tight spot, right? Regardless of what caused us to be, we can't go back in time and wipe out. We don't even know how. We don't even we can't pinpoint exactly when all this shit happened, as in what random fucking shapes caused all this to happen initially. But the point is, we are here, and it's still going on. Whatever the forces are behind all this, like the laws of physics or whatever,
natural law,
natural. It causes this to occur. We occurred, and given the infinite, plane of time and space. I don't know about space, but infinite plane of time. It could occur again and again and again. And the mere fact that we exist, in my view, puts us in a hard place because once you exist, you realize, oh shit, that was random, but it means that there's all these problems now, and we somehow have to contend with that. It's on our shoulders to do that, whether we like it or not. We didn't ask for it.
No one did.
It was randomly imposed upon us. We didn't ask for it, but it doesn't change anything from my perspective, Russ. I still have the same perspective that despite the random foundations, whether it was a divine foundation or a random foundation, the job is the same, to try and contend with the problems of this phenomenon that is life.
We didn't start it, but we'll finish it.
Well, I don't know whether we will finish it either, brother.
No, our lives are very
we may pass the baton. Look, if you go through my analogy here of it becoming like shapes becoming more complex and more aware, we may be a shape that becomes something that builds something greater than us,
hopefully.
And we may pass the baton. We may pass the baton on to something more complex and more able than us, which probably is AI, cyborgial robotics.
Yeah, the
Technological. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, I like that riff. At one point, I had a thought that you were kind of, whether you intended to or not, you were describing abiogenesis, which is the study of how life originated from.
That's exactly what I was.
Let me just define the term for the rest of the listeners. Abiogenesis is the study of how life arose from non-life. Now, not everyone thinks that was even a necessary step, that maybe life always was. A bit teleological, but there are people who just stop the argument with that. But if you don't stop the argument with teleology, then you have to account for how life arose from non-life, and we call that abiogenesis.
And I personally think infinity has a hell of a lot to do with that. The fact that time isn't a problem when there is such a thing as infinity. Do you get me, Cougar Doom? Because infinity to me implies possibility beyond any curtailment. You know.
I agree completely, but I want to make a distinction that you may find useful. We don't have to have infinities of time. Because of quantum theory, we have infinities of possibilities. And those operate in the material world of, how many atoms are there? How many atoms interact? How many times does each atom interact with another atom? There are infinities heaped on infinities just in the material of the world itself. You don't need time. You can have enough infinities of materials and waveforms and collapsing waveforms and observers or non-observers. You can have so many infinities of dimensions that in a finite time, all these things are possible.
Exactly. That is true. But in a finite time, in its own little bubble, Cougar, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
The infinity still exists outside of that and cause that to be.
That can be fine. I'm simply saying it's not necessary. You can still adapt that as a philosophy, but in the material world, there's enough infinities, or what we call degrees of freedom in statistics. There's enough infinities floating around to accomplish pretty much anything you want to accomplish.
Yeah.
No joke.
So this is why, that explains, but that still doesn't explain. That still, in my view, that can explain the abiogenesis and, as in explain the kind of foundational environment for it and why we're here, why consciousness came to be. But it doesn't really, it doesn't get to grips with, or in my view, in any way, touch how the fucking initial powers came to be. The laws, the forces of nature, and all these fundamental forces. I mean, Dirty Flow Life might call them the three things: time, space, and what? Material, mass. The eternal. How the hell these things came to be? That's excuse the pun, but that's another matter entirely.
Yeah, and it might be a matter that's best debated over a couple of pints.
Yeah. Now that's the real mind fuck in my view. That's the real mind fuck.
Yeah. Go there. Please feel free. You have my permission in case you needed it to go there.
Because Cougar Duma, you're quite content, aren't you, at the moment with how we view. If we look at the foundations, we can say how abiogenesis could have occurred within infinity. Yeah. And also, you're quite content with evolution, because it's just a part of that process of evolution, and things randomly bumping into each other and the attraction and repulsion. You've been quite content with that so far as an explanation of where we are. But guys, where we need to get to grips with is how the fuck the foundations for all this came into being. The fact that mass exists at all, the fact that there is this energy, the fact that there is an infinity, the fact that there is the time or infinity, we'll call it the same, one or the other.
It's even worse than that. You're focusing on time. Yeah. You're focusing on time and infinity, and it's actually, you're way understating the problem. There's a argument in physics that has gone on now for a good solid 100 years, which is the fine-tuning of the universe. There's about 21, I'm not a physicist, maybe there's 27, hard-coded parameters that describe the universe, hard-coded. The speed of light, the gravitational constant, a bunch of other things. That and Einstein debated these, and he went to his grave not having proper explanation for why there are these hard-coded, like pi. Pi is hard-coded in the circle. What the fuck is that about? Why are there these hard-coded numbers? Yes. Many of them strange numbers, non-repeating, irrational, square roots of negative numbers. There are these things that keep popping up that are built into the universe. It's not just infinity. If you only had to explain infinity, you'd be doing really well. You've got about 24 things you have to come up with.
You're right. You're right. The numbers situation, the mathematics of it, and as you say, the fact that there are, the fact that 1+1 = 2, the fact that there are certainties. Well, whether we like to admit it or not,
Oh yeah,
there
there's certainties.
seems to
Yeah.
be logic.
But DNW, I think that there's a divide between stuff like mathematics and geometry and like stuff like human experience and like
Of course.
experiential and experimental stuff. Yeah, I think there's a fine line. Like you cannot deny 1+1 = 2. You can't say that there are no three sides to a triangle. But when it comes to human experience, human emotion, and like human passion and like stuff like that, imagination and like experiential and experimental, those are up for like debate because they're very fluid. But in our reality, we have to mix those two together sometimes. So definitely does sense to me. It sets a precedent that like certainty isn't so certain after all, if you know what I mean.
I can give you a crossover there, Fatima, if I may. What about in your experience? Have you ever seen a shape that has no color or a color that has no shape?
No, but like I think I would know which one would be, because a color can be by itself or a shape can be a shape.
How?
Even how? Oh, because I can draw it, and like I think that there's some coherence towards.
So if you drew a shape, would it not be in a color?
No, it can be just on a piece of paper. It'd be black. It'd be a black line, but it'll be like black or.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm including black and white. What I'm saying is, I don't think you can exclude shape from color. They go hand in hand. They're actually one thing together, appearing as two different things.
Oh yeah, true. Of course.
Well, in a sense, you're right, because
that's what the relation comes in.
Shape is how we interpret something.
Yeah, exactly.
Shape. And color is the same, because we don't even as humans all see the same colors, and animals see different colors.
No. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Our interpretation of a spectrum, isn't it, of light?
Yeah.
So I'm asking, is that not the same certainty in the human experience?
It is, yeah, but like there's something called like the problem of induction, right? Saying that you can't be certain that the future will resemble the past, right? That's something pretty major in the idea of philosophy. Yeah, you can't be so sure that the sun will rise tomorrow, and you only.
That's like phenomenology, isn't it? It's like you have to just accept some things as
exactly, yeah, and as for me, like things happen because we observe them, but like I don't think we can rationally explain like the foundations of like why they happen. We observe them.
Well, objective ethics says energy is a brute fact. You won't get beyond that point, and he doesn't think we need to. Energy mass conservation is the basis, and everything else is an emergent phenomenon from that. Yeah. Well, I mean, we won't get beyond that, is what he believes. But do you guys still think it's worth thinking about, like, how the fuck all that foundational substrate came to be?
I would say that there could be. Of course, there's always going to be speculation about that. That's why we have the field of metaphysics. I'm okay with that, but like the way I see it, like I want there to be like a type of like explanation that's like I guess you can say like verifiable in some way, like yeah, like I can accept things being unknown as well. I'm like we can't really know like the true underlings of like of ontology and reality, because I don't think that there's one substance dictating all of reality. I think there are more than one and two substances. I'm neither a monist or a dualist. I am a pluralist. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there is something.
So Cougar Doom will go first, and then Kenny.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I'm probably going to have to jump off the stream here in a minute anyway. Yeah. So some of your arguments sound like the sort of arguments that would have taken place in, say, by a bunch of alchemists in medieval times. We now know a lot more about the universe than just angels and demons and conformal geometries. There's an entire field of study. Where does math come from? Do numbers underlie, like I just said, the parameters of the universe, but also just numbers in general, like the number 2? Do these underpin the operations of the universe? And we've done a lot of work in these areas, and there's a lot more places you can go than just if there's one or two.
Yes, thank you for that. We have done a lot of work. I agree. Now we have Kenny here. Kenny, you're on the Fine Gnosis Show. What would you like to say?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I want to share a video on YouTube. It's this guy. He claims to use the mathematical equation of the golden ratio to prove that there is intelligent design.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
This will be interesting. Go ahead,
I
Kenny,
personally
share it.
don't believe in intelligent design myself, but this video is really interesting. I found it very fascinating, actually.
Well, let's see what he has
Can
to
I
hear.
share it?
Yeah, of
Yes,
course.
of course. Yes.
I'm curious because like intelligent
right.
design is a pretty like tricky subject, you know, to like
Yeah.
talk about. Yeah, very tricky. I personally don't know how to feel about it because I think there's a lot of things in reality that kind of like go against the idea of an intelligent
To demonstrate for you that our Earth and Moon are...
So on the screen.
Yeah, it's on the stream now. You can restart it.
Okay.
Allow me to demonstrate for you that our Earth and Moon are not random, arbitrary objects floating through a meaningless universe of disorder and chaos, but are in fact organized matter that have been constructed based off of the same geometry and principles that life is. This is the golden ratio rectangle. It is a mathematical constant that was born at the moment of creation, and we find it throughout the universe in life and in non-living matter. I will now construct this rectangle so that you can see its formation. This is the golden ratio rectangle, and its proportions are as so. This short length to this longer length is the same as the longer length to the whole, and this is fractal. It goes to the infinitely small to the infinitely large. If we take the longer length and transpose it to the side, we divide this length. These two lines are now what is important. This represents the diameter of the moon, and this now represents the diameter of the Earth. And the math is very simple. First, we create a triangle. If this equals the diameter of the Earth, which is 12,742 kilometers, because this is the golden ratio rectangle, that makes this length 20,616.556 kilometers, which is also this length. Using the Pythagorean theorem, we can now calculate what this length is. The Pythagorean theorem is a squared plus b squared equals c squared. We plug the numbers into the equation, we square the numbers, we subtract from both sides, getting this number, and after taking the square root of both sides, we get this number. So this length is 16,207.58. Notice how the square divides this length. So we subtract the diameter of the Earth from this total, giving us this number. This equals this length. The diameter of the moon is 3,474.8 kilometers. So here we have two circles whose ratio size to one another is the same as the Earth to the moon. If you are an individual who believes that the Earth and moon are random arbitrary objects, this geometry and this mathematical fact proves otherwise. The second astonishing fact about this mathematics is that this slope angle is the same as the Great Pyramid of Giza. So to the skeptics out there, what came first? The pyramid or its geometry? The moon and Earth and the life that inhabits this Earth are not accidents. All of these objects are based off of these basic principles of geometry that were born at the moment of creation, because geometry and mathematics is the language of our Creator. Please allow.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kenny. I mean, it's interesting, but then it is interesting, but then, I mean, is that what they call the Fibonacci sequence or something as well?
Yes, it is Fibonacci golden ratio. Yeah,
I've seen this.
Essentially,
I mean, it's everywhere, but then it could be just that the laws of nature cause that to occur. Doesn't mean
happen. Yeah.
I mean, what about gravity? Gravity's everywhere as well, apparently. You know what I mean? And why don't they say that's a sign of intelligent design? Just because something occurs everywhere, does that mean it's it's a sign of intelligent design? I'm not sure.
Really? Yeah, of course. Yeah. And like, I think that it's kind of a mistake to use. To me, mathematics is like, a human human minds trying to like construct the universe around them, when like there could be like another universe without any intelligent life that doesn't have any mathematics explaining it. Like, you know, like the fact that I can imagine that there is like a universe without life in it, it's pretty easy to do because we can imagine that there is life, right, in our universe. So like I think that if you can imagine life without like, if you can imagine a universe without life, I think that kind of like, you know, kind of like doesn't make that argument strong that like, oh, the mathematics. Yeah,
I had a weird. Not everything is the Fibonacci
of course,
sequence.
yeah,
Some things are off kilter. Some things are
all
off.
Celtic, literally.
Now, everyone, to me, I made an upload a few years back when I was into the Gnosticism more, and it was like everyone goes on about the Fibonacci sequence being beautiful, and it is showing that there is a designer, and but then I thought, well, what if the opposite? What as in like this? It shows there is a designer because it's so beautiful, and you know this designer is benevolent because it put this beauty into reality. But then I remember speculating, well, what if yeah, there was a designer, yeah, but the sequence is not to make us rather its purpose isn't to make us like being here because this place is good, but rather its purpose is for us to see beauty in this existence so that we remain here, so that we think it's good, even though ultimately it's a hellscape reality.
Yeah, could be
And
a
in actual fact, the things that we sometimes you might get a messenger from the true God that is a bit strange, maybe not off the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah, it has to be.
That is actually from the true God trying to break you from your hypnotized state of being beholden to this, you know, this mesmerization caused by the illusion that beauty is your friend.
Beauty,
When in actual
yeah,
fact, it's just to seduce you to worship material reality.
yeah, of course, because mathematics.
No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, because like mathematics to me is just us trying to understand reality, not reality, but trying to understand like how to measure things, how to measure units of things, right? So I think it's kind of like a categorical error to say, oh look, there is human applied structure to the universe, even though the existence of black holes and stars dying, you know, that's a very, 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 you know, chaotic phenomenon. There's chaos theory, and then there's dark matter. But like, yeah, so I think that us, we're just trying to apply, you know, like our own understanding to a very, very probabilistic world and universe that I don't think is fully determined. I think it's random too, you know, like I think there's a causality. Like I'm not a complete determinist. I am a compatibilist. I think that there is certain things set in stone that can't change, but there are certain things are not, you know, not so predetermined already, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So I think it's just us trying to apply another type of human language, which is mathematics, to like the shakiness of like reality, which is real because of black holes and chaos theory and, you know, dark
Well,
matter.
I mean, you don't actually know that black holes exist. You were told that they exist. It doesn't mean they do exist. I mean, they tell you a lot of things. But as for like microgravity, so who got taught in school and like for a long time after that there was absolutely no gravity in space? Or did you guys actually get taught about microgravity? I'm
I was taught
curious.
that. I was taught microgravity inside high school. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're young. I'm talking mainly like the old
Yeah,
people.
no,
Like
I
I know
wasn't.
you. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't
No,
either.
we
Yeah,
weren't
I
taught
wasn't.
about that.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we weren't told that. Yeah. Anyways, I just thought it was interesting. But
But
yeah, basically, I just I don't really. Space is something that is told to us, and we can't actually see it. So unless you know we can actually go up there ourselves, I don't think that we should trust what people say about it. That's just my opinion. Like, why would you trust like NASA? I mean, they're just, it's basically
Have
a
you been
movie
to
set.
India?
No.
Do you think India exists?
Well, we can see Indian people, so
We can see the
they gotta come from
the
somewhere.
moon. We can see Mars. We can see stars in
Yeah,
the sky.
the moon could be local. The moon could be right there, like within our realm. It doesn't mean that it's
In
in
fact, you
space.
personally have probably more evidence that the moon exists than India exists, because you can't see India from where you are. But every day you can go out and see. Every night, sorry, you can go out and see the moon.
2 words.
You can see
Operation
Indians though. I mean, you could obviously say that Indians glitch in and like they're like just part of the simulation, right? So they're not really. The India doesn't actually exist. I mean, how would you know that any other country exists but your own? It's you only experience what you experience. Where you're at. You can't even be sure that anything exists when you observe stuff. That's
Have
you
you ever
only really
eaten
know.
a curry in your local
What if
town?
what if your family is like immigrants like mine, and like I call like my family in Peru from here? Is Peru like real only for like that kind of a phone call?
It depends on what type of worldview you're going for.
Okay.
Like it really depends what type of worldview you're going for. But like no one's calling anyone in space. So space is like a whole different thing. No one's observing anything from space or anything like that. It's just NASA telling you bullshit. That's all it is. That's there's nothing else to it.
Okay,
But like as for like but when it comes to observing stuff, like scientists will obviously tell you this as well, that like if you're not observing, what goes on in the woods, for example, is it really happening? Like if a tree falls down and no one can hear it, did it really fall down? I mean, this is just a common sense classic quote here. Like everyone knows it. So under that worldview, you can't be sure that anything outside of what you're experiencing right now actually exists until you observe it, which could be like created. I think it's like a rendering or something similar to like a video game. Everything is laid out, but you don't actually, it's not really there until you walk into that space. Maybe I'm not sure. I'm not a genius. I don't know how it kind of works, but yeah, I just think that like everything's within your own consciousness, and everything comes out of your consciousness. It's not it's not emerging from a brain. I think that your brain is a part of consciousness itself. I don't think it's like
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Guys, I just want to welcome Objective Ethics, brother. Good to have you here. How are you doing, and what would you like to say?
I appreciate you calling on me. I have to jump in the shower real quick, but it's so good to see everybody here. Dirty Low Life, Fatima, Christine, Kenny, DNW, always a pleasure. I just wanted to mention really quickly, I really enjoyed the video that Kenny showed, because mathematics is so fascinating, and the golden ratio is certainly a mind bender. But in my personal worldview, I'm a bit of I guess you'd call it a transcendental naturalist. So I'm not a materialist, but because I do believe there are some transcendental phenomenon that kind of supersede the physical world, so to speak, or underpin the physical world. And I believe that mathematics and the laws of logic are metaphysically, or the ontology that we would go to, the metaphysics of the universe that we see. So I don't think an intelligent designer is necessary. I just think that instead of saying that our mathematics, like Fatima was saying, that our mathematics is just a way we describe the world that we see, I think they actually govern the world that we see. So I take it as, I just flip that on its head. I actually think mathematics are the foundation of everything. That's not to say that I'm a Platonist per se. I don't know if there's this realm of forms. I'm not going to take it that far.
Abstract objects actually living outside of our reality. Yeah, that's Platonism.
Right, and I'm not going to take it that far, but I do think that mathematics are the foundation of everything. I think it's just that we happen to have discovered this language that gives us access to ultimate reality, and I think that is mathematics. And I think that Cougar Doomer was talking about earlier is really important, because we don't need an intelligent designer if we have enough rolls of the dice. It's called the law of large numbers, right? For you guys, I'm sure a lot of you guys know what the law of large numbers is. So you roll the dice enough times, you're going to get whatever number you need to come up will come up eventually. So I just think that's kind of explains the universe that we have. We don't need an intelligent designer, because I think
that's what we're
that
possibilities.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
And
it presupposes will and intention, and I think will and intention are epiphenomenon from consciousness. I don't think will and intention supersede consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
obvious that things are designed. I mean, I don't know why there's a debate about it. I mean, when you look at animals and stuff, it's pretty obvious that there's some crazy shit out there. Like, that didn't come from just random nothing, in my opinion. It's very obvious there's like humor in a lot of animals we see, and a lot of things that we see in reality, even the design of the human being as well. I don't think that could just come up randomly. It's pretty, like, that comes from intelligence. But I wouldn't say it's a god or one. I think that there could be like multiple minds involved and different designers, not just one. People, for some reason, think that there's some kind of good god and it's an intelligent designer, like one intelligent designer, which it may be one entity playing finger puppets and posing as all these different entities that people see. And obviously you'd have to, if you were going by the view that nothing is, designed by entities, or there's no influence on our perception by like aliens or anything, then you'd have to discount like thousands and thousands of people's experiences with entities. And everyone says they're telepathic and has like there's commonalities in these experiences, and they're all in near death experiences, trip reports, even sober experiences. People see them when they're completely sober in their dreams. I mean, it's all connected. I mean, people are experiencing this stuff in every state that you can be in, meditation as well, like everything. So you have to discount all.
I have to go to. I have to get in the shower. I'm so sorry for interrupting you, sister, because I know that's very rude of me, but I do have to get off. But can I just make one quick point to what you said there, really quick, and then I'll go. You mentioned randomness, that this is the animals and stuff that can't be random, but natural selection actually isn't random. Natural selection is not a random process. Mutation is a random process, but natural selection is not. So I think that we tend to use the word random and maybe misapply that. But anyway, just something to consider from biology. But I really enjoy listening to all you guys. It's fascinating. And thank you so much for letting me on.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Kenny Given, you've been waiting patiently in the wings. What would you like to say?
Yeah, I'm getting vibes of the Dunning-Kruger effect from Pristine, especially when she's saying that NASA scientists don't know what they're talking about and that black holes don't really exist. Well, actually, they do exist. And NASA scientists, the reason they're so trustworthy is because they're educated due to the rigorous training, extensive expertise, and the scientific methods.
I think they know exactly what they're talking about. I think they know exactly what they're talking about.
Fucking dumb fuck like you says. You just
hey.
Fucking garbage. There,
Christine, you're entitled to call him all the names under the sun. He called you them. He's gone now.
No, I'm not. I don't stoop to that level. He's just obviously he wants to believe that they're trustworthy. He wants to believe that they're telling the truth, because if they're not, then they're lying to him, and then he would look like a fucking idiot. And that's why people don't want to believe that they're lying, because then it would make them look like idiots. But the thing is, these people who are in power think that the public are morons. And no offense, but most of us kind of are. So we will believe anything. We're gullible, and they could tell us shit like you would tell children this stuff. You know what I mean? They believe it. Oh, we're floating in space, and there's planets, and there's this. It's like, it's childish, and people believe this stuff because most people have a childlike nature. But these people are not childish, and they just think people are gullible, and they'll just tell them anything they want to hear. But they know the reality, and I think that they do know what they're talking about. But they're not going to tell us. What the fuck? Why would they tell us anything? I think that's ridiculous to assume that they would tell us, the truth of the matter. I think they know a lot more than they're letting on. That's why, like, all these whistleblowers go missing. I mean, how many people are dying because they come out and try and tell the public what's really going on, and then next minute they're fucking dead. They slip one thing out and then they're gone. You know what I mean? Or they're, put somewhere else. I don't know if they actually kill them or they kidnap them, because these people are really intelligent, right? You'd want to keep intelligent people around. You'd want to, have them work, basically, so you can use them for their intelligence. Like Amy Eskridge, I hope that she's
I'll be right back, guys. Feel free to continue the conversation. I'll be right back.
But yeah, I mean, I just think that they would be kind of wasting opportunity if they were just killing all these super intelligent people off. It's most likely they're getting kidnapped. Hold on, I'm just turning my aircon off. They're probably getting kidnapped and like put somewhere, and then they're using them for whatever. But yeah, I really don't see why they would bother
Also,
telling.
just to interject on Pristine there, sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say MK Ultra proved that people get wiped and reset quite regularly as well. So you can just format people and start them again or something.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, and you know it's possible that that's happening to the general public as well. We wouldn't know. That's the problem. It's like you can't really know that everything that you remember today is like it's hard to know anything at all. Like if they can mess with people like that. If you watch the movie Companion, what they do with robots is that they basically swap out memories. So you could have this companion romantic robot. I think I've told this story before, but and like they can have a memory of meeting someone, the person who's you know purchased them to have as their companion, and they have a memory of meeting that person at a party. But if they want to change that robot or like you know give that robot a new owner because the previous owner is whatever, they had to get rid of him or whatever, or like he changed his mind or whatever the situation may be, so they now have to change the memory of the robot and put someone else in that place. So the robot essentially is not going to know anything changed. They remember meeting this person at a party and they fell in love and whatever, and the previous person who they were at first assigned to, they have zero memory of, and they wouldn't have a clue that anything changed. They would have no memory unless there was some kind of error, maybe if there was an error. And like that's where kind of like Mandela effects come in a little bit, where some people wonder some kind of error going on because we're remembering stuff that we shouldn't remember. When you know people get updates, they don't remember how things were before. There's a lot of things that I remember, so I'm like, am I faulty? Why am I remembering things that you know only a few other people remember, and we remember the same thing? But yeah, everyone's memories are kind of mixed. Now I don't believe in that technicality, to be honest, like because I have a more like spiritualistic view on things, where I think that our memories are actually kind of being messed with and our perception is being messed with by entities in a less physical, materialistic, technical way. I just don't believe that it's that materialistic. But it could very well be that we got that advanced, where it's kind of hard to tell the difference between advancement and magic.
Yeah, that's technology not understood is as good as magic, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So we just don't know, because you've got these movies, right? Like the 13th Floor and stuff like that, where it's just a continuous like taking off of VR. You know what I mean? You're in a simulation within a simulation within a VR. Yeah, at the end of it's like he's in a simulation within another simulation. Then at the end of it, he wakes up and he's got a VR on his head, and like I think 2024 is on the paper, I believe, or something like that. Yeah, so this is like a 90s movie, and then he's got a VR, and his real reality is in 2024, but he's experiencing the 90s. So how advanced did we get? If they're throwing out these concepts in the 90s, what if they really had that technology? They're posing it as fiction in a movie. We don't know what they've really got going on. So we just don't know what's. Yeah.
You remind me of Inception, has the same dream layers, and you remind me of Westworld, has the same resetting of the robots, and some of them start having residual memories that can't be erased from the formatting process. Yeah, very similar concept. And I do believe that some grand inversion is occurring, where truth is told in fiction and lies are told in the news that's presented as fact.
Yeah, yeah, Westworld is another good example. Oh yeah, I mean the news. I mean, even if you look at it conventionally, even from a conventional standpoint, um, you know, it's probably mainly movie studios or something like that. You know, if you watch the movie Wag the Dog, I believe it's called. I've watched the trailer. I haven't actually watched the whole movie, so I've got to get around to that. But basically, you know, they do tell us the truth in movies, and they were showing just movie sets on the like they were basically perpetuating a fake war into the world. They were showing a war on TV that wasn't actually going on. It was just going on in a movie studio. So even by a conventional standpoint, they can still pull that off, where they can basically just have, you know, what you see on TV can just be fabricated in a
Yeah.
a
Another example
studio.
is the nuclear blast tests. A lot of those are done with models.
With what?
Model sets.
Model sets.
Where,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where you see a house and a car being blown up, it's just a little model.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's a lot of the Stanley Kubrick or split screen lithographic separation, was it, where he could, I think, hangs a silk sheet and shine a light in a particular way to cut a line across two scenes and splice them together, basically to make a backdrop that wasn't there in the set. Yeah, I think that technique was used quite a lot.
Yeah, that was used in like a Clockwork Orange and The Shining. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and 2001 Space Odyssey. Yeah, used in a lot of the films he did.
Yeah, Cougar, I'm not saying I get my reality from movies. I'm saying there are aspects of truths about reality put into movies so that they are associated with fiction, so that they are not believed.
Yeah, exactly. People aren't going to believe it if it's in a movie, but they definitely put truth in there because people aren't going to. I'm going to believe it, but it is the actual truth, and they kind of like that. They like having that leg up where they know the truth, but other people don't. And they like feeling superior in intelligence because if you're not intelligent enough to see how fake things are, then they just think it's hilarious, in my opinion. And even if you go with the supernatural stuff, when you look into trip reports, there's so much mockery of people, like jesters and elves just mocking people. Not all the time, but again, in my opinion, like when they're not doing that, it's another deception where they think it's funny that people believe in the when people have good trips and nice trips, typically anyway, it'll turn bad and they'll be fooled. Like typically it'll start off good and then they'll just get totally fucked with and realize that it was just an illusion, that the whole nice trick, because they think it's funny. They genuinely think it's funny to troll people. And with Mandela effects, our community believes that reality is in itself is trolling. There's a lot of trolling in the changes that we see, and it's intelligent. It's not like shifting. There are some people in the community who believe we're shifting between different physical solid realities and we're on a different earth and all this crap. I'm not one of those people. I don't believe in that. I believe that like our reality, we're not going anywhere, and our reality can be changed by entities. They have influence on our perception and can. I mean, even if you listen to all the podcasts lately of people talking about shape-shifting entities, they can shape-shift into anything, literally anything, like anything at all. So we have no idea what we're even looking at any point in time because they can literally take any form and they can mimic anyone and anything. They can sound exactly like your family.
You make me realize that if you have a materialist view of the world, that wouldn't really be comprehensible in any way. And if you have I don't know what to call it, but a mentalist view of the world, then that's a much more tangible thing to even to begin to discuss, you know.
Yeah.
Just on your point about the mockery, you make me realize that schizophrenics suffer the same mockery often.
Yeah, I haven't looked into schizophrenics too much because I think from what I've heard about them, they display too much incoherence. Like a lot of people who have trip reports, it's not outside of the trip. It's only within the trip that these jesters are mocking them and stuff. It's not outside.
I implore you to have a look at Jerry Mazinski. He basically he worked with schizophrenics for a long time, and he had a very sort of the doctrine view of it. You know, a person is a monopsyche. If they're fractured in some way and having different voices, then they're ill psychologically. And then something in him just thought one day, these people claim that the voices aren't themselves, that they come from something else. So what if I treat it that way? What if I speak to the voice directly and I ask the individual, can I talk to this voice that's within you and have a conversation with them, please? And he started doing that, and the results he got are just unbelievable. Jeremy's
really?
it's
just chuck the name in the chat, and
will do.
He's got a different view. That's something that I still have to look into, that side of things. But when it comes to people who experience, any type of person could smoke this stuff and have the same experience, and I wouldn't label them as schizophrenic just because they've smoked something, because literally you could be any type of person and smoke salvia or DMT and experience entities and then go about your day. Like, that Isaac guy who smoked everything under the sun, he's not hearing anything. He's just going about his normal time. He's completely healthy. I can tell that he's happy as fuck mentally, and he's having the time of his life. Like, he's not it's not negatively impacting me at all. He's actually had quite positive experiences. Not everyone does, but just because an experience is negative doesn't mean it's mentally ill. Just because it's negative, people just don't want to believe that. They don't want to believe that there could be entities out there that are mocking them. That's why people believe in Jesus and God and a good God and all this kinds of crap, because they want to believe in someone who likes them. But the thing is, reality doesn't, reality is what it is, regardless of what you want. Just because you want it to be a certain way doesn't mean it is. If it is the case that there are entities out there who are just creating all this to mock people and just have fun because they're bored and whatever, they're evil as fuck. A lot of people talk about serious evil, like deep, serious evil. And some people, some men actually, have encountered such evil that they won't even talk about it. They won't even fucking talk about it. That's the level of evil that it can get to. I mean, people obviously, these trips seem kind of a bit more lighthearted with the mocking and stuff, but it gets a lot deeper than that for some people. You know what I mean? And then there's other experiences that have nothing to do with drugs that are, deeply evil, that you've got men who cry over them and won't even talk about it, which is a very deep level of evil, in my opinion, if a man's not talking about something. So I think that deep levels of evil do exist, absolutely. And I think that this place is definitely not what it seems to some people. I wouldn't say that it seems like an oasis to everyone. I think there's a lot of people who do see it as like a hell realm, and then there's some people who don't. But if they experience what those people who do see this place as hell, if those other people experience what they experience, and they would also see what that person experienced. It's just because they haven't had that yet, or they're not currently going through it at the moment. And they might be ignoring things and living in a delusional kind of state. But yeah, I think that because of the amount of people who have these experiences with entities and the commonalities and stuff like that, and then what I've experienced with Mandela effects personally, like I don't have a materialistic worldview anymore. I did, but I do not have that.
Me too. I went through that change, and what I'd observe is that the only people who ridicule the conversation that we're having right now are the people who haven't had a personal experience with it. You don't need much of a personal experience with it to suddenly accept that other people might have had experiences that can't be discussed,
Oh yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah, it's kind of a fear-based mindset. People get scared of these types of things, so they get super, like Kenny, basically. That is a perfect example, of people getting super angry over because they're scared.
Another opinion, yeah.
They're just scared of anything that kind of destroys their reality, and they kind of say, it's like when you get told that Santa isn't real, and the Easter Bunny doesn't exist and all that. It's like, it's kind of that same childish fear of like, oh crap, like my reality is not what I thought it was, whether it be conventionally where, like, people are lying to me, or this reality is not as real, which could drive people insane, you know what I mean, of course, but like it doesn't, at least the people I know who have Mandela effect experiences and stuff, it doesn't drive them insane. So I think that as long as you have a strong mind and continue to go about your life and everything, I don't think it's gonna do that, despite how crazy it may seem. But it could also just be how reality naturally operates, and it's not
Well,
really
yeah.
insane at all. It's just how reality is, and but I think that in terms of outside of that, when you bring entities in, that's when it starts to actually get concerning and crazy, because it seems like they're crazy for doing all this, and for what they do to people is extremely concerning at that point. It doesn't mean that people have to lose their minds over it, just something to acknowledge and be aware of, and acknowledge when people who really have had these abusive experiences, and they need to confide in others. Obviously it is horrific, for people to say that they're insane and to just kind of dismiss their experience. That, I think that's the worst thing that you can do. I think acknowledging that they've had that experience and acknowledging that it was real for them is definitely the best way to go about it. I don't think that, like, people who see entities and stuff and are insane. I think there's a difference between genuine schizophrenia, and if there is such a thing, and people who are temporarily only seeing certain things when they're on drugs. I mean, we know that mushroom exists where people only see elves. They're not seeing anything else but little people.
Sure. And
that's very...
Cambo, where everybody goes to see a particular frog.
Oh, so yeah, tell us about that. I haven't heard of this.
I'm not very familiar with it, but yeah, I think it's called Cambo. I think it's that one that's done with either a hot ember or a sharp needle into the skin, and it's not very pleasant.
Yeah.
But most people report seeing a sort of a frog entity spirit type thing that talks to them, and has some weird conversation with them. But the vast majority of people that take it have that very particular experience and describe the same entity, the same being, same vision.
So that particular type of experience makes people see a frog entity. So basically, they're seeing Katy Perry. I'm just kidding. or the advisor.
There's like an Egyptian deity called a Kek. It's Kek. Yeah, they're probably seeing Kek.
Well, is that like I'm too autistic for that joke, and I think I'm too old as well with that whole frog thing. Yeah. I don't really get it.
That's from Fortune, and then Kek is from Fortune.
Yeah, I'm too old for that.
That is. Yeah. Well, I can tell. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, as for like the shape shifting thing, when you take that into account, I mean, it's hard for me. I think that the elves are more a stable kind of, like, possibly they may actually be what they present as, maybe not, but from everything that I've researched about them, for some reason I tend to think that they seem to be the stable, they come up all the time. It's just like they're more common than any other entity. They're just always kind of there in everything, and they claim, in most people's experiences, they claim to be the engineers of this reality, whereas other entities that shapeshift into different forms, I mean, it very well could be that the machine of is a different form, because there was one experience I read on Twitter where what was the entity? Was it the spider entity or something, where someone said that they got told by a certain entity that a machine of was just another form of, they just, were being a machine of, and then they could be something else. Or it makes you wonder what if they even have a state, or if it's kind of just, maybe they don't even have a true, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of, I don't think I'm smart enough to wrap my head around that, to be honest. I'm not a brainiac. I don't know what the fuck is going on there, but I suppose if I did smoke something, I'd probably have a better understanding. Although if I really understood it all, I don't think I'd remember. I don't think they'd let me take it back to anyone because that never happens. Although people do give little hints of the truth here and there. I will go back to like the TV thing just on a side note because we didn't get to that. When a lot of people have these salvia experiences, if a TV is present, they typically start to believe that they're in a Truman Show themselves. So when I think it was Cougar Duma saying that, you know, movies aren't reality. Well, a lot of people, why would a plant be telling all these people that their life is basically a movie set? And it's not just salvia, there is DMT trips as well. But you know, it's weird that plants are giving people these experiences where they're believing that their life is a Truman Show, and that it is a movie set and their life is basically a movie. There was even one trip report which I've been trying to find for ages because it was really good. It was on Arrowwood. I mean, there's pages of trip reports on there, so it's going to take me a bit to find it again. I've got to save it next time, but basically some guy was hearing a conversation. I think he was tripping at a party, or I mean, it's hard to say it like that when you're talking about salvia. It's not a party drug, but he basically had smoked salvia, and you know, these people who were sitting around a table having a conversation, see, they were having a normal conversation, but what he heard was when he smoked this stuff was they started out, you know, having a normal conversation, and then he started to hear them having the real conversation, I guess you would put it, where they were really talking about him. All of them were talking about him and talking about the next movie he would be in. And, oh, you know, that was a great movie. Like, basically, I think the movie had ended and then he was going to be in another one or something. And they were basically talking about him. And that was what they were really saying. And then after they finished that, it went back to them having a regular conversation about whatever the fuck, you know. And I thought that was a very interesting trip. It's like what you're hearing now may not be actually, you know, the real reality of what you're, you know, you may not be hearing the truth of the matter, you know what I mean? Obviously that sounds insane, but you know, this is just what people experience when they're smoking plants. And my view is, why the fuck would a plant be giving anyone any sort of experience like that? And they're all experiencing the same type of thing. They're all being told that, you know, their life is not real in some way, shape, or form. It's obviously in different scenarios, many different types of scenarios, but they're saying the same thing. So why would a plant do that? How could a plant do that? Because, you know, if you go outside and smoke grass, it's not going to do shit all. So why would a plant be any different? You know, in my opinion, it's similar to like coding. Like if you created a video game, you could code different plants to have different effects on different people. You know, that's the way I see it. That's why I see design. I see specific design. So when this person does that, they see this, and this happens, and that happens, and you can kind of design it all. And it could be like the mantis beings. People talk about mantis beings too, and they're working away doing some shit. You know, you've got Danny Gola saying that with his DMT trip that he got to the real space or whatever, and they basically showed him people flying into the space. You know, they'd smoked DMT, but as soon as they got into the space, they were met with VR goggles that you know, that were on tubes. They were attached to tubes, and these tubes would fly out and just be put on everyone. So they would see like cartoons, and possibly like that all the machine elves and stuff could just be in a VR, because it's basically the vibe that he got was that the mantis beings were working, and they see people as toddlers, and they're doing work, they're doing, you know, business, and they don't want to be interrupted by these annoying fucking humans coming in here. So they just slap a VR on them, and so they just float around, you know, having all these trippy, you know, experiences that people talk about with geometric patterns and whatever. So they're having all these experiences and stuff. And seeing all that other stuff that people see on DMT, basically Danny was saying, is just inside the VR. And the real situation is they're just, you know, seeing them as annoying toddlers that they need to put on some cartoons for. Obviously, there's many different experiences that people have, and Danny's is not the be all end all. That's just what, you know, he experienced. And then because he said some stuff that I'm not going to get into everything that he said, but there's a lot of stuff he said that does not make sense to me logically, and I see the humor in it. Like if I was trolling someone and making fun of someone, I would tell them what they told Danny in some of the things that he said to me, and I would think it's funny if they believed it. And you have to kind of continuously have that mindset that these beings are just, they just think it's just funny and it's a circus. I mean, then you have people who also see circus theme, they hear circus music, they see carnivals. You know, this is another common experience as well, just as carnivals, the whole circus thing. So it could be just a cosmic circus where you're just being made fun of. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously no one wants to believe this, but as I said, if it's true, then you have no choice. It's not up to you. It doesn't matter whether you want it or not. It is what it is, unfortunately. Anyways, go ahead.
Just a thought. What if it's true, but it's of your own making?
Oh God, Kenny's back.
I thought he was gonna like fully attack me straight away, but it's okay.
Damn right,
yeah.
I'm fucking right. I've never
Okay,
heard
just wait.
someone being so overconfident in their absolute inane ramblings and bullshit. But did you mention that you had autism?
I do.
Right. Okay, that kind of explains. I'll go a little bit easier on you, but you were wrong about black holes not existing, and you're wrong about NASA scientists being untrustworthy. There's a hierarchy of competence in this world. You feminists might call it the patriarchy. I feel that's what you're trying to do, undermine what you call the patriarchy, the hierarchy of male-dominated competence and excellence in human endeavor. Let me run some facts by you about black holes, because that's what they are. Okay. The proof of black holes. Number one, motion of the stars. Observations of the stars orbiting an invisible mass at the center of our galaxy reveal gravitational effects consistent with a supermassive black hole. For instance, the stars near Sagittarius A behave as if they are orbiting a massive unseen object. Number two, X-ray emissions. When matter is drawn into a black hole, it forms an accretion disk and emits X-rays. Observations from telescopes like Chandra and XMM Newton have detected these emissions from regions around suspected black holes. Number three, gravitational waves. The LIGO and Virgo observatories have detected gravitational waves produced by the mergers of black holes, providing direct evidence of their existence and characteristics. Number four, Event Horizon Telescope. In 2019, the Event Horizon Telescope captured the first image of the shadow of a black hole in the galaxy M87, further confirming their existence through direct imaging. And lastly, theoretical foundations. The predictions of general relativity, which describe how black holes form and behave, have been supported by numerous astronomical observations. These various pieces of evidence collectively provide a compelling case for the existence of black holes. You can't tell. I know you're entitled to your opinion. It's finding Gnosis. It's free speech. I support free speech. But you can't come on here and pretend that you're more intelligent than NASA scientists and astrophysicists, and that their information and opinions just because you like the sound of your own voice. I'm sorry.
I'm not. No, I agree with you. I'm not. He does that. No, I definitely don't think I don't think I'm more intelligent. That's the whole point. I think that they are more intelligent than us, and they're not going to tell us what they know. That's the point I'm making. That's the whole point.
The difference, Pristine, is that what I see going on is that you're being open-minded, and other people want to talk in deterministic facts and knowable things, and
Brute facts.
Not have a speculative edge.
Oh yeah, there's people.
I
There's
think
like.
that-
Oh, sorry.
I think it's because it's not just I was part kind of trolling a bit with the whole NASA thing. I know a lot of people get heated over, oh, it's not, space is fake, and okay, that's, because I believe that when it comes to Mandela effects and stuff like that, all that goes out the window. I'm not in that mindset, like, where I'm like, oh, because I believe that, all of reality is malleable, and all of it is like is not tangible. It's everything is like basically claymation. It can
Fluid.
be molded into whatever. It's not solid. So I don't. That's all part of it. Like, even if space is part of reality, that it would be made up of the same materials as Earth. It's all kind of the same. But where my problem comes in with believing in facts about space is that there's been a lot of space Mandela effects for people that have, things have changed. People have different memories that don't match, the history of space facts today and planets and all that sort of stuff. So, under that view, if things were as solid as Kenny, as you're saying, then why would people have why are there so many space Mandela effects? Why are people saying that they remember things differently? And then, now, I don't remember, Uranus having a ring around it. I think that's actually, that's not really a Mandela effect. I think that's actually
I can give
I
my
think
own.
that's that's a recorded change. I think that's not really a good example of a Mandela effect, but that's a recorded change. I think that they actually just didn't know until after I was already taught. But there's things that I'm not like a space expert. I never really got into it, but there are things that other people say that they remember that are not the current situation. So I kind of tend to believe them if they have facts that kind of sound, I don't know, but so that's just my opinion. Anyway, go for Timo. I think you were trying to say something.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll just go. I think when it comes to like space, because I do actually I believe it's real, right? Because like humans have been studying like space and time ever since the time of the Sumerians, ever since the time of the Babylonians, since the ancient Hindus, since the Greeks like Aristotle and Plato and Democritus, and it goes all the way back. It goes all the way to the Islamic philosophers like Ibn Sina and Averroes, and then after that we have the Persian for the philosophers.
Yeah, but they weren't studying space exactly. They were just studying what they could see. I'm not denying that there aren't things up there. I'm not denying that there's no moon.
Of course
I'm
not,
not.
yeah.
I can. I mean, with the stars, I got to be honest with you. I do remember stars looking different. I do. I mean, for me, that's a personal one. I don't think anyone else has actually experienced this, but I actually do remember the stars looking actually like the emoji star. Like they were kind of all different shapes. And now you just see like this line. It's just like a line with like a gap in the middle. There's like a very small glowing line, like and there's a gap in the middle. And to me, that doesn't look anything like a star. Like I've never seen that in my life. Like I loved looking at the sky. I'm like a moon child. I used to like go downstairs when my parents had gone to sleep, and I'd just sit at the dining table and stare out at the sky like for hours at the moon and everything. I loved it. And what I'm seeing, now, like, as for like a couple of years ago, like even, before that, I was looking at the stars and seeing what I'd seen my whole life. They never looked any different. Every time I looked at the sky, it just looked the same. And then after Mandela effects, after I found out about, this whole phenomenon about, things, reality changing, or like we're shifting into different realities and all that, like as soon as I started looking into this phenomenon, I went outside and like the moon's got a rainbow ring around it, and the moon is bright as fuck. I'd never even seen the moon be that bright.
You can I read the poem, please? I've been waiting patiently.
Well, I don't think he's here, so you can just read. I don't know. I don't think.
When I'm finished, I haven't finished yet.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like yeah, I'd never seen in my life a,
Let me
a
read out the
rainbow
poem.
ring
Let me read out
around
the
the
poem
fuck.
because I came back on and I've been waiting patiently.
Okay,
In the
go ahead.
shadows lurk the agreeable souls, with smiles so sweet they play their roles. They charm with words like honeyed lies, yet underneath a serpent lies. They nod and bend their spine like clay, in hopes to win affection's sway. With flattery's kiss they softly creep, while true intentions lie buried deep. Nice guys finish last, the saying goes. But what of those who wear false clothes? Their kindness a mask, a calculated guise. To win the heart, they scheme and devise. In every compliment, a subtle bait. They weave a web to manipulate fate. For in their quest for love's embrace, they lose their strength, their rightful place. True strength lies in honesty and might, not in the shadows, but in the light. So let the genuine stand tall and proud, while snakes in the grass remain unbowed. Good night.
Oh, okay. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, so basically I'd never seen that before in my life, and it doesn't happen all the time, obviously, but yeah, I'm pretty sure by 30, 2 years of age, however old I was, it was in my early 30s. I'm like nearly 34. So it was like around 2023 or 2024 when I first saw this. And yeah, I'm pretty sure by that point you should have been seeing that, previously, and not for the first time in your 30s, if that had been a thing. And it has always been. It's not a new thing. Obviously, when you show this to truthers, they say that it's the chemtrails, right? They say, oh, that's just the chemtrails, because they don't remember it either. A lot of truthers have never seen that before in their life. They have no idea that, they've never seen a rainbow ring around the moon, right? They've never seen it. So they're saying that chemtrails is like, did you do a history check on this thing? That's what you have to do. If you see something new in the sky, you have to look into the history. And the history says that the moon has always done that. It's always been a thing. People have talked about it in forums and stuff since like the early 2000s. It's been a thing forever. But yeah, I don't remember that. So that was one thing. That was like, and then I watched some old lives, some Mandela Effect old lives, and yeah, the person who made the videos, she was saying that she first saw that as well. Like, I mean, the video was 6 years old, so for her, she first saw it, 6 years ago. I had never in those 6 years, I had never seen it. I'd only seen it after like the whole Mandela effect thing, and same with her though. She had only seen it after she found out about Mandela effects, and then she saw, the rainbow ring around the moon. So it's very interesting when you start researching other people who are affected by Mandela effects, because you'll often see that they experienced it before you did, and it was only after they found out about Mandela effects. So it's an interesting pattern. But then later on, I started noticing other changes like the stars. One night I went out there to admire the stars as I would sometimes. Less often these days with technology, of course. But yes, I used to work around here, and I used to also walk to the shops a lot. So I'd be looking at the night sky pretty often when I moved here. And I went out onto my balcony one night to once again enjoy the stars. And I was thinking, what the fuck am I even looking at here? These are not. And everywhere I've gone since, in every location I've gone, they look exactly the same. Like there's no difference anywhere I go, whether I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere or I'm in the city. They look exactly the same anywhere I go. I can no longer see what I remember, and I don't consider them to be stars at all, even though they are stars. I'll say to everyone, obviously, to normal people, I'm not going to say that I don't think that they're stars, because they obviously are stars here, but they're not what I remember. They don't match my memory at all, and they're not what I saw my whole life. That's for sure. So in my opinion, if stuff like that can change, then why the hell would I believe that space is a solid, any of these storylines are a solid thing that, that's my opinion of it. Like, they could come out and say the earth is triangle tomorrow and it's always been triangle. and then I'm like, oh well, you know,
Right.
I remember that the Earth was a globe. You know.
Yeah, true.
And
I
then
just
you'd be
think.
crazy.
Oh yeah. I just think to me that like information and like the data just like changes with like new information, and that's like to me abnormal. Like that's what happens throughout
Yeah,
human
but
history.
that's not. Yeah, but that's again, that's not what I'm talking about with Mandela effects. I think it's hard for people to understand. Like with Mandela effects, you're remembering stuff that
Used to be like
changed.
foundational. Like they used to be
I,
like.
I no, that's not what a Mandela effect is. I think you're mixing it up. So I'm not talking about changes that are documented, right? So say if something changes and there's new information, right, and then you remember an old situation. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you remember something that never was, that never
Oh.
existed.
Yeah.
That is
or-
what Mandela are. I don't think you understand it. I could tell that for a while you weren't understanding what I'm talking about. It's not about information changing that is recorded and new information coming into place. It's about remembering things that never existed. There is no evidence of what you remember. So when people talk about geographical changes, like I don't remember Papua New Guinea being above Australia at all. There's like hundreds of people who don't remember Papua New Guinea being directly above Australia. We were isolated in the middle of nowhere, and New Zealand was the closest country to us. I don't remember the Australian bite. There's like a big chunk out of my country. There's so many physical changes to my country. It would take me forever to go through them. There's heaps. But yeah, basically it's always been like that, you know, for until like obviously when you the further you go back, I wasn't alive then. So if you're going to go back far enough to when it wasn't like that on maps, I wasn't alive. I'm talking about within my lifetime here. That's what I'm talking about. Like it's always been that way within this lifetime. Australia has always looked that way on maps within this lifetime, but lots of people do not have. And it's interesting because Americans don't remember that Australian bite either. They don't remember that big chunk, and they don't remember the splits either. The Americans that I talk to have recorded like 6 years ago. There's video recordings of these people saying, "Yeah, those splits just showed up," and people are agreeing from not just from America as well. There's one girl in this group from Iran actually, and she's very intelligent. She's from Iran, and she knows a lot about geography, and she noticed all the same changes to my country that I have. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, to the experience, it's as if the documentation all changes retroactively, right?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like I think Uranus is like a different changer. I shouldn't have brought that one up because now that's confusing people further.
Yeah, that was confusing me at first. Yeah, when you brought up Uranus, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that. But I think everyone, because it is a recorded change, I think everyone here in this reality can agree that we weren't raised. We weren't taught in school that Uranus had a ring around it. But that is not a Mandela effect because they actually didn't know until like I don't know whatever it was like after we were at school. So yeah, that is a change.
But that's different to something like the cornucopia logo that so many people remember differently, but apparently never was that way.
Yeah, I mean, I can't relate to that one because I didn't even know what that
and
was.
That's the weird thing about it, isn't it? Is that it's relatable to different ones are very differently relatable. Get my words out.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's obviously cultural, there's brands that are in America that I'm not aware of, and there's brands that are in America that I am aware of, and that's not one that I didn't know about, the cornucopia or fruit of the loom. I never heard of that in my entire life. So there are brands that I can relate to, like logos that have changed that I can relate to. They're American, and there's some that I can't. I never heard of. So it's like, yeah, it's just whatever you've been exposed to, whatever's in your anchored memory. And usually people will,
so is that what you're? Sorry, is that what you're pointing at when you were mentioning the sort of residual memories of robots being wiped? Do you think that's the same?
Yeah, I mean that's yeah. Well, basically what I'm saying is that like reality can work in a way where like you wouldn't have a clue if someone changed something. If an entity changed anything, you wouldn't know about it. It's the same way that robots don't know about it. I wasn't with the Mandela effects. That's kind of like a separate kind of thing in my opinion. I don't really know if that would kind of fit in or connect to that because that's more of like entities changing your reality and fucking with you and trolling you because there is an intelligence that only some it's you have to be a certain type of person to understand the sense of humor behind these changes
Sure.
and to understand you have to understand, like, I watch a lot of psychological thrillers. I was interested in that my whole life. I've been interested in psychological thrillers. And so I can see that very clearly in what is going on. It's pretty obvious to me that they are extremely intelligent and they can fuck with certain people who are aware. Like their target audience is intelligent people who can see and who notice reality and who can
Yeah.
who can pay attention to reality. But people who don't pay attention to details are not going to see this stuff. It's only people who, and it's kind of like personal too. They can personalize it and do things specifically. It's specifically your reality. I mean, you're only really aware of your own reality. It's changing of you and your, your kind of, basically what you're seeing, your perception. They're changing your perception and your reality and other people.
Have you looked into near-death experiences and got any related comments on the appearing as characters from your life, mockery type thing, or have you looked into near-death experiences at all? Or?
Oh yeah, I've looked into near-death experiences. They're basically saying the same thing, that they're meeting entities that communicate with them telepathically. This comes up a lot. It comes up in alien abduction. Sorry, if you look into alien abductions, that's where I first noticed the telepathic situation that was going on, and I noticed that everyone was mentioning telepathy, and that's how they communicate. They're, in my opinion, without a doubt, there's no doubt in my mind that there are beings out there who communicate this way, and it's not the way humans communicate, and it's not anything that you would even understand unless you had experienced it. With me, I haven't really, obviously I haven't like smoked anything. I haven't had like a sober experience of this or whatever. The only thing I've had is like sleep experiences where I've like before I've fallen asleep, I've heard like different genders, different tones of voice when they say my name. That's a very common experience. Like most people experience people saying their name before they fall asleep. It's, if you look it up, it's extremely common. A lot of people experience it. In my opinion, it's too specific to be an audio hallucination, as they say. But yeah, there's different tones of voice. They say my name in different ways, so there's different meanings. There's different meanings to the way they say my name. Sometimes it's not human. Rarely, most of the time, it sounds human. But in my opinion, when people say they experience mimics and they experience mimics being able to sound like their friends, their family, they can mimic themselves. They can go into different forms and shapeshift. That is the closest experience I've had, because to me, it could be one entity sounding like all these different things. And you see it in horror movies as well. You'll hear like the sound of a baby crying or the sound of a child. And then it turns out to be like an evil monster or something. Anyways, go ahead. You're talking in the chat.
No, I was just searching it up, and it calls it a harmless hypnagogic hallucination, as you mentioned. I just find it interesting that it finds a need to stress that it's harmless.
Oh, of course, they want to give that little white lie there, or like they want to like kind of put a smoke screen over it. Yeah,
yeah, just playing tricks on us. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that.
Yeah, I find it very interesting.
It's just part of it's just a gaslighting. This whole reality is just basically can be summed up into gaslighting, and that's pretty much all it is them saying that it's like just some harmless hallucination. Well, it's not. That's all it is gaslighting, in my opinion. And there's a lot of storylines like that. There's basically reality is made up of storylines that are created, in my opinion, by entities. That's why you have so many ridiculous explanations for things like why. Like with movies, for example, why in America, Suddenly 30 is the movie is named 13 going on 30. There's so many things that people don't even think about. You know what I mean? They don't really like think things through at all. It's like, why, they say that it's to not confuse Australians, why they changed it from 13 going on 30, whatever they call it in America, to, we've always known it as suddenly 30. Now, I watched scenes from that movie from American channels that said suddenly 30 for a long time because I couldn't be bothered. When you want a nostalgic hit, you don't want to watch the whole movie sometimes. So I just watched some scenes, get my hit over and done with, see you later. Right? And they had suddenly 30 all over them. I honestly still believe that Americans did call it suddenly 30 because, like, that's the only title I ever saw for years. It's the only title I saw. People are kind of confused about Australia, but like we have American channels. We have access to that. It's not hard. You just chuck Foxtel on it. It's at the internet. You have access to everything. It's not like we're cut off from the rest of the world in that sense. So, in my opinion, that's the only title I ever came across. And of course, they're going to gaslight you, say, "Oh, well, you live in Australia, so of course it was suddenly 30." And then they have like these other names as well, where they're saying that it's just to avoid confusion. Who would get confused over that? Like, that sounds so fucking ridiculous. And it's like with TJ Maxx, right? In Australia, they changed it to TK Maxx. Now, I kind of had an experience where I swear I could have saw that it was TJ Maxx in Australia. And then one day, my friend was telling me about TK Maxx. And I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? It's TJ Maxx. That's what I saw on the way to work for the dole. There was like a freaking sign there that I went past every day, and you're saying that it's TK Maxx, and then it turns out it's been TK Maxx for a while. And I'm just thinking, well, that's weird because I thought it was TJ Maxx like recently. But the reason why they changed it was because they didn't want to confuse Australians, because in England there is some kind of TJ, whatever, some books. I don't even remember, but it was, there's some kind of store in England, and they didn't want us to get confused. I'm thinking, I don't even know that store. Who does? We're in Australia. Who the fuck knows that store? I know that there's obviously stores in England that I know. I mean, I watch English YouTubers, so I probably know more than the average Australian about what's in England. I mean, unless they've gone there. I mean, I don't even have money to go there. But anyway, sorry, Fatima, what were you going to say?
Oh yeah, so you're talking about that TJ Maxx, right? That's like one of them. That's like a store here in America. Yeah.
Yeah, we have that here too. They just changed
Really?
it to TK Maxx.
Wow.
Yeah, of course. We have a lot of American stores here. Not all of them. We have a lot of them though.
Yeah. That's not. Do you have a Walmart or a Target there or no?
We have Target here. We don't have Walmart.
We have Walmart. That's Asda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't have Walmart. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, we have Target. We have Kmart. Yeah, we have a lot of things that Americans have, but not everything. We have like Carl's Jr. We have a lot of things. But anyways, like no one is going to be walking into like that. I don't think people realize how stupid it is to say that. Like, people just don't even think about these storylines. They're just nonsensical. No one is going to be walking into TJ Maxx, TK Maxx, and thinking, and they're not going to be confused and go like, oh my God, like, what about that store in England? And no one's going to be walking in there going to be like, oh my God, that store in England. Like, I'm so confused right now. Like, I remember that store, and this is like a different, like, what kind of logic is that? Like, is that going to stop them from going into the store because they're so confused that it's a similar name to a store in England that, I'm pretty sure most Australians don't even know about? Like, this is just the dumbest shit ever. And they say it's interesting that they say the word confused comes up in both, when we're talking about the movies, they're changing the names to avoid confusion. And they're also doing that with stores to avoid confusion. It's like, oh, Australians are going to get confused. It's like, no, we're not going to get confused.
It's interesting, the word confuse.
Yeah.
To fuse something is to bring two things to be one thing, to fuse something together. Just makes me think.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think that these are trolling storylines. It's pretty obvious, especially when you have that. I mean, I'm going to be crude here because the story is crude, but there's an actual like dick iceberg out there in Conception Bay in the town of Dildo or whatever. Like this is not
I
even.
think I
I'm not
saw
even.
that. I think I heard that a while ago, actually.
Yeah, I sent it in the Instagram group chat to you like 2 days ago. But like, yes, like this is ridiculous. Are you seriously telling me that that iceberg that looks exactly like a phallic situation there, just rocks up in the town of Dildo in Conception Bay? Are you seriously fucking kidding? Are you really going to tell me reality
Yeah,
is real?
there's a lot of mockery on so many levels, aren't there?
Oh yeah, the sexual trolling in reality is off the charts, man. They think it's,
Yeah.
and there's also a lot of trips that are very highly sexual too. Oh my god, I just
And just
remembered something.
there's what is it, an obelisk outside the Oval Office where there is a Vesica Pisces on the opposite side. So that's the penis and the vagina, the Oval Office, and they're either side of get this, what is it, Pennsylvania, and what's the
Wow.
Virginia, the Virgin, the Virginia.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
it's all sexual mockery. And if you notice, all of the positions of power around the world are at number 10. Number 10 Downing Street is the 1 and the 0. It's the same structure.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of sexual mockery. Yeah.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, whoever's doing it has a freaky sense of humor.
Yeah, but in my opinion, because it's got to be, it's not like a person is doing it. A person isn't like sculpting a fucking iceberg and no one's like kind of like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. Just to me, it's like a natural, not a natural kind of thing, but it's just like it's not something that is human fabricated like this stuff. It's not coming from humans in my view. It's like these storylines are just kind of like yeah, just made by entities. That's kind of what I just believe because they change, you know, Mandela effect style. So, you know, they're not solid. They're changing in ways that, in my opinion, appear as intelligent design, just mocking people, and they can't just kind of arise naturally from like human invention. That's just how I see it personally. But yeah, I don't think they're humans doing it. In my opinion, no one went out there and sculpted a fucking dick into Conception Bay. No one did that. No one did that.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I mean, I was just going to say earlier. Sorry, Fatih, to have you.
Oh no, it's okay. I just said it would be too complicated to make, and like, who's gonna go for all the trouble of making a phallic shaped, you know, iceberg?
Yeah, in the, between like in the town of Dildo and everything. It's just, I really don't. I really don't think so. Yeah, in my opinion. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say earlier, I think Cougar has the opinion that mind arises from the matter of the brain and the nervous system. I tend to be, I believe in the other way around, in that the mind is the container of the matter. And yeah, I'm just suspicious that the mind is read-writable in a sense, and that could be influenced and changed. And if the mind is the container of that of the material, then yeah, that makes it very influenceable and far more fluid, as we've been talking about.
I think it's like it's difficult to explain. A lot of people who have done psychedelics understand it a bit better when, you know, one person put it as like you realize you don't have a brain or a face, because when you've been shot out into, you know, you're basically, this reality turns into nothing. It's like a lot of people explain it this way, put it this way, that when they do these psychedelics, that this reality that we're in now just kind of becomes like an irrelevant dream that you just kind of vaguely remember. It doesn't really mean anything. It's not like, I don't think the brain is some kind of solid. It's not what people think it is. It's just part of everything. It's the same thing as everything. When in a video game, the Sims characters, you could code them to have a brain, but it's the same as the chair. There's no difference between their brain and a chair. It's all code. It's all made up of the same coding properties, right? And I'm not saying that reality is. I mean, Danny Golo is probably, well, he's obviously, his aim is to try and figure out this code that everyone's seeing. But in my opinion, I have a different view on things. He thinks that this code is obviously set in stone, it's solid. Yeah, everyone is seeing the same thing, and right now it is set in stone and it is solid right now, and people are seeing the same code, whether it means reality is made up of this code, or they're seeing that. I mean, they don't know what they're seeing. That's what they're trying to find out. That's kind of their goal, is to figure out what people are seeing. But in my opinion, that storyline, including Dadingola, could literally disappear. Like, you could wake up tomorrow, no Dadingola, he never existed at all.
Yeah.
Like, maybe a few people remember him. Maybe a few people are posting on Reddit, oh, does anyone remember this guy who was like, he discovered the code in the laser experiments and all this sort of stuff. And then most people are like, oh, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, obviously that's an extreme case, and this doesn't really happen in the Mandela effect community, where people just kind of people that disappeared or whatever. Like, but I'm kind of giving an example of what is possible under these circumstances, that people are claiming, as I was talking about earlier with Fatima, that a lot of people are saying celebrities are dying multiple times. Now, I haven't experienced this myself, and I am pretty skeptical. Even though I believe it's possible, I am still skeptical that it would be that way. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. I've seen things disappear and everything. I've seen heaps of crazy stuff, but I've never once in my life seen a double news report of like, oh, that person's died again. And yet these people are saying not only has this person died again once, like, they're like, oh, I thought this person died years ago, and then they kind of move on and it doesn't happen again. These people are like, oh, Bob Barker's died again and again and again. It's like there's all these posts on Reddit where people are agreeing on this. They're agreeing with each other that this person has died multiple times. And it's not just one celebrity, it's like many people too. Now, I've had, like, people's names have changed for me. There's been celebrities whose their names have changed. And I'm not talking about like they changed their name and then in history, like, you can look back and you can see that they changed it. I'm talking about like their name has always been like that, but I remember it being spelt differently. And there's been like quite a number of celebrities who have had their names changed. And the thing is, what's interesting is that people remember the same changes as I do. Like, everyone is remembering the same specific types of changes with these celebrities. They're not remembering like variations. They're remembering, well, maybe Ed Sheeran. I don't think those people are serious when they're saying that they remember Ed Sheeran, but I looked it up because I remember Ed Sheeran. That's what I remember, and that's definitely how it was for me. I used to watch his music videos on a loop. I heard his name being said a million times by people. Now people say Ed Sheeran. It's got an extra in there. That was never the case for me. I would have noticed that straight off the bat. I definitely saw his name a million times on that music video, that drunk one. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I used to say Ed Sheeran. That's how I would say it back then, Ed Sheeran, and I thought it was spelled right.
I never heard that one, but I go by the spelling that I see on official stuff. So his name was officially spelled as Ed Sheeran. And so you're saying that, once again, you didn't notice the spelling of his name?
No, I usually don't. I just see it and then I pronounce it how I think it's pronounced. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard someone else say that. I think it's really important to actually go by how their name is officially spelled. Like, you've got to make sure that the spelling that you're seeing is the official spelling for their name, because that's what I've always done, and that's why it's easy for me to have these name and effects, because I was always making sure I liked spelling in that way. So I definitely check. I'm kind of like a spelling freak when it comes to that sort of stuff. So and I was an avid reader, back when I actually had money to to read books. Yeah, I've always been into spelling, and his name was definitely spelled without that extra E. There's no doubt in my mind about it. I saw that on, as I said, I watched his music videos on repeat. Now those music videos have always had the extra E in there, but no, not for me. And that's the same with like many celebrities' names, and also family members as well. So I had like well, family friends. So my parents, I'm not going to like give out last names or anything, but I'll just list off some first names of people like I've known my whole life. So Leslie used to be spelled Leslie, and that was how her name was spelled my whole life. And then when I checked, and I knew that because I had already seen celebrities' names change, I was checking for people who I knew in my personal life. The first name I saw change was I may not say like what he is, but I might just say the name and not like the relation to my family. But yeah, so it was Kei, Kieran, Ke, not Kie for me. Absolutely, there's no doubt about it that it was that. And then Leslie, I saw Leslie's name, and Shelley as well. And thankfully, Shelley's actually a Mandela effect for a lot of people, not just me. So even though I knew someone whose name is Shelley, and her name was spelt without the extra E. Other people noticed that many years before. Again, it's like that time thing. For me, it was definitely changed recently, but for other people, the spelling of Shelley changed many years ago. There's a Frankenstein book or whatever, and that was written by a lady named Shelley, I believe. Now, I didn't know that because I never liked Frankenstein, so I never looked into the history of it. But yes, that Shelley her name was also spelt without the extra E, and I fully believe that because I saw that with someone else. Now, everyone else saw that change with a famous person, but I saw it with someone that I know. So, but yeah, so that's what I've experienced in regards to celebrities, but I haven't ever seen someone die multiple times or anything like that. But yes, people's names do change. There's also like Courtney Cox. She has like an extra E in there. Courtney. Courtney.
Okay.
It was just Courtney. Now Courtney. Yeah, Shannon Doherty was Shannon with an O, not with an E. So yeah, there's a lot of them. And then there was Cara Delvine. She didn't have an extra E in there either. And I'm really glad that there were two people in the community who remember her name being spelled differently, the same way that I, without the extra E in there. It was definitely did not have that in there. And you know, Cara's a lesbian, so it's not like I wasn't paying attention to her and her name. So yeah. It's very easy when you actually pay attention to how people's names are spelled. It's very easy to remember how they were before. It's not difficult.
Yeah, that's true.
And people still spell Toby Maguire's name wrong everywhere. Like people still spell. There's a lot of people who remember his name being spelled differently, actually, than what it is now. So yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that celebrities' names change, and people have put lists on Reddit, so you can go and look that up. People have literally made lists of celebrities' names that have changed. Yep, it's definitely a thing. So yeah, that in my opinion, that means they're not real. Obviously, people are going to say that in a different reality, their names are spelled differently, and there's different versions of people. That's what that's what they're trying to put out there, but I don't believe that. I just believe it's an edit. You can easily edit these things because like even spellings, like if you look at geography changes and the names that have changed in geography, it's the same thing. So you could do that with a video game when you're changing. You could go over and change like the name of a country, for example, and you could also change the name of a person at the same. Like you could do it within seconds of each other. And it's the same thing because it's all code. There's no difference there. And that's how I see it. I don't see it as like, things are different in different realities. That is absolutely nonsensical when you really think about it. But yeah, like Stewart Island changed for me in a very short amount of time. I'd never seen Stewart Island before in my life. It looks like New Zealand now has its own Tasmania. That was never a thing for me. New Zealand was just one island, and there was not like this kind of it looks identical. It's actually hilarious that, you know, it's mimicking Australia with the whole Tasmania thing. Well, with the whole Tasmania, like, you know, break off there. So it's also got its own break off called Stuart. Stuart. But basically, what I saw was So, like, do you know the spelling of Stuart Little?
Yeah,
That
I
was the
think it's with a U or what?
Yes,
Um,
yes, yes,
okay,
yes. So
nice.
basically, I saw on Google Earth Stewart Island with that spelling with the U, and then next time I checked, like it was maybe like a month later, it was Stewart, like as in Kristen Stewart, and it's always been that way. There was never any official change at all. It's always been Stewart Island. It's never been spelt Stuart, but that's what I saw. That's what I saw on Google Earth. But it's
Hmm.
never been spelled that way. Never been spelled that way. And so that is literally how things can change. That is reality. And I don't really see people as being solid or real in the way that I used to, because real people don't, like, their names don't change. That's just impossible. That's literally impossible for like names to change in that way.
True. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For like the spelling. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you remember their name always being spelt a certain way, and then now it's never been spelled that way, then yeah, I would say that that's definitely not solid, and that's impossible.
Oh
I would
yeah.
say.
And then there's a my case where I changed my name completely to like another one. You know, like I wasn't born with this one. You know.
Yeah, but that's, again, you're thinking of like a normal change. Like if I change my name right now, that's not a Mandela effect.
Oh, I know. I know. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. I'm just saying that, like, there's a huge difference between like changing your name and there's evidence that you changed it, right? Because like if you legally change your name, there's evidence that you changed it, right? It's a legal document.
Yeah.
There's physical evidence that you changed your name, and there's evidence that people used to spell your name differently, and that you spelt it differently, and you remember spelling it differently. But obviously this is not what people are talking about. That's why it's called a Mandela effect. People would not be talking about this in the way they're talking about it if it was like, oh well, yeah, they just changed their name. People would just say they changed their name. When someone changes their name, that's all they say, is that they changed their name. No one's putting it in a Mandela effect subreddit. That's not a Mandela effect. What a Mandela effect is, people are remembering someone's name being spelled differently to how it is now, and that there's no evidence that it ever was. These people have not changed their names. They haven't. Their names have always been that way. Always. They've never changed it once. Not once. It's always been that way. Since the day they were born on their birth certificate, it has always been that way. That's what we're talking about. If you can wrap your head around that, I'm not sure if you can, but if you experience it, you'll get it. But
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just that I don't think I've experienced the true one yet, if you know what I mean. So, and like,
you know, you've experienced something even crazier, which is you remember a blonde boy instead of an African kid. So what you've experienced is actually crazier than a name change.
Oh yeah, true.
So
oh yeah, like that. Oh yeah, but that was only like
obvious.
once. Yeah, that was only like once in my life, and I can't think of like another one similar to that. If I can.
Yeah, but you're new to it. You got to give it some time. You got to start paying attention, and then things will start. But it's about paying attention. It's only if you want to as well. It's really, if you don't want to, then you can just turn a blind eye. I mean, sometimes it doesn't. It's not really a matter of turning a blind eye either. Like, I mean, you could probably choose not to pay attention to details as much, and kind of like, in some ways you could kind of go about your life, but typically Mandela effects happen to you where, like, it's not really your choice, they just happen. And like, if you've got a good enough memory, there's nothing you can do about ignoring it. You can't ignore that stuff, you know. It happens. And like, if you've got a good enough memory and you remember how things were, then you're going to see things and remember how, you know, they were. Your brain is going to pick up on errors. That's what your brain does. It picks up on, like, okay, that's not correct, that's not the way it was. It's, I don't know about other people, that's how my brain works. I don't know about other people, but my brain detects when things are not the way. Say if I was familiar with a painting, right, and then it changed, my brain would be like, okay, well, that's not how it was before, because my brain remembers. It's easy to look at a painting and remember what it looked like. It's not hard. You just look at it, you remember it, and then when it changes, you're like, okay, that wasn't like that before. I mean, it's not hard to kind of do, but yeah, and that's why there's so many painting Mandela effects, and of course they're all the same. Like people are remembering the same stuff. It's not like there's differences there. You know, there can be there can be variations in the sense of like there can be like third options. It's not like there's just like two options, right? Some people they can have like it is called the variation effect where there can be like other options and people remember like their own unique thing. It's like with ET and the basket, right? See, me and someone else, we remember that basket being an actual basket, like an actual bike basket, like a brown bike basket, like the kind of like I forget the type. I think it might be
wicker basket, yeah.
the wicker one. That one. Yeah, that's what we remember. And we both saw at the same time. That was a really iconic moment on a live stream where they pulled up the ET, the picture of ET in the basket, which is now a milk crate. And both me and this guy just pissed ourselves laughing because we both remember, like, it was like the same time, we both remember that wicker basket. And we were both like, like, and this guy was like, oh, man. Anyways, it's hilarious. Like I'm trying not to laugh at it because it's just so ridiculous. But he literally was like laughing. He's like, that was not a milk crate. Like that was like a regular basket. He was like, that was not like that. And I was just like, oh my god! Like it was such a crazy moment that we both experienced having Mandela effect at the same time. And like now it's a fucking white milk crate, and it's just so ridiculous. It's laughable, and we were just pissing ourselves laughing because like, what the hell? Like, and you know, the person showing the picture, her Mandela effect was different. She remembered the basket being like black or something. So there can be variations, and look, I believe her because the experiences that she's had actually matched mine. There's a lot of memories that we do share. We don't share that particular memory, and that's why I don't agree with the whole and I'm not going to get into that, but I don't agree with their kind of perception on it because everyone has different memories and it's all mixed up. It's not like we're from the same reality. We're not from the same reality. Even if we have 5 Mandela effects that we can relate to, like, oh, yeah, but I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. There is going to become a point where, no, I don't agree with you. It's not going to be all green light. So you don't come from the same reality. You just come from, like, you could say you come from the same reality with one thing, but it's not going to be everything. But anyways, but yeah, and she remembers it being a black milk crate, right? So the color changed for her, but it was still a milk crate. But for us, it was definitely a wicker basket. I mean, that's exactly what I remember. I've seen ET like a million times, but yeah, especially like I had to research it also for the other there is a main ET Mandela effect, which is ET phone home, which has gotten so flip floppy that I've just given up.
Yeah,
but
that changes a lot. I realized. Yeah.
Well, like for you, that changes Mandela effect style for you.
Oh no! I'm talking about like that thing itself, the ET stuff. Yeah.
What is that one? I don't know it.
Oh, the ET phone home. Oh well, a lot of people remember ET phone home instead of ET home phone, but like obviously now in the current situation, I'm pretty sure I think he says both. But in the main scene that people are talking about, he says ET home phone. I mean, it could be. I don't know what it is now. It flip flops all the fucking time. I don't know what it is currently, but that's the official main Mandela effect. When I first, started looking into this, that was it. And then I think there was another scene that said ET phone home. So, and I'm not sure if it still says that. And then I think like it went back to ET home phone. Or phone home. I don't know. This is what I mean. I'm way too confused to even to contribute to. I do remember like I think the original back in the day. I think I do agree with what people remember originally, but like yeah, from then on, like I'm just like there's 2 scenes that say completely different things, so it kind of just gets all confusing. So I'm just checking out of that one because I'm just like anyway. But yeah, either like people remember phone home or home phone, either one. They remember being the baseline. But I never really like ET was not my full jam. So like even though everyone said ET phone home, I'm pretty sure that was the original. Like people said ET phone home everywhere. Because I don't have an anchor memory. that could just be like, you know how when people say, what is the Star Wars one that everyone remembers? Luke, I am your father. Yeah, that one. So it was never Luke, I am your father, but everyone said that. See, that's a misquote. And because I don't have an anchor memory, I don't know. I mean, it could be a misquote because I don't have an anchor memory, so I don't know. But people claim with certainty that they remember him saying, "Luke, I am your father." They say that they really remember that. I don't remember that. But I remember everyone saying, "Luke, I am your father." I remember everyone saying that. But just because I remember people saying that doesn't mean that's what the actual movie said. That just could be a misquote that people were saying that, but it wasn't actually in the thing. So when people say "E.T. phone home," they could be just having a misquote. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But yeah, I think I experienced a flip flop with that, but it was so long ago. I just I don't know, kind of gave up with it. But yeah, the other flip flops I've had with Fruit Loops. I think I've said this before. That was like my first flip flop experience was the Fruit Loops changing it. I don't know if I'm going to get. It's so exhausting trying to explain this stuff because I've done it like a million times. And anyway, I might explain it in a second. But Fatim, I think you were going to say something.
Oh no, I wasn't. Yeah.
I was going to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Pristine. Can you just talk at the meta level, given what you believe about the Mandela effect? What do you think the nature of reality is, and human existence and experience, and what's going on? I've asked you before, but
well, yeah, basically what I've been saying. I think that entities are. I think there's intelligence behind the changes that we're seeing. So I think that reality is just, as I've been saying, it's malleable. It can be changed by the designers, the creators. They can do whatever they want. They can put in whatever storyline whenever they please. They can take different forms. You can never really trust what you're seeing. Basically, I could sum it up into, Rene Descartes. Do you say his name Rene? Is that how you pronounce his name? Or
yes. It is Rene Descartes.
Yes. Rene Descartes. Yeah. Yeah, his evil demon thought experiment. I would say that it's pretty similar to that. I would say, but I don't know I'm not all knowing. I don't know what's actually going on. I wouldn't have a clue exactly for certain what's going on.
Could you give me the gist of the thought experiment, please? Sorry, I don't know it.
Oh, it's called. I mean, you can look it up as I'm talking. But it's called I believe Fatima. It's called the evil demon.
The evil demon thought experiment. I think I can give like a crude summary of it. It's essentially like Descartes was doubting everything that he knew. He thought he knew one day, and he realized that there's no way that an evil demon would trick me into believing in such a falsehoods, or lies. He came up with the idea that he thinks at least of everything around him, so at least he's certain about what he thinks. He does the axiom, I think, therefore I am. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think that's. If you actually read it, I don't think that's what he's saying. What he's saying is that reality could be a trick, like a demon could be tricking you basically with everything you see. You can't trust anything that you see, and he actually compared reality to a dream. Basically, he said in a dream, because he said that he's sitting by a fire in his dream, but he can also do that in reality. What's the difference there? He's basically saying he can't be sure that a demon isn't creating all of his life, and it's just it's an illusion. It's not actually real at all. And he would be bang on the money, considering. I mean, I don't think he did any psychedelics at all, and
no,
yet here we are. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And I haven't done it.
Yeah.
And I haven't done it. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. You reminded me earlier on when you were saying about people who take hallucinogenics and then come back to this reality and kind of have a feeling of insignificance of it because of the relationship to the other reality they've just experienced. You reminded me. There's some I can't remember who wrote it. Some old Chinese thing of a guy falling asleep in a tree and then dreams a butterfly. Yeah, and then when he wakes up, he can't tell if he's the man dreaming he's a butterfly, the butterfly dreaming he's a man. It's the same loss of where the basis is.
Well, that's people also experience that on Salvia, but it is not. It's not what you think it is. People have experienced turning into many different types of things on Salvia. They could be a bucket for 1,000 years, and they could really believe that they were always a bucket, and that they were dreaming that they were. These are usually not. Yeah, they're usually not sentient. It's typically not like they're animals. Like it's rare. Very rarely do people ever turn into animals, and that gives more credibility, in my opinion, because if it was a random thing, they would be turning into anything and everything, not just objects. Doorknobs. A coat of paint on a freaking bench for thousands of years. They turn into the weirdest shit ever. The weirdest shit ever. Like a fan where they're watching fat people get it on a couch, and this is what a plant is doing. They're literally turning people into ceiling fans where they're watching people get it on the couch and they're watching the life of a couple in a house for years, and they turned me on after this amount of time and blah blah blah. Like, where the fuck are you getting this from, dude? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, how these people are not pulling this shit out of their ass. I'm telling you, like, I'm reading this shit. There's no fucking way. Like, some of these guys, you can kind of tell by the grammar and the way that they're talking that they are not smart enough to come up with some of the creative shit that comes out of these people's mouths. Like, it's just insanity. And what's interesting is, like, a lot of the trip reports that I've read, the Salvia trip reports that I've read on Erowid from the early 2000s, to be honest, most of them don't even contain turning into objects. A lot of them don't, which is very interesting because if you read recent Reddit posts over the last, I guess 10 years, you'll see most of them, not all, but most of them are actually just turning into objects and stuff. And there's a lot of conveyor belts and wheels, like the wheel of samsara, and different realities in each wedge and all. I mean, there's all these commonalities. There's so many things that are common to experience, and yet, each trip report is still different in ways, and the different and the same, and it's craziness. There's so many different options out there.
That's what the thing is. The shared experience thing is what really gets me, because it's still explained away as, there's just a chemical inhibition of a part of your brain, and it's your experience as an individual hallucinating away from reality. And I can't get my head around the shared experience thing, and that doesn't explain that,
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, you can't say that you're having some kind of psychotic break if other people, if you're going back
having
to
the same one.
yeah, exactly. If they're having the same experience, and if in terms of Mandela effects, if other people are remembering what you do, and it's quite a number of them, then at that point you can't say that it's you having a psychotic break or something like that, because other people are also agreeing with you. But with those, you could kind of say some of those are like a collective false memory or something. But when it comes to, trip reports and stuff where people are seeing the same entities and they're describing the same, the descriptions are the same and stuff, and people getting really freaked out. If someone draws what they saw, and then someone, they've seen the same entity, and they go into Reddit and they're like, holy shit, that what someone just posted is what I've seen. I've read all. I mean, I read every comment. I spend hours looking into this stuff and reading people's comments, because I value people, and I think that it's not why would you ignore what people are saying? I'm not that type of person. I like to listen to people and listen to their experiences. I'm not going to ignore them just because they're saying something insane. You know what I mean?
I've come to value the individual experience much more than I used to.
Yes.
Yeah, very much.
Oh yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, I believe in the experience of things in general as well.
yeah, I think that it's important to listen to people. I really do. I think it's important for their mental health as well, and especially if you've had a similar experience, to let them know that they're not alone in it. Because I do, I am aware that, and I have noticed that there's a lot of uh, people who have these experiences, these trip reports, and I can tell that they have no idea, that they think that their experience is the be all and end all, and no one else has experienced what they've experienced, and they're the only ones, and it must be, the real deal. But then I've read many trip reports where it's like, well, actually, buddy, you're not alone, and there's actually other people who have seen what you've seen, except there's other factors to it. They haven't experienced exactly what you've experienced. It's not exactly. It's like they haven't experienced a copy and paste. They've experienced certain aspects of what you've experienced in their trip, but it's presented differently, and that's where it gets all confusing, because people are experiencing similar things presented differently. Anyway, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, but yeah. Okay, someone just skidded out there, distracted me. I'll be back in a sec. I think D&W has to share the link, because there's not really many people up here. Anyway, I think he's like stopped sharing the link, so that, yeah, people can't join anymore, and I no longer have the power to let anyone in, so I can't see if people are trying to join either. So kind of just, yeah, I think this is going to be it, because D&W may have even fallen asleep again, and I have no control over anything
Lost
anymore.
in limbo.
Yeah, so it's kind of just awkward. Anyway, that's all good. Yeah, so yeah, back to experience and stuff. Yeah, it's super interesting. I love looking into all this stuff, and taking mental notes of the commonalities, because it does give credibility to what people are saying. I just think like there's just not a collective effort to, because when people think that they're the only ones, they kind of they have their experience, and they're like, oh yeah, I had that, and that's what reality is. Some people like say that we're all reptilian, like they'll have an experience where they turn into a reptilian, and they get this like message or whatever, that everyone's really a reptilian, and they're just in a virtual game, right? And they have this like avatar screen where they're switching between different avatars, so they turn into all these different avatars. And there is quite a lot of evidence of people turning into different people and stuff like that. And obviously with salvia, it's objects. I mean, Steve Cantwell's experience is like a whole different thing entirely, but I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, like it's you can pretty much turn into anyone or anything, but that one trip report that this guy experienced, where basically, like when you're playing a video game, and you can kind of switch through different characters like fast, like people obviously aren't talking about that, like that's not a common experience. That was kind of unique to him, where it's like he was seeing a very similar to a video game, where it's like in record time, it's like doom doom doom, like really really fast. He was changing to all these different people, whereas like most of the time, people are just, you know, well, they're either going into a body that is their own body, but it's like a whole different life. You know what I mean? It's like it's still them, but it's like it's a whole different life, you know, that it's not really theirs. Or they're like turning into their roommate, and they've kind of got amnesia, so they don't remember anything about them. They just remember they have like their roommate's memories, and they basically turn into their roommate. I've heard of that. And I've heard of like someone else ending up as like an old man on a deck or something, and he was that old man, and he described like all this stuff about him. And, yeah, I've heard people turn into other people and stuff like that, but it's not like they're entering like some kind of video game situation like that other dude. So that was an interesting one too.
You made me think of a couple of things. There's a thing in ancient martial arts practice of becoming something, becoming the tiger, becoming the dragon.
Right.
There's a thing in shamanism and the tribal elders seeing through the eyes of the eagle and taking the position of the animals, basically, and having the senses of the animals of a particular animal, which sounds somewhat similar of changing the avatar or just changing position of the viewer or something like that. And you're also talking about experience of people and the importance of it, the experience. I don't know if you heard me mention a couple of days ago, but I've had out-of-body experiences and sleep paralysis as a child and various other weird things in my life go on. And for a very long time, I'd forgotten about them all and basically written them out of my memory because I was developing a scientific worldview that became very rigid and structured, and my desire to be adherent to science that I didn't understand forced me to have a worldview that wouldn't accept those things from my experience. And it was only when I had some sort of catastrophic collapse of my worldview and my faith in the scientific church that I was able to suddenly remember all of those things. And it's so strange for me because I'd been reading about out-of-body experiences on the net for a long time, thinking, oh, wouldn't it be so strange to have what would it be like to have an out-of-body experience like that? And then suddenly having this hit of memory of my own. So yeah, seeing it backwards is, just confusing. You make me realize that the experience, even of your own experience, is so important. And hearing so absolutely, it can let you back into your own.
Yeah, I think science is, I mean, if you look at quantum physics and what people are saying today, like you've got Donald Hoffman basically telling everyone that we're in a VR headset. That's what he's saying. He's saying that the mathematics is telling him that we're in a VR headset, and we're in a cheap one, apparently. We're in a shit one. We're in a really shitty, cheap VR headset. That's what he's saying. So, and I think he really believes this. He really believes that the maths is telling him that what is that mathematical equation is, or 10 to the minus of, well, I mean, I'm like extremely bad at math, so I literally have no fucking idea, but he does say some things that kind of like stick sometimes. It's been a while since I've listened to him, but 10 to the minus of whatever, he kind of slips this stuff in here. I don't think people even understand what he's saying, but I love how he kind of sometimes forgets that he's talking to regular people. But yeah, like it is interesting that someone so intelligent would be saying that, and he's got backing for that as well. Even backing in like old papers and stuff like that from many years ago, that space and time is doomed. That is from a very old paper. Space and time is doomed from a long time ago. Because and there's also some other guy as well that was talking about consciousness, that people are going on about equations and stuff, but it's all within consciousness. So therefore it's kind of like irrelevant, because it's all of science and maths and everything is inside consciousness. It's not like and it can be changed. I mean, I don't know if these people have experienced Mandela effects. I don't think they have, even though they're saying that we're in some kind of VR world and everything, consciousness is fundamental. Because of my belief in entities and that they can change things, I believe that physics can be changed and mathematics and stuff like that as well. They could change all that stuff. They could change a lot of things, pretty much anything about reality. They could change if they wanted to. They've changed certain things in reality. I believe that I mean, look, I'm not like a brainiac, so, you know, I'm still waiting for all my like physics kind of like storyline changes, because I'm starting to pay more attention to that side of things now, learning about quantum physics and stuff like that. And so if anything changes in those areas, hopefully you know, eventually I'll be able to point those out and tell you what I remember or whatever. But because there's already people who do that, but I can't relate to their physics changes and stuff, because I was never interested in science or physics, and I was a religious person in high school, and I studied theology and stuff like that, so I didn't know I'd get into it. But now that science is actually saying what I mean, before I even knew, like, a lot of this stuff, you know, came out after I already came to my own conclusions. Like, when I started to realize what was going on, when I saw the changes that I was saying, I was like, okay, well, it's impossible that anything is real, because it's just impossible. I mean, how could you say that people are real if their names are changing? How could you say that people are real if their anatomy is changing? Like, how could you say that anything is really real in that sense, if, like, you know, geography changes are happening, if you know, movie changes are happening, like, you know, people remember movies that didn't exist. Mine is $1 Million Baby. Other people, they remember some Shazam shit. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I don't remember it, but yeah, there's a lot of changes to a lot of things, and it's like there's no way, in my opinion, and especially when you experience flip-flops, I think that is integral, actually. I think experiencing flip-flops, I haven't really talked much about that, but that is pretty much integral to cementing, you know, the lack of solidarity in reality, and like just how pointless it is. Yeah, basically with Fruit Loops, like when I first started looking into Mandela effects, I was seeing FRUIT all over Google Images, and I just thought it was ridiculous, because I remembered FROOT and with the two Fruit Loops as O's, and, you know, try telling those people that they think that you're insane. They literally thought that they thought that anyone who remembered Fruit Loops FRT was off their rockers, and they were just saying, oh, you're just thinking of Looney Tunes, or you're just thinking of this. They'll come up with all this sort of stuff because it was FRUIT. That's what it was. And I was looking at all these boxes, I'm thinking, really? Like, I mean, I thought I was misremembering FRUIT at first, because that's literally just what I thought. I believed that it was misremembering. That's what I first believed about the Mandela effect. And I just thought, okay, well, I guess I'm misremembering. I can't believe that they called it fruit. I can't believe that they really called it like Fruit Loops, like actual fruit. I thought it was ridiculous, because I'm from realities that don't do that. You know what I mean? Like, they don't, you know, use the proper spellings for things, like Quicksilver, not the proper spelling. Like, I don't. Yeah, most of the stuff is for marketing purposes, right? Like, they don't use the proper spelling specifically for cool marketing. I mean, that's just it's kind of how it is. You know, I think people even remember Qantas being spelled correctly, and other things like that. I just don't. But anyway, yeah, so I was kind of like, okay, well, that's weird. I guess I was misremembering. But then a day or two later, this was like in May of 2023, I believe. Went on to look it up again, because I just thought it was so weird. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna look it up again, and just keep thinking about how weird it is that, you know, it's freaking FRUIT, UIT. And when I looked it up, everywhere was back to FROT. Like, I hadn't seen that since I was a kid. I didn't continue on and eat Fruit Loops like I guess other people did, but I didn't because I stopped eating that shit as a child. So I didn't eat. I never looked at it in the supermarkets or anything. So I hadn't seen that since I was a kid, and I was thinking, holy shit, that's what I remember. And suddenly I felt like, okay, like I'm not, I wasn't misremembering, like I'm not like crazy either, like because that's how they made you feel. All those arguments disappeared from my search engine. There was no purple highlight or anything. It was like all these new posts popped up that were the reverse, where people were having the opposite arguments where they were saying if you remember FRUIT, you're off your rocker. There are actually most people in the Mandela effect community. There a lot of on Reddit, it's like 90% trolls, and then there's like real Mandela effect experiences of the 10%. But a lot of the people that I know in the YouTube circles, at least, they actually remember starting with FRUIT, and the Mandela effect is that it's now FROOT, which kind of weirded me out because like where I started originally, that was not the case. People didn't remember FRUIT. You know what I mean? Like that was like the situation at the time. They didn't remember that. That's literally what it was. So then, when people say now, like, oh, don't you remember that? I was like, well, I do remember FRUIT, but I remember it from 2023. And you're saying that since 2016 or whatever, most people, it's been for them FROT this whole time. But I was like, well, not for me. I definitely saw boxes of FRUIT everywhere and all the arguments and everything. I didn't go into the store. I would have, but I thought I was misremembering. If I could go back, I'd definitely go into a store and fucking buy a box and just be like, what the heck, to have a physical thing, because obviously people, when you've only got an online thing, people can attack that. But I thought I was misremembering, so I didn't bother to even go to the store. But anyway, but yeah, so people remember starting with that, but I started with FROOT. That's how I knew that it was that, and they have photoshopped pictures and everything. So before they had photoshopped the Fruit Loops, people who remembered FROOT, they would photoshop the Fruit Loops onto the picture and cover up they'd take away the fruit part. But here the people have actually photoshopped or whatever, they've altered it to have FRUIT, so that's what they remember. And so there's a Photoshop version, and I'm like, well, that's what I remember. The white letters, it was FRUIT in white letters, and that's every box that I saw. And then there was Sex in the City. When I first saw it, it was Sex in the City, right? Like that's when I first saw it in after knowing about the Mandela effect, and I remembered Sex and the City. I was thinking, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe it's Sex in the City. And I thought I was misremembering again. I thought that's just weird. I really, I thought, oh, maybe I just heard it. Maybe I kind of didn't really believe that because I'd seen Sex and the City on the title. Like, as I said, I pay attention to the spellings of things. Like on Foxtel, it said Sex and the City. That's what my mum used to watch. You know what I mean? That's literally what it was. And so I thought, well, that's just weird. It must have been a pronounced, like someone saying Sex and the City. And I just, even though it was Sex in the City, I heard it as and the City, and I was saying in or something, whatever. Like I was kind of trying to make up all these excuses for it. And for months it was that way. And then I finally decided, I'm going to talk to my mom about this, because I decided not to originally. And I'm like, I'm going to talk to my mom about it. And then when I went to check it, it was back to Sex in the City. Actually, I think it was like a Reddit post that clued me in, because there was an opposite thing where people were saying that they remembered Sex in the City, and that now it was and I was thinking, what the fuck, isn't it in the city currently? Isn't that the current thing? So, and that clued me in, and then I was like, oh, it's actually back to end. And once again, I felt like, and that's the thing, flip-flops happen in the beginning. They usually happen in the beginning for you when you're not aware, so you think that you're misremembering. But afterwards, like now, I'm not, the last ones I experienced were Australian ones, like Officeworks. Was Officeworks one word, and then I saw it as Officeworks with a gap, like there was a space between it. And this was in person. I physically saw the store, like when we were doing Uber Eats and we were driving past, it was Officeworks, and I thought, oh man, I really remember Officeworks being one word. And then it was like maybe like a month later we went out again and it was back to one word. And I'm just like, oh, so I wasn't misremembering. But I guess it has to kind of be that way unless it changes again, where, you're always going to think that you're misremembering until it changes back. And then you're like, oh, it actually was what I remembered. And now it is Officeworks. I'm assuming it still is one word. And Bob Jane Team Art as well. That's another Australian Mandela fact, is that we remember Bob Jane Team Art. And now it's Bob Jane Team Arts. and I also saw it as team art, like recently before it changed to have an S on the end, but it hasn't flip-flopped back. I think it is still team arts, and I don't really see it changing back to team art, but it may do. But yeah, those are flip-flop, experiences that mainly happen with like logos. Anyway, but yeah, they're pretty integral to realizing that reality is not solid at all, and people can kind of just glitch in and out, and that the memories are very it's interesting seeing people's memories change, because they're not the same person that you were talking to before, because their memories are different. It's like one day they remember it always was like that, and then the next day they're like, well, no, it was actually always like this, and blah blah blah. So people have different memories, and they're not really the same person that you were talking to before. That's why there's that whole multiverse, different versions theory, and all of these are scientific theories. All of these are people in the science fields believe. So even though you're trying to separate experience from science, if you actually look at modern science, they're actually just confirming all these experiences. Same with time block theory as well. Like I already saw that. I already saw that without even knowing that it was an actual theory, because of the Mandela effects and the specific experiences I was having. I already saw that I feel like D&W is doing this on purpose so he can see like how much I can actually rant on. But anyways, I'll just let him do that. But I feel like what's going on here. I really think that's what's going on here. But anyway, yeah, I already told that story before, where I was checking that original video, that Roundhead Garden YouTube video for Mandela effects, and I didn't see any. It just looked the same as it did when I first checked it. And then I started watching lives, old lives of a YouTuber, a Mandela effect YouTuber, and I just selected a random video and started watching her lives. And during that live, interestingly enough, even though it was a random selection for me, she started talking about a Mandela effect in that video, and I'd never heard her talk about it before. Any of the other times that because I've rewatched all of her lives a couple of times, and I actually am overdue to. I really do need to get back into rewatching them, because they change a lot. But yeah, at one point when I first started looking into this, I was hooked in. I was like, I'm researching this to the max, and I was rewatching all her old lives like pretty consistently, and stuff like that, and watching all the changes and stuff go on in the videos and whatever. But yeah, so interestingly, that was a pretty clear synchronicity. And when she mentioned the change within that video, that was the change that I saw. Like I was like, yeah, I agree with that change. That is different. But it wasn't there the day before. It wasn't there when I checked it. It was there like I was seeing it for the first time in that video, and she was saying this was like a video from 6 years ago. And that's when I knew time was not at all what we thought. I knew right then and there that time is not linear. That's how I knew, because I was like, well, I saw that video yesterday and that change wasn't there. But now I'm seeing this video and this lady is pointing out a change that I agree with. I agree with her that was not there for me. But the difference is, it wasn't there for her. Like she's saying that like this was 6 years ago, so her video is like years old, and she's saying that changed for her 6 years ago. Whereas for me, it's like a day. Like it changed like that, in one day. It changed like overnight, basically. So that's where I got the time block theory without even knowing that it was a theory. I found out later that that's an actual scientific theory, that time is not linear and it's actually a block. And within that block, these changes could absolutely, it's like a movie, it's like a finished film, right?
Yeah.
And you're going in each frame. And you can even create a Mandela effect movie. So say when you're watching the Mandela effect episode of Black Mirror, there are changes going on in Black Mirror, and like so from my experience, it feels like the changes are happening in real time. But when you actually watch Black Mirror, you know that those changes that are happening to the character are not happening in real time because it's a finished product, it's a finished episode, and it's recorded. So it's kind of similar to, I mean, other examples are Slaughterhouse-5, if you've ever seen that movie. That
It was
also,
a book originally. That yeah.
yes, it was a book originally, but most people probably know about the movie
Kurt
rather than the
Vonnegut.
book.
Yeah. Kurt Vonnegut is the author. Yeah, I think I read it in high school.
Yeah, I had no idea about it until Jacob Brendes, who is a physicist as well, he mentioned it because they believe in time block theory. Both him and Emily Adlam, they both believe in time block theory. They don't believe that time is linear because scientists just, they don't believe that. And they don't believe in free will either. But yes, they were saying that it's like Slaughterhouse-5, where aliens can pinpoint. It's all finished. It's a finished product, and aliens can pinpoint at any different spot in that man's life. Any spot, it's all there. It's all finished and it's all in one spot. It's not continuing on, and it's not like it's yet to be decided. It's already all done, and the alien just points and can go into any point in time in that in that worldview, in that frame of whatever perspective. So yeah, that's a this is science, man. Like it's like literally we're seeing science in our experiences. Absolutely, it's not separate anymore the way people kind of originally thought. I guess it's definitely not separate. It's actually
It's
very,
not.
very.
It's just not like in the realm of speculation. There's science behind it. Yeah.
Yes, the science behind it. But yeah, I don't think that they're the only kind of issue is they're not seeing what I'm saying. I don't have access to I wish I did. But I'm a unemployed nothing. So I can't talk to these people, unfortunately, and I can't tell them what I've seen because I would love to have their opinion on it. I wish that they would give their opinion. I know that there have been a few, but not the right people, not the people that I want their opinions on. I want there's certain people in this field that I want their specific opinions on. But it would be interesting to see what what they have to say about it, and it would be interesting if they had the same experiences that I've had, what they would think about that, and what they would say, their opinions on it, their educated opinions, because they're extremely intelligent. They know a lot, and they often dumb things down, even when they're saying incredibly smart things for the common man, I guess, or the layman, as they say. They kind of dumb things down for us. So in interviews and that. But yeah, it would be awesome to have that happen, because I don't think they've experienced that. They believe in these things without experience, which I find I applaud them for that. I really do. I respect them for it, and it's awesome, because it's like, wow, without experience you believe is something that you haven't seen, because I don't think I could do that, honestly. I go by what I see and experience. I honestly would never believe in time block theory, or I don't know about lack of free will. I think that when I was a Christian, I don't think I believed in free will, actually. When I was a Calvinist, and Calvinists don't believe in free will, so I actually already didn't really believe in that. And then I think when I ditched religion, I just didn't care about. I didn't really I just didn't believe in anything. So I was just like, yeah, we have free will. I just kind of had a default of, like, I was an atheist nihilist, where I was just like, oh yeah, I guess just evolution, and any thought, like, I couldn't explain the design I saw. There were a lot of things I couldn't explain, but when you can't explain something, sometimes you just like, oh, whatever. You just ignore it all, and you just kind of go with what's easier. You just go with you kind of give up on fighting society, and you're just like, yeah, sure, it's evolution, whatever. You just kind of go with it, and all these crazy experiences that you've had, or what you really believe in, what you see, the design and what you're seeing around you, you kind of just push it to the side, because it's just easier, and I wasn't religious at that point. And you also, when you come out of religion, you can't see for some reason people can only, and I'm guilty of it as well, because I could only see two options. I thought, well, if God doesn't exist, then even though I'm seeing design, it can't be, because I really don't believe in God. I really still do not believe, there is no God. I don't believe in that. So I was like, well, how can I see what I'm seeing, and intuitively know that there is intelligence, and have these other kind of I had synchronicities back then, and I had other weird experiences as well that it just wasn't as heavy as it is now. But yeah, so I was like, well, because I can't explain it, I'm just going to ignore it. And because I didn't care anymore, being an atheist, I didn't care. So it's just like, whatever. I kind of just moved on and got on with my life, and I, tried to survive, but, trying to get jobs and stuff. My focus went elsewhere on trying to get money. So that's all I really cared about after that. But yeah, anyways, I can let someone else talk. Go ahead. If anyone else has something to say.
Forgive me, I'm going to duck out. Got to get off.
No, all good.
Thanks.
I don't know what.
Okay.
It's yeah. Sorry.
No worries. Just, okay.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Yeah, I think D&W's fallen asleep, and he can't let anyone else on. I can't let anyone else on, so it's kind of like a bit awkward. Okay.
I literally did fall asleep though, but yeah, thank you for that.
Okay. Well, it's just us.
Okay. Does anybody want to get on? No, there's nobody backstage. Dirty Low Life went to bed. Good night, Dirty Low Life. Thank you for keeping things going. Well, unless anybody else wants to come on, I suppose we'll shut down. We'll give them a few minutes to come on.
Okay.
How was the bubble bath and wine D&W? If only it was that luxurious. Yeah. So is Fatima there? Fatima's having a little break, but you did you did well tonight, Pristine. Some days you don't talk at all, but tonight you didn't shut up, which is fantastic.
Yes. Well, it's a lot easier when there's barely anyone on it. But yes, I didn't want it to go dry, so I just I do know how to talk a lot, as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what stands out for you from the show tonight?
What stands out for me, I guess, our main topic was consciousness. I think that's the main takeaway from what was discussed. The main focus was consciousness, and I think that we covered a lot of aspects surrounding that phenomenon. So I think we did well in that regard. We didn't really touch much on the other topics listed, although yesterday I think you did angels and demons, but we still haven't. Maybe we can do a part 3 on machine elves, although I think that's going to be rage bait, but it'd be funny for me. It'd be funny rage bait for me. But if you were to talk about like machine elves and go through people's reports and stuff, I feel like you're going to get like a lot of trolls and like people losing their minds. But you can do what you want. I mean, if you want to go down that path, it's up to you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, unless somebody comes on, we'll give them 2 minutes. We'll give them literally 2 minutes to come on, Pristine.
Okay.
What's happening in the world out there?
Nothing. Sunshine and the wind moving through the trees, and some cars driving past calmly this time, before someone did a skid, but that is not the current situation. But yeah, I was going to go to the dentist today, but luckily, I was actually going to cancel. That's what I was going to do. But then they called me and said that my dentist is sick too, and that they canceled. I was like, thank God. felt like a huge weight off my shoulders, because I felt like really annoyed that my bodily inconveniences like came up when, you know, I've got a dentist appointment, and they literally rocked up like around the same time. So I was like, oh, I don't think I can go. I think it would be dangerous if I went out in public on the first day, because you never know. Sometimes it's bad. Let's just put it that way. So yeah, I was like, I'm gonna call in and say that I can't. But you know, there's one last tooth that I need done. That you know, I was kind of annoyed that it wasn't going to happen, because I was like, oh man, the longer I leave it, the worse it's going to get. You know what I mean? So I kind of need to get it fixed, and then that's pretty much the bulk of it over with. And so I was kind of like, oh man, it's, you know, prolonging things. But as soon as, like, you know, I got the memo that they couldn't do it, I was like, oh, that's great. Then it's not just me, and I don't have to like sit here being like, oh man, I should have gone even though I was suffering. Anyways, you know, that's my situation today.
Okay, so what's going to be the outcome though? Sorry.
What's the outcome? Like, what do you mean?
With your teeth.
I get it. What? Oh, I'm just gonna. Oh, they just rescheduled. That's all.
Oh, rescheduled.
Yeah, they just rescheduled. Oh yeah. So I'm just gonna go back another time. It's just because I'm you know, on benefits. It's like a community center. I don't choose like it's not like when you're rich and because I've obviously had jobs before where I could just walk into the dentist and they literally work on me there, and then I just walk in, I pay them, and then I get everything done, you know, straight away. But because I'm not in that position anymore, it's up to them. They decide, you know, when the whatever dentist is available. So they book. I think the next appointment for me is like in like June and yes, I don't know, like somewhere around there. But yeah, like they kind of just decide. So I can't walk in, and anyway. Yeah, that's the difference. That's the difference. So it just means waiting longer, which yes, unfortunately it's gonna you know, probably be worse by the time I get there. But it's not going to be too bad, because it's like only like a month or two away. I think. I don't know. I think my next one might be before June, and then there's another one. There's like 2 more that I have. But anyways, it'll all be fixed in the end.
Well, good luck with that. Teeth are funny things, aren't they? They really are. In all of human evolution, our teeth are probably the worst thing. In that, they don't repair very well.
No.
They cause such agony for people sometimes.
Yeah, that's why my opinion is it's designed that way. That's why I don't think it's like some random kind of thing. I think that if evolution was...
Is evidence that everything's designed to torment us?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that. Considering people's experiences with like entities that are evil and mocking them and all kinds of shit, then yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'd have to believe that after experiencing that. I mean, what else could you believe? There's literally entities out there that are like, you know, evil and fucking with people. So I think that they have designed everything that way. I think it's like alien entertainment. People are seeing circus shit and all kinds of carnival crap. So yeah, I think it's a big, crazy, evil circus, and it's probably not even as lighthearted as that. I would say it gets deeper and more evil now. Unfortunately, you know, no one. Well, yeah, I mean, people. It's
you make it sound dreadful. Like it's horrific.
It is. Well, it is. It is. That's what people experience. So, I mean,
did you see that? Did you see that video I played at the beginning? It was a poem I wrote. You kind of it reminds you of that, because that was pretty bleak. Do you want to watch it? It's only like a minute. Well, it's 1 minute 55 seconds. Here you go.
The sun may warm your glowing skin. The stars may give you midnight fairy lights. But to whom light gives, it also, that receiver takes away. For what is light but the burning of dark things? In this universe, phenomena are either the light or the fuel that it consumes so it can continue to burn furiously. Light grows its future harvest, the very fuel it will devour, and that is what you are. It shows what is. It powers life, and all it touches, it is also degrading, also destroying by merely shining down upon. Now you see it. Now you don't. The great revealer, the quiet eraser, the big tease. See the light? It is your maker, and it is your breaker. You are scared of the dark. Oh, how you run from shadows. You yearn for illumination, but the brighter the light of your supposed savior, the more dangerous it is. The light shines on, but because it does, you won't. But what for? Why must light burn all that is, and create new fuel with its own burning, a cycle ever ensuring more suds for the fire, where else must fires burn? Forever, without mercy. Why? I sadly tell you, hell.
Very cool. Very cool. I like it. I did accidentally press on that once, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" But yes. But yeah, no, I like it. Yes, that was kind of like over dramatized kind of version that takes its lightheartedness, or it's not as like serious, but yeah, like I don't know, I think that no, I don't think anyone wants to believe that evil is controlling the world, and that evil designed us to torture
It
us. I
is
mean, who the hell?
controlling the world, yeah. I think so.
Do you like that one,
Yeah.
Fatima? The fact that the light is an example of like. Did you like the poem I wrote? Sorry, guys. Today I'm completely fucked. By the way.
I am too. I actually stepped out. I was buying stuff actually. I was on the phone. Now I switched to the laptop. Yeah.
Light. Yes. Interesting.
Nah, I think that what was it? What can I say now?
Well, I mean, if you think about the level of pain we can experience, it's actually a lot. Like, why would we be able to, like, I mean, talking about physical pain, yeah, there is emotional pain too, but physical pain can actually get up to insane levels where, like,
Of course,
it's
yeah.
unbearable. You need painkillers and stuff like that. I mean, I don't want to talk about breaking bones here. I don't want to put stuff into reality. God forbid. Next minute, I'm actually not even going to make that joke. But anyways,
I mean, that's
because
still That's still happening.
yeah.
Everyone's gonna break bones somewhere around the world. Everyone's gonna die in a war zone right now somewhere around the world.
No, I wasn't saying that. I'm just saying I'm not going to put that into my life by making a joke about it, because there's been a lot of times when I've made jokes and then stuff has turned up in the news the next day.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. So I'm not making a joke about breaking bones here. But yeah, and I've never have. I've only fractured. I'm not even going to get into that. But anyways, moving right along from the bone stuff. But I can imagine, that'd be extremely painful. So my point is that like the human body is capable of experiencing like crazy pain. And like I've been pretty severely sick, like sometimes like it's nuts, like where you can't even rest, like, you know what I mean? There have been times when I can't even rest and like sleep because like I'm feeling like that nauseous and like just like gagging. So I mean, I'm not going to get into detail. I probably shouldn't, because it grosses people out, but this is the type of stuff that humans experience, and like there's actually worse out there. There's people in chronic pain, in hospital, and like there's people with severe. There's so much, so in my opinion, like I don't think that that's just some random. I think that evolution, if it was a thing, which doesn't even make any sense to me, but I think it would probably be a lot better. I think it would be a lot better. I think it would be like it wouldn't have the problems that we're seeing. I think that they're kind of specifically designed to cause suffering. I see intelligence in that. I don't think it's just some random suffering for no purpose or no reason, especially considering everyone's experiencing like entities and stuff like that. Just wouldn't even be happening under an evolutionary standpoint. And then there's obviously anatomy, Mandela effects, that blows evolution out of the water as well. And I'm not talking about changes that are like you can see in history. I'm talking about Again, again, I'm talking about remembering anatomy that does no longer exist, and there's no evidence of that. That's what Mandela effects are. I'm just reiterating it because I know it's kind of hard for people who haven't had these experiences to.
Oh yeah, like it's kind of hard up for me because like besides like the blonde boy, I don't really recall any other like of those occurrences in my life.
Well, it's similar. It's similar to that where there's no evidence that what you remember. So you remember a blonde kid, but there's no evidence of that. So in this
Hello.
reality,
sorry, make your point and then hello to Cougar Dimmer. Go ahead, Pristine.
Sorry. Yeah, so basically that's what I'm getting at is that people remember anatomy changes that there's no evidence for and that no longer exists. There's no difference there. So it's just reality changing in those ways, you know what I mean? But yeah, so that's basically what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you just can think about that, there are people most people I would say actually remember the African kid. If you go around and do a poll and ask people, most people would remember that. There are a lot of people who do remember the blonde. Well, yeah, of course they would remember the African kid. That's the current reality. Go around and ask like a bunch of like regular people. Go outside and ask people, ask your family. They remember the African kid because that's what it's always been here. It's always been the African kid. I mean, you've currently, talked to someone who remembers the blonde kid, so you're probably thinking that everyone remembers the blonde kid. There are a lot of people who do, but it's not true. Not everyone remembers that. There are a lot of people. Most people, I would say, like the majority of the population would remember the African kid. That's how most Mandela effects work. Every time something changes, the majority of people remember the current situation. It's never the other way around. You're not going to find most people remembering the blonde kid. In the Mandela effect community, a lot of people remember the blonde kid in the community, but go outside the community and then ask people, and they remember the African kid. Or even go into the comments. And you're not going to see. Go into the comments and see all the people.
Quick question, completely unrelated, but you'll see why I'm asking in a moment. Cougar Dim, if you're there, do you remember the story you told us where you were standing in front of a mirror and you heard a voice in your head saying, "Cat"? Was it "Cat I am" or "I am cat"? What were the words? Sorry.
It was spoken to me, and it was "Cat thou art."
Cat thou art. Okay, that's all I want to know for now. I'll reveal why in a while. Thank you. Sorry, Pristine, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, that's basically the point I was making. I pretty much made my point is that most people are not going to remember what you do. You just got to research it. It's easy to look at comments and everything. Like there's people who are not going to. People who don't remember anything different are going to be commenting normally, and they're just going to be talking about the black kid as though nothing has changed. There's no difference there. They're not going to be noticing anything different. If you think about it, if everyone remembered a blonde kid, like you really think that people are just going to be normal about that? You really think that if like most people remembered a blonde kid that now doesn't exist, you really think that society is going to be calm about that? There's literally no Mandela effect where the majority of people are on board with it. It's only ever a small minority of people, or every time. It's never most people. Everyone has different memories, so it's yeah. That's just, anyways. You can respond to that.
Cat thou art. Cat. Did he say "Cat thou art"? Right, that's what he said. Isn't
I think he said "Cat thou art." What?
Right.
Is there? Okay, what's the point?
I think.
Is there a point? Yeah, go ahead.
I think there was a story that Cougar Doomer said that he once spot himself as a cat, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I did not actually.
No.
I did not ideate that.
Words were "Cat thou art," right? Cat thou.
Yes, as if it was spoken to me by another party.
Oh.
Okay.
I never had that ideation. It just was imposed upon me. But as soon as I heard it, I was like, "Oh yeah, you know what? That makes some sense."
That's very cool. Exactly, and that's what a lot of people experience. That kind of like sense. It's like that they, use the word telepathy, but it's like an impression. Like you just know. It is. You know that it's coming from somewhere outside of you, from an intelligence, and they're they're telling you something. That's very interesting. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I like that experience. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I reckon, the Jared Jaguar in our Instagram group, maybe he had the same thing, because I think he also sees himself as a jaguar. Or is that just because he's anyway, I'm not going to get into it, but I don't know why he thinks that, but
Well, it's kind of an unusual meme for humans because humans are not solitary animals. We tend to be group
Yeah.
animals. So you're more likely to see yourself as some sort of a human archetype, like a king or a princess or a knight or some hero figure or whatever, or Batman or Green Lantern or whatever. And so to ideate an animal pretty much out of the blue, it struck me, and it moved me, and here I am.
that is interesting.
Yeah.
No, that's really cool. That's really cool.
What was it that made sense, Kuguru? Was it that you were so independent minded? What was it? You said that makes sense. Sorry, I'm doing something.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I think it was just the entire package. So, start with science. I fall out of the Myers-Briggs personality profile as an INFJ. And INFJ personalities are fairly savage. And we have a set of traits that are not, they're not antisocial, but they're definitely mavericks and don't need a lot of support and don't need a lot of warm fuzzies. And I always was like that. And so maybe on some subconscious level, I was just picking up on that. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it's better than being a reptile, because some people get told that in trip reports and stuff, and that's I wouldn't want to be. It's like you take off the VR and you're actually a reptile. Just you're playing a video game or something. I'd be like, oh. No, I don't know, but it is interesting. I mean, that guy actually had a different takeaway. I mean, he was comforted by that. He really was. He was like crying. He was like driving apparently to work, and there was the sunrise, and he's like, and he was like, it's all going to be okay. He's like, oh, we're all just reptiles, and it's a video game, and nothing's real. And he was comforted by it. He was like crying. He's like, everything's going to be okay. This is great. He loved it. He loved his trip report or his trip experience that turned into a trip report. He loved it, and he felt incredibly comforted by it, and he felt joy that he was really a reptile. So I don't know. Some people like it. It's all subjective, right? I wouldn't like it, but it's subjective.
Well, a lot of this personality profile stuff is really a veiled discussion of archetypes.
Yes.
And you people have different theories about that. How many there are, where they come from, whether they're real or whether there's just social constructs. But it kind of doesn't matter. If you're sort of aware that there are archetypes of different types of animals, even just different animals. What is your spirit animal? This used to be a question we used to ask each other. What's your spirit animal? What's your totem animal? And when you have those kind of conversations, or even if you just see animals and you realize what you like, the type of animals you like, and then you think, well, why do I like that animal? Am I weird for liking that animal? And we kind of build a profile of ourselves, like you might do in a video game, where we start to think about ourselves in terms of archetypes. I think it's a natural human thing to do. It's metacognitive. It's trying to find your place in the world. It's trying to find your place in the tribe. I'm not sure that chimps do it, or that any other human did it. Humans probably didn't do it until 50,000 years ago, when we acquired language and abstraction and started doing cave art. Think about cave art. Who was doing cave art? Why were they doing that? Was that them? Were they putting themselves in there? Why are they on the caves about 50,000 years ago? So, we do this. We naturally do this.
Yeah. Wait, Cougar Doom, I have a question for you. How do you think language was formed or founded? Like, how do you think, the origin of language started?
That's actually not really well understood. It
Yeah,
wasn't
right.
even until recently that we started to notice enough archaeology that people started to say, hold on, wait a second, something happened. And a bunch of papers were published, a bunch of talks were given, and there's now kind of a consensus that about 50,000 years ago, humans did something. And it may have been genetic, it may have simply been that our windpipe, our larynx, the way even the tongue, the muscles in the tongue, maybe something changed. There was a mutation, an actual mutation that gave us extra muscles, the different hyoid bone, a different way of breathing. Uh, being able to breathe through our mouth and therefore form sounds. It's not really known what changed, but it could have been cognitive. It could simply have been that we started thinking differently. This is kind of mystical. I mean, just let it flow through you for a moment. That 50,000 years ago, somebody, maybe all humans had this capability. Maybe it's like how someone once discovered the number 0. Nobody had the idea that there was a number 0. And then one day someone said, excuse me, I think there's a number 0. And then it took off, right? So one person discovered this and then everyone agreed. And it happened like overnight. So maybe someone decided to use their tongue and their mouth and their glottis in a different way. And they said words or something like words. People were like, wait, what did he just do? And maybe it was like that. Or maybe we just like woke something up. I don't know. It's a real mystery, and you can really run with it if you want to. This is an actual, genuine mystery. What happened 50,000 years ago?
Because there's also a theory called generative anthropology. It's pretty much a hypothesis that says that language came from a once singular event inside human history. It's called the original scene. It's a very weird theory. It's like language came from one explosion of cognitive ability in the species, and the ancestors of man.
Yeah, when you realize, see, we have biases, and we normalize what we do now. That was how we've always done things, right? We've always done things the way we do things with language and culture and singing and instruments, and then when someone comes along and says, actually, that's not true. There was a time we didn't do any of this. And then you might ask, well, wait, then how did we get started? Because that's the next question. If we didn't always do this, if our universe wasn't always like this, then when did it change? And then it's like, well, then why? And we don't know. It's an interesting question. And can we ever know? That's the next shoe to drop. We may never know. There may simply be no way to know this.
Yeah, there could not be. Oh, yeah. I'm okay with saying I don't know, because saying I don't know is not the same as I don't understand, a lot of people assume because you say you don't know, you say I don't understand. That's not true, because it's how I view the question of I guess you can say this is going to be the most boring of topic, but of the existence of God. I've heard all of the arguments for and against it, and all I can come up with is an I don't know, because there could be a sustainer of the universe, right? Like the unmoved mover, the first cause, the necessary being. But I don't know how we can jump from that being, that necessary being, to any specific God found, any specific God of any particular religion in the world, for Christianity, Islam, or any other conception,
Yeah, and even science is chock-a-block with these moments of clarity. So, for example, we were earlier talking about abiogenesis, which is how does life arise from non-life? And right now, science doesn't know. And you might say, well, that's dumb. No, that's exciting. For science to say, we don't know, and we may never know. That's an epiphany. We have epiphanies. We do have moments of shocking clarity. And another one is what came before the Big Bang. And some people will tell you right away, it's the Big Bang all the way down. Nothing came before. And some people will say, well, we can't know. We can't
Infinite
know.
regress. Yeah.
Okay, infinite regress is one thing, but the truth is you can't prove it. Therefore, because nothing came through to prove it. Although even even Roger Penrose thinks that there might be some signal that came through, and I haven't heard the definitive discussion of that, but that's an intriguing possibility
Didn't
of truth.
Roger Penrose says that the universe is like a cylinder, like it's like he goes in a loop, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, he did a talk that I thought was absolutely fascinating, where he was working with this neurobiologist, and but then he got on this topic of conformal geometry, which I was actually talking about when I came onto this forum, and they would let it drop because it doesn't have to go anywhere. Conformal geometry is a strange stuff. It's what M.C. Escher was using in some of his illustrations, like the angels and demons and some other things. He liked to play with geometry in his illustrations, and one of them was conformal geometry. And conformal geometry turns out to underlay a lot of really freaky shit. And the current place where conformal geometry shows up is AI training, which freaks me out. And what conformal geometry is, if you take an infinite sphere, so not a sphere like the Earth or the Moon, but an infinite sphere, and you roll it out onto a two-dimensional plane so you can visualize that, you get a conformal geometry. And it's a tessellation of shapes. And in M.C. Escher's drawings, and you can look it up, his heaven and his demons, his devils and angels tessellation, the space left between the demons is actually the space shape of the angels, and vice versa. The tessellations define each other. One defines the other. Now that's how he illustrated it. I think there's another one with cats and birds. The one defines the other, and it works both ways. It's completely symmetrical. And the crazy thing about conformal geometries is that they work at the infinite. They are how infinity gets unrolled into our 2D or even 3D or 4D space. Somehow in the universe, this is a bit like fractal geometry, somehow in the universe, there is a massive conformal geometry at work. And Einstein hinted at this with his space-time discussions in Hilbert spaces, and conformal geometries is all rolled into this stuff. It's really got me, it's got my juices stirring right now, just trying to work all this together, that the infinite can be unrolled. It can be unrolled into something that still stays infinite. That's the crazy thing about it. I mean, it really is. It really will blow your mind if you allow it to. That the infinite can be unrolled into something infinite. And by the way, you can do the same thing with sacredness. That there is an infinite sacredness, whether it's Yahweh or whatever you want to call it. There's an infinite sacredness, and when we unroll it into our little world, our little 3D, 4D world, where we stub our toe and get cancer and everything else, when we unroll the infinite reality into our little world, what we get is religion. We get religion. We get religion. And that's why there's a million religions. Because we have to unroll eternity, not eternity, infinity. And the infinity of the ultimate thinking, caring, it's intentful thing. When we unroll it, we get religions in our plane. And I came up with that myself.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
my thinking about where all this stuff ties together.
Sophisticated, yeah. As for me, like, I'm willing to believe that the universe could also be a type of loop as well, because Roger Penrose also did say that as well. And like, because like to me, like, you know, me being skeptical of like theism, the idea of God, I think that, you know, one thing that theists will always say is that like, oh, it cannot be a infinite regress. There has to be a type of first cause, or like the uncaused cause to cause everything inside reality, and that being is what they call God. While now our current findings are like, well, that doesn't have to be the case. The universe could always be here in a loop. It doesn't need a creator per se, in a very like strict sense of the word. We still don't know why things are here. We still don't know why there's something rather than nothing. But I think that's another issue.
If I could just interject, I think maybe it's the other way around. And I'm not taking the Christian side on this, but they do actually have the belief that God always existed and he never had like a beginning or an end.
Oh yeah, of course.
At least when I was in, I'm not sure if you were aware. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't know what you meant, but so you're proposing that with you can take away the creator and still have I mean, I suppose you I
Yeah.
suppose you could. I suppose you could do that, but I mean, does it really explain the design that we see? Like,
Design.
I can't really get my.
One of the things,
I
like,
never-
one of the things. Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
No, no, it's okay. I just struggle to. I can't really get my head around some of the stuff that I see in nature. It just blows my mind. I don't know how I don't know how it got here, but anyway.
Oh yeah, true. Well, like I same here. Like there's sometimes I feel like wonder in the world, like with its the argument from that is called the argument for a design or like intelligent design. Like the universe, the world was made in such a perfect way. When like I don't think that's the case sometimes because like the world is a pretty unpredictable place full of like uncertainty and like our maths always change. Like there's Gödel's incompleteness theorem. And if we look at Mother Nature, I think DNW would appreciate this subject of wild animal suffering. The fact that animals have to eat each other in order to survive. It's very brutal and like barbaric, right? You know, I don't think you have to be a vegan in order to understand that like nature is pretty cruel. You know, like so. My question: how can that be part of like a plan, like a design? Specifically from like a intelligent creator, quote unquote, that the Christians or like the Islamics, the Jews say, the Abrahamic God, you know, when like in the actual reality of things, animals have to kill and eat each other, and like there's like over billions of animals that suffer inside the wild,
Exactly.
and I'm not even taking into account the
Christians will ignore this. Like when Alex O'Connor actually had a debate with two Christian, Cliff Kenshaw or whatever. I used to watch him ages ago, back when I was like in high school, and now he has a son who's all grown up, and he's a clone of his son's a clone of himself, and they're insane. But anyway, so Alex O'Connor had a debate with him, and he brought up, of course, animal suffering and stuff like that. They just, you can tell the ignorance, and their like argument just fell apart, and they were just struggling. The struggle in that debate was just hilarious. It was just comical. And Alex is an atheist, vegan, or he was a vegan, and these guys are obviously just they have no idea about the suffering of animals. So they just ignore all that stuff. They ignore it, and they kind of choose to live in ignorance about it, and they kind of just go, well, God works in mysterious ways, and they also blame everything on Eve. They blame everything on the woman. Oh, she did the wrong thing, and that's why there's sin and suffering in the world. I believe that, as I said, like it seems to be, maybe not a nice designer, not like a good God who created everything perfectly. I think that everything is perfectly designed to cause suffering. That's what I see by
exactly. That's kind of like
evil.
that actually is like a good inversion of like the classical theist view of the world. The classical theist view of the world is saying that there is an end point to everything that is good, because eventually it's going to come back to God. Like this is what all of the all of like
guys. Kugajuma, sorry guys. Kuga, did you know what I was up to all along while I was asking those questions? Kugajuma, the time has come. Kugajuma, are you there?
Kugajuma?
Oh, I hope he is there.
Okay.
He might be in the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm here. I was just busy.
That's okay.
Well, I actually was writing the lyrics for a song for you. So basically, I've written the lyrics for you, okay? And I wrote the lyrics for you, and I put them through the music, the song maker, and now we've got a song for you because you've been on the show long enough. Sometimes people get songs. Do you want to hear it?
I guess so.
I hope you like it. I hope you like it.
Run it by me.
I hope you like it. It's in good spirits because we like it. All right, here you go. You ready?
I'm ready.
There was a man, a scientist. He was there when they started AI. He was there when they started AI.
And one day, that man did stand in front of a mirror.
Not just a mirror, but a kind of portal.
A thin place.
You know the type.
And he hear a voice.
Not from behind him.
Not from inside him.
But from somewhere else.
From the ether.
From the field.
From the all.
And the voice was calm,
but absolute.
And it said,
Cat thou art.
Cat thou art.
And he paused. And he thought.
Yes.
Yes, that does make sense.
Because he was independent. Because he did not need the group.
Because he walked alone.
But saw everything.
He is a cat.
He is a cat.
Feline power.
Running through the architecture of a man.
And the cougar was born.
And the cougar was born.
And the cougar went on.
And lived as the cat
that he now was.
And he had many wins as a cat.
Smooth winds.
Quiet winds.
You didn't even see them happen winds.
But there is something else about this cat.
Something strange. Something slightly off.
Something that makes you go,
hang on.
How about that?
Because
the cougar is a doomer.
The cougar is a doomer.
The cougar is a doomer.
He says,
you are all fucked.
Doom.
Doom. Doom. But not in anger.
Not even in hatred.
More like a reading.
More like a diagnosis.
More like a weather report.
And the cat wrote a book.
100 days.
A speculative vision.
A little transmission.
A glimpse of the curve we are on.
Global heating.
Global heating.
It is getting too crazy out there.
Meteorologically.
Environmentally.
Geopolitically.
Economically.
Psychologically.
Everything is wobbling.
Everything is heating.
Everything is slipping.
And it all points
to one simple thing.
The cat man needs to tell you.
You are fucked. It is over.
We should have done something.
Like yesterday.
Fossil fuels. Ancient sunlight.
Burn too fast.
Burn too greedily.
Burn too stupidly. Doom, doom, doom.
No hope.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Because Cougar Doomer
has one instruction.
Just one.
Do
not
die.
Not yet.
Not while it is still happening.
Not while you can still see it.
Not while you can still feel it.
Do
not
die.
Wow, that was good. I am greatly honored. I'm greatly honored. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. I'm glad you liked it. I need to edit one or two bits of the lyrics, but other than that, yeah. Do you like the kind of the musical genre?
I love the atmosphere. That is totally me.
Yeah, I thought so. So I'm glad you liked it, brother. I think I need to change one of the lyrics a little bit. The title came out wrong. Because I said it was 100 days, but when they're singing, it sounds like they just say 100 days. So were you happy with that?
Oh, that's fine with me. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then what I'll do is I'll put that up on my channel as a standalone video if you want.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
and I'll link it to your channel at the bottom. Yeah. Do you want to hear it one more time, guys? Did everyone like it?
I did.
Do you want to hear it one more time, seeing as it is the first time it's ever been played?
It was tribal song, yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, I really like the tribal aspect of it, and the sort of gothic, shadowy things in shadowy places. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, and it also had a woman's voice as well, which I thought was good because that was like your wife,
Yeah.
You had everything.
Yeah. We'll listen to it together, and I'll tell her that's her.
Is she around, or do you want me to play
Oh
it
yeah,
now?
she's nearby. I'm on my headset. So, but if you put it up as a short or something, I'll make sure she gets to hear it.
Okay. Do you want to hear it one more time here?
I'd love to. I thought it was really great.
Okay, let's go again then, guys.
You want to hear it? I don't think it's going to work for you. Hello.
Oh, hello there, darling. Yeah, you're right. We got a song here for Cougar. So, do you want to hear it? You ready? I'll play it now.
I'm ready. Okay, good. Thank you.
A scientist.
He was there when they started AI.
He was there
When they started AI.
and one day that man did stand in front of a mirror.
Not just a mirror, but a kind of portal.
A thin place,
You know the type.
and he hear a voice,
Not from behind him,
not from inside him,
but from somewhere else.
from the ether,
From the field.
from the all,
And the voice was calm,
but absolute.
and it said,
Cat thou art.
Cat thou art.
And he paused, and he thought,
Yes,
yes, that does make sense.
because he was independent. Because he did not need the group,
Because he walked alone,
but saw everything.
he is a cat.
He is a cat,
Feline power,
running through the architecture of a man.
and the cougar was born,
And the cougar was born,
and the cougar went on,
and lived as the cat.
that he now was.
And he had many wins as a cat.
Smooth winds,
Quiet wins.
you didn't even see them happen winds.
But there is something else about this cat.
Something strange, something slightly off.
Something that makes you go,
Hang on,
how about that?
because
The cougar is a doomer.
the cougar is a doomer.
The cougar is a doomer.
He says,
You are all fucked.
doom.
But not in anger,
Not even in hatred,
more like a reading,
more like a diagnosis.
more like a weather report.
And the cat wrote a book,
100 days,
a speculative vision,
a little transmission.
a glimpse of the curve we are on.
Global heating,
Global heating,
it is getting too crazy out there.
meteorologically,
Environmentally,
geopolitically,
economically,
psychologically,
everything is wobbling,
everything is heating,
everything is slipping
and it all points.
to one simple thing.
The cat man needs to tell you,
You are fucked.
It is over. We should have done something like yesterday. Fossil fuels, ancient sunlight. Burn too fast. Burn too greedily. Burn too stupidly. Doom, doom, doom. No hope. Maybe. Maybe not. Because Cougar Doom has one instruction. Just one. Do not die. Not yet. Not while it is still happening. Not while you can still see it. Not while you can still feel it. Do not die.
Does he hear me now? Oh, hello? Oh, that was fabulous. Did you write that?
Yeah, I wrote that for him, obviously, because I know him this long
Oh,
time. So
and you're DW, right? You're DW, right?
D and W, yeah.
D and W.
Yeah. That's it.
Is that like D with ampersand, like and, or D?
No. It sounds like D. It's Delta November.
Delta November Winter.
Whiskey. Yeah.
I see, whiskey, yeah. And that's your abbreviations of your name?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good, DNW. Oh, wow, that was unbelievable. That was so good. That was the best. You're amazing. That was wonderful. Thank you for that.
Like it, 'cause he does.
Oh, I love it.
He does bring us joy here, you know, with his.
Oh, he brings you joy, Kat. That's what DNW said.
Very good.
Okay, good. Even though I keep telling him, okay, get to work, and then he was able to do two things. He's making a beautiful table for our basement, and then he's going to use this table to record his book that, it was 100 Days, an End of Civilization novel, and he'll record it so people can listen to it. It'll be an audio book. He's doing an audio book. Yeah, so that's going to be so great. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So he just built a beautiful butcher block table for our apocalyptic basement that he built for the apocalypse. So we're ready. We're almost ready for a nuclear fallout and global heating. So we're ready if we have to go to the basement. Now he's working.
You got a good one there in terms of preparation. He takes it very seriously. He is he looks after you, which is good.
Right, he does.
By the way, I like you as a couple. I've already said you're the one.
Oh, okay, good, DNW. That's very. Oh, you're so sweet. Thanks, DNW. That's very thoughtful.
You're great in your own right. I like listening to you.
You're so sweet. Okay, good. All right, good. And I appreciate that because I need to walk. So, okay, I got to keep my walking going and get back on my treadmill. And so I'll see you soon. All right, DNW. So nice. That song was wonderful. Here's Kat.
She got a thrill out of that. She was laughing so hard.
Oh, good.
It was gorgeous.
Good. I'm glad about that, you know. I'm just trying to sort my computer out here, my side. I'm trying to upload that for you now, you know.
Okay. Well, no hurry. We know where to find it.
Oh yeah, I really did. And beautiful song. Yeah.
Yeah, I really love the atmosphere.
Yeah.
You bring them a lot of joy.
Wait, the DNW. When can I get my own song, or is that never gonna happen?
You have to. You look, Cougar Dim has been coming here. Wow, a year or so, I reckon. And you need to be. You don't get one straight away.
Oh, I know. Well, I know.
Yeah.
If you do make one, can you make it sound like a very weird and noisy,
I'll do what I want. No, you can't tell me what to do. I'll do what I want. I'll try and get your zest. Yeah.
Okay.
From my perspective, you see.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, part of the thrill is finding out what he thinks about you atmospherically.
It's a surprise, ain't that right, DNW? It's a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, if you were trapped in the Jumanji game in the jungle, it'd probably be paradise for you. Yeah, in the Jumanji jungle where Robin Williams was trapped in for a long time, but he didn't like it. I don't think he came back and he was
No.
like, oh,
Yeah, he was happy when he
like,
came back because there was like animals and
yeah.
like a hunter trying to kill them, right?
Yeah, yeah, he was like, fuck that. He like wanted a haircut and everything. He was just like, yeah,
Oh my
going
God.
back to civilization. He couldn't survive.
I guess that's like that film debunks like LA's thing again. There's like yet another evidence, right? There's another evidence. Like yeah, like I don't agree with him on like eating on civilization just in case. Yeah, no, I think that I believe in Thomas Hobbes' a conception of man. That is, we left the state of the primitive world in order to live in this kind of world. You know, and it's not pragmatic.
I mean, he's in America, right, where bears exist. I mean, if he wants to go out into the wilderness in America and see how he goes, I mean, okay, sure, go ahead, see what happens.
Oh my God, yeah, here. Oh, it's not just bears. You know what else we have here that's like very aggressive? Mooses. Yeah, do you know what those are? The mooses.
Sorry, what, mooses? Oh, yes. I know what mooses. Yes.
Yeah, they're very big creatures. Yeah, extremely big creatures. They can actually kill men, like full-grown men, even with a gun, because like they're absolute units. Like they can stomp on you with their hooves or their horns. They're like they're very scary creatures. Actually, they're like called like gentle giants, but like they get aggravated very easily though.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I've known about mooses since I was a kid, obviously. I mean, everyone knows about them, but I'd never heard any negative connotation actually being associated with the moose. Only good things, but not much because I don't think we have them here. But yes, I mean, it's a commonly known animal though. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, I get, but I never really looked into their behavior or anything like that. I should actually look them up. That would be another good animal to keep watch on. Maybe see what their characteristics are and any changes like that. Like lions look so different to me. They've got black in their manes, on their hair. And they've got less hair on the top of their heads than I remember. And just that black hair, it really gets me. Like that's like, wow, I definitely don't remember them having any black at all. And they look like kind of those hairless cats as well now. I don't remember that. I remember them having like their whole bodies were like hairy.
Oh yeah. I think
yeah, that's a lot of people don't remember like the black hair and they remember having more hair on their heads and stuff like that. And their hair's actually growing, like it's actually more under their like chest and it goes down on their belly and stuff, whereas before it didn't. It's like they lost the hair on their head and it went to their stomach, went down that way. That's what happened for me in Mandela effect style and for some other people. But yeah, there's many animals that have changed in like many different ways. But
okay, guys, we're gonna have to end the show very, very quickly, I'm afraid. So say goodbye because you can stay here, you can stay backstage, but say goodbye, everybody, and do not die.
Do not die. Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah, don't die, people.
Buenas noches, mi amigo.